Hey guys, Ryan here. Just wanted to say thanks for stopping by. We're just going to be to go over the rules of everything. We're going to be basically watching through. If anybody sees anything they want to talk about, they'll say pause. We pause, and then we have a quick discussion, and then get right back to it to make sure that we don't kind of talk over any of the politicians or any of the candidates, to make sure that all of you guys can see as much of the debate as possible. If you don't want to listen to us, there'll be timestamps down below. Able to skip over our little argumentative sections and such. The reason that we put this together was, quite frankly, just because there's not a lot of news sources out right now that allow for like the free, full content piece that is like a debate. Usually you have to go through like a YouTube or something like that, and so we figured, hey, like, why not do it in a way that we make sure that it's absolutely fair to everybody on the stage, even if we don't like some of them, like, to be completely and totally transparent. I have my biases. I'm sure other members of the podcast have their biases, but we want to be as fair as possible. So, timestamps will be down below. I hope you enjoy. Thank you. So go ahead and I'm going to mute the stream for now while we're talking. So we got about 26 minutes until the start of it. Personally, I wanted to go over the biases that we have, like which candidates we know about, what we know about each of them, which ones we support, which ones we don't support, so that we can just go ahead and get out of the way which ones, so the audience knows, what to look out for when we're going through, and what to trust, what not to trust, etc.
Alrighty.
Right. Did you want to start, or do you want me to?
I'll let you start.
All right. Personally, I'm in the camp of Vivek Ramaswamy. Looking into a lot of his positions and such, I've heard a lot about him, but at the same time, like, looking into everything that he's said, there's nothing that really points me to disliking him. The most that I disagree with is that he wanted to raise the voting age up to 25 with like a civics test involved and everything else. And then you can get around that with, like, if you pass a civics test, if you do active duty service or civil duty service. So, like, but in all honesty, part of the reason why I support him in spite of that is because I don't think that would ever pass in Congress to get the amendment. So, like, I can basically safely ignore it. Other candidates, I dislike Chris Christie quite a bit. Like, you're probably going to hear me call him a fat muppet a couple of times throughout this whole thing, just because I don't like him. Like, he's...
Alright.
He doesn't really, in my opinion, stand for anything. At least I've never heard him say what he actually is fighting for in the presidency. It's just kind of like collecting sound bites and insulting other people on the stage. And then I'm mixed on DeSantis, because it seems a lot of the time that he's just very, very robotic and just kind of waits for people to say things that they agree with, and then lets other people kind of set the stage for that. Like in the last debate, he let Vivek kind of like talk for the most part, listen to what the crowd would respond to with Vivek, and then take whatever position the crowd liked. So that made me like distrust him a lot. Mike Pence, I think, is just like very, very establishment. So there's a lot of people that really hate him, but at the same time, like, I think he's a homophobic asshole, but I don't think that he's like... There's a billion other politicians just like him, so it's like there's nothing special there. He's basically just the Republican Biden. And then the final one that I really know much about is Nikki Haley, who is mostly like a foreign policy person. And I don't actually like a lot of her foreign policy positions. Like, she puts a lot of onus on the state of Israel and their relationship with the United States. And personally, I don't really like the Israeli government just because of the things that they do to, like, Palestinians and shit. So, like, I don't really support her. And that's, like, my biases and everything.
Oh, well, I'm not gonna lie. I have not really been catching up with the candidates, but I do know for a fact that when it comes to DeSantis, I just have personal bias against him because he leans a little too right into the Republican area.
Yeah.
Like, did his state not pass the don't say gay bill?
Yeah, the Don't Say Gay bill, it did pass in Florida. Granted, the name is a lot harsher than what the bill actually said. Like, have you looked into the bill at all or no?
Not really. Yeah, I understand. When it comes to politics, I'm very surface level.
Yeah, like That's why most people who are going to be watching like a debate or anything don't look into like the nitty gritty of a lot of things. Like, I would suggest like on your own time to go through and look at the Don't Say Gay bill because a lot of it is like just don't try and push like sexuality on children and such, which kind of has a lot of widespread support, but at the same time, I can understand why somebody would be against the bill, just because I don't want like a school or a government mandating a school as to what they can teach or not. Like, that's just something that I'm kind of just against in general, but I understand why some parents would want to be involved in the decision-making process of what their children hear and interact with at school time, you know?
Right. I mean, if that's what if that's what the bill means, maybe they should just rename the fucking bill because, like, I mean, it's okay to teach about sexual orientation and whatnot, but I don't think it's okay to teach at a certain level. Like, if you're teaching this to elementary school kids, there's a massive problem with that.
Yeah, like, I think that around the age of like 11 to 12, like right before they get into the pubescent age where you can start telling them like, hey, this is how things work, that's mostly okay. Like, you want to make
Yeah.
sure that they're completely safe and abstinence only speaking and sex ed on that shit has almost never worked to like the way that people want it to. It's gotten people to morally act in like a good manner, but it's like the moment it's kind of like, you remember Dare when we were back in school, how they would like say everything
Yeah.
is like the devil. You smoke a fucking
Oh yeah.
cigarette, it's the same as doing heroin. Like, it ends up having that effect, but just with like sexual relationships and such. And like, teenagers are horny and they're gonna do shit. And so whenever you teach them abstinence only, and they do like the most basic thing, they start thinking like, oh, well, they were exaggerating about everything, and then suddenly you have teenage pregnancies and diseases and all that shit. So like, I think just having a rational approach and just sticking purely to fact around the age of like pubescent, whenever they're starting to become adults and everything. Not adults, but you get what I mean. Like, they're starting to be able to be affected by this shit.
Right.
I think that's a good time
Also,
to start. Go on.
Real quick, we do have a little bit of an issue here. I have the live stream pulled up, but like, it plays a second and then it stops.
Have you tried like lowering your resolution and such, and then just syncing up like
Oh,
that?
it is the absolute lowest right now, my good sir. It is 640 by 360.
I'm getting mostly okay. It's like dipping down in frames every once in a while, but it's fine for the most part. Might just be the. Don't. I'm currently like 18 seconds, 15 seconds behind the live stream. Like, what's your time in the countdown up at the top right?
2457.
I'm currently at 19:18, so you are a little bit behind.
And keep in mind, the 2457 is not moving. Like, I'm pressing play and it's just not doing anything.
Yeah, that might be a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
If need be, like, you can just sit the shit out, and I can just do this solo, but, it's up to you. Like, if it's too big of a technology issue, I'd just rather make sure that people are able to see the debate in full than get our commentary on it, you know? Like, this is basically, like, the reason why I wanted to talk and do anything is so it's transformative enough to get on YouTube, and so that people can actually get access to the content and the politicians and such that are doing things. So if I need to fly solo and do this shit, like, I'm completely fine with it. Also, the views would be nice.
All right, yeah. If you want to do it solo, that's fine with me.
Yeah, we can still talk for the next like 20 minutes or so before it starts up if you want.
Alrighty. Well, let me go to the restroom real quick.
All right. Let's see what they got to say on here.
For joining us and breaking all that down.
Always a pleasure, Tommy. Thank you for the opportunity.
I became a professor at the University of Pennsylvania. You make me miss being a professor at Penn. I was a professor at the University of Pennsylvania. I was a professor at the University of Pennsylvania. I became a professor at the University of Pennsylvania. I was a professor at Penn. I was a full professor at the University of Pennsylvania. Professor at the University of Pennsylvania. I was the Ben Franklin Professor of Practice at the University of Pennsylvania.
So the second GOP debate is an amazing opportunity to really show that contrast between Republicans and the failed administration of Joe Biden.
Yeah. That's kind of interesting, like seeing the way that Joe Biden like kind of pushes himself as like a professor when he never even taught a single class. Like that's a bit interesting.
Alrighty, I am back
from this debate?
Well, I think we're going to continue to see people tuning in that aren't even necessarily people that will be voting in our.
Hopefully your internet starts kicking up a little bit so you can get synced up and everything else before it starts up. But you know, if push comes to shove, like I can do it. We got like 17 minutes to hope that your shit gets working. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. I pulled the bar or the the playhead. There you go. I pulled the playhead all the way to the right so that I'll be the closest to live as possible. And we're still kind of sitting here looking at this beautiful man on the screen. He's not doing anything.
As with anybody who works in media, though, like that dude has straight up sociopath eyes. Like I'm looking at him right now. He looks like he wants to fucking eat me.
Oh, damn straight. Like 100% he does.
Like,
so I've come to learn, Rumble as a video service kind of fucking sucks.
Most of their stuff is just like completely free speech. Like I'm not gonna shut on them for having like slightly worse than YouTube. Like what's the word for it? Like broadband or whatever the hell. Like streaming.
I mean, I'm not knocking it down for the free speech. I'm 100% okay with that. It's just, you know, they gotta optimize their shit better.
Oh yeah, definitely. Granted, like of all the people on the planet to talk about like whether or not a stream is going well, we are not exactly the best. And what Biden's talking about,
Journal and the London Economist and some of the more conservative press as Bidenomics. Well, they didn't mean it as a compliment at first. But now they're getting it.
So my question is,
absurd.
Go on.
My question is, how is Donald Trump even qualified in the running, even though he's not there for the debates?
He still technically can be the candidate that the Republican National Committee chooses, thanks to like polling and delegates and everything like that. But he's not qualified for the debates because to get on the debate, you have to sign a basically saying that you will support whoever is the nominee for the Republican National Committee. Trump hasn't signed that, whereas all the candidates that are on the stage have. So, like basically, Trump is saying like, no, I wouldn't support like Chris Christie if he got the nomination, or I wouldn't support like I don't know how his relationship is with like Mike Pence or anything like that, but basically like he's saying if it's not me, I'm probably going to end up running third party by doing that.
It's funny though. I imagine the relationship between Trump and Pence are not that great, especially when Pence in the last primary debate flat out tried to insult another candidate by saying that we need someone in there who doesn't get on the job training or some shit like that.
Yeah, he told Vivek Ramaswamy, right now we need experience, not on the job training, which, as we were talking about back whenever that was on the podcast, like that was very disrespectful to Trump. Like,
yeah, that was like how could you like, how can you not see the irony in that statement?
Yeah. Like, you spent your entire political career doing under the desk work. 1 second, my shit's freezing now. Is this on Rumble or is this? Right, there we go. Yeah, it might just be that the RNC just does not know how to run a fucking stream. Which, granted, it's the RNC. I don't really expect them to have very good technology skills. Old fucking boomers and all that shit. No offense to any boomer viewers that we have. We're technologically illiterate as well. But still, you know? I just don't expect it to work out.
We are most definitely tech-tarded.
Yeah. Like, I'm actually, like, going back to Mike Pence, I'm very surprised he's able to dodge so much shit. Because I don't think that Trump's, like, record in the White House is, like, perfectly clean. 1 second, Biden is talking. Let me increase the volume.
21st century results are badly needed. They're needed to move us along. That starts with the United Nations.
So he starts with this entire speech saying, let me be clear.
All right, that was just Biden talk. Speaks a different language to the rest of America. But yeah, like, I don't think Trump's record during the presidency was spotless by any means. Like,
I don't know. Not at all.
So, like, I'm surprised by the amount of shit he's just not... like, I think that it was actually a good move by Trump not to show up to the debates, because I think that a couple of the candidates on the stage would start ripping into the things that he did in office. But I'm surprised that Mike Pence has been able to dodge, like, all the criticism that would come from his presidency. Like, Trump was the one that shut down the economy. He's the one that pushed, like, the vaccine out the door, and whenever it first came out, whether your opinion on it now is positive or not, we could all agree that when it first came out, it was very rushed. Like,
oh, absolutely. It was a lot. It was from day one. You could tell that it was rushed very too fast.
Yeah. Like,
no, we shouldn't have gotten it that soon. Granted, I'm not sure how effective it really is. I mean, I personally never got it. I'm not that kind of anti-vaxxer, fucking conspiracy theorist kind of person. I didn't see the point in it. And not only that, but I believe it was Moderna or Pfizer, one of those two brands of vaccines that was scientifically proven to show heart problems in young men. I'm just like, fuck it, I'm not to either of them.
Johnson & Johnson caused blood clots. I know that much.
Well, that's blood clots, yeah, but the big dogs like Moderna and Pfizer, like what, I forgot which one, but one of them had that issue with like just causing long-term heart problems with young men.
Yeah, like,
and I just you know what, fuck that, I ain't gonna touch it.
Yeah, like, I'm just surprised that the Trump voter base hasn't at least turned on him somewhat because of that shit. Like, he also has, like, other issues, like his, like, recognition of the Golan Heights is Israeli territory, which they have, like, legitimately zero claim to. His support of, like, just the list can go on for quite some time. Like, whenever he shut down, like, a church service in the middle of the pandemic to go take, like, a photo op outside of it. There are a ton of things that he did that was just absurd. But he's gotten very, very little actual, like, call out or criticism for doing shit like that. Granted, like, I still have a somewhat positive view of Donald Trump because of, like, the pre-pandemic shit. I think he actually did a decent job back then. But, like, once the pandemic hit, holy shit did he drop the ball. Like, every wrong maneuver he could do, he did.
I'm not gonna lie, I fully believe that he really dropped the ball. Like, I mean, after he lost the presidency to Joe Biden, and of course, around what was it? Was it the beginning of 2021 when Russia had invaded Ukraine?
I believe around there, yeah.
Yeah. I know, like, we were all expecting Donald Trump to make another, campaign run for 2024 or 2023, whatever. And I'm sorry, but like I don't see how anyone can like support Donald Trump after what he said about Russia, saying how Vladimir Putin was a brilliant man, a great man, a smart man because he was able to invade a country on on $20 worth of sanctions or some shit like that.
I mean, looking at
Like
that
praising
statement,
Putin for doing it.
yeah, looking at that statement, I'd much rather have somebody who's sitting in the White House doing diplomacy with somebody and like talking good about them, because they're much more willing to take a positive diplomatic stance with you if you're talking them up. Like whenever he was talking back in like 20, I think it was like 2020 or yeah, about 2018, 2019, about Kim Jong-un and saying like, great leader, great guy, all this shit. Do we really think that Trump actually believed that, or is it just playing like a diplomatic game? Like, you need to suckle on the tit a little bit to make sure that they do the right fucking thing.
Suck on the tit, huh?
Yeah, like you give him a little bit of a reach around, and then you do what he did in North Korea and put your fucking fighter pilots and let them low fly over Pyongyang and scare the shit out of him. Like, if there's one thing that I dislike people doing is like when somebody like says Vladimir Putin is a smart guy, like I would much rather have somebody assume that Vladimir Putin is a smart man than taking the position of like Vladimir Putin is like this fucking idiot, this retard, he can never do anything. Because I feel a lot safer when somebody assumes that somebody is a very, very, like, an enemy of America, because Russia at this stage has basically become another enemy. That I'd rather have somebody assume that they're intelligent and capable than somebody assuming, like, that they're just evil, evil, evil. We have to completely and totally, like, bar them from everything. Because Putin is never going to sign a treaty that condemns him as, like, a war criminal. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, but we have to face the fact though, like I mean, at a certain point you can't, like you said, suckle on the teat of someone, especially after Russia, after they've already invaded Ukraine and is, killing innocent civilians. Like there's no room for diplomacy.
There is, because of the treaty that has to be signed at the end of the conflict. Like, you still want to keep at least somewhat good relations on an individual level whenever it comes to a diplomatic play like that, just because you want to make sure that whenever the treaty is signed, that the person who's across from you takes... Like, he's still going to act in his own interest and in Russia's interest. Whereas, like, keeping him, like, making sure that he knows, or at least feels, that America isn't going to, like, try to sign a treaty that will crucify him in the middle of Moscow and like drag his body from Moscow down to Kiev. Like, as long as he has like that feeling, he's a lot more willing to go to a diplomatic table. And Trump has outright stated that this is his position, that we can't condemn him as a war criminal before like a treaty is signed, because he's not going to go to the peace talk table under the assumption that we're just going to kill him. Like, it's not going to happen. Now, I do think this is a bit naive of Trump, because I think even in the instance that Putin signs a treaty, his likelihood of, like, completely and totally abiding by it is slim to none. But, like, trying to condemn him for just having and saying good things about Putin, like, if I have somebody in office, I want them to be as positive to every world leader as possible, even if I hate them, just because I want the ability to diplomatically come to like a table with them and then try to push as many of our interests as possible. Basically, the pragmatic solution instead of like the... Like, does it look bad for him to say, like, oh, Putin's a genius? Fuck yeah. Like, if he legitimately believes that Vladimir Putin is a good guy for invading the Ukraine, yeah, that's fucking dumb. But, I don't think he's ever, like, said that. At least not in the way that I think that you may have, like, heard it.
Oh, no. There's audio recordings. I believe it was at some sort of political party that everybody was attending, and Donald Trump made a speech, and like it's on camera where he says that Putin is a brilliant man. He's a very smart man because he was able to invade a country on $20 worth of sanctions. And I was like, what the fuck?
That could be like he's intelligent because of how he was able to manage to pull off an invasion on the like budgetary constraints that he was, like just trying to steel man. I don't like that he said that, but like just trying to steel man the position, which basically means taking his argument in the best way possible, meaning that Vladimir Putin was good logistically or some shit like that, and that just trying to find a way to praise Vladimir Putin so that he, whenever they go into the tables, under the assumption, because in Trump's mind he's going to be president in 2024. Like, he wants to talk up other world leaders that when he goes down to this peace table, that he can follow up his campaign promise of, like, on day one, I'm going to end the Russo-Ukrainian war. Like,
I don't know. I just feel like that's that's just full of arrogance. I don't know.
Oh yeah, Trump's an arrogant bastard. Like,
yeah.
But I just don't think that condemning him for praising Putin in any way is like productive, because looking at history and looking at every diplomatic action, like the most effective means of doing anything has quite literally just always been kill them with kindness. Like, just praise them and talk them up, do everything to make them like you, and then they're more willing to sign something that's to your favor. My fucking neighbor's dog is barking. Hopefully that little piece of shit stops before the fucking stream actually starts up. Alright, we got 2 minutes until the end of it. Is your shit able to sync up or not?
No, I'm still stuck on this man give me this little eye he's giving me the whole time. 26 minutes in the corner.
Jesus Christ, dude. My guy can't even pull up a 360p video.
Listen, like, I live relatively in the middle of buckfuck nowhere, and the internet options are very slim, like very slim. And the one that I got is the best option possible, but it's still not the best ever. So I kind of have to sit in misery and I have to deal with it.
They kind of just, like, stuck a fucking lighter under your ball sack whenever they did that shit, huh? Like, you're gonna take it, you're gonna fucking like it.
That's what, you know what, I'll go ahead and drop, I'll throw them on the bus. That's what AT&T pretty much said. We had AT&T for quite some fucking time, and they're just like, well, we're the best you can get. You know, we're sorry about that, you know, but it's this the best you can do, and like our speeds were like 1 down, 1 up, or no, sorry, 1 down and 0.32 up. And I was like, there's gotta be something fucking better. So we canceled AT&T and we got this new internet, and the internet is on a really good day, maybe 12 down, 5 up. But like on a shit day like this, yeah, megabytes. And on a really shit day, though, like we're back to like maybe 2 down, 1 up.
I mean, I have standard 1.5 down, like 0.3 up, so I got your AT&T plan. Anyway, down to the countdown to the debate, 10 seconds. We'll go ahead and turn the audio on. It's going to be down to like 20% volume for the viewers and such, because I don't want to go deaf throughout this.
High in the hills of California's
Going quiet now.
Valley stands a monument to one of the most beloved leaders in our nation's history, Ronald Reagan. The Gipper, the great communicator, America's 40th commander-in-chief. He railed against big government.
The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
And sought peace through strength.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
40 years after Reagan's landslide re-election, the Republican Party faces critical questions. What does it mean to be a conservative?
We fight for the truth.
We are not going to worry about what the left and the media say about us.
What is the key to a thriving economy?
It's innovation, not regulation.
America can do for anyone
what she's done for me.
We will stop the spending. We will stop the borrowing. We will stop the earmarks.
What is America's role in the world?
We need to build a military fitted to the widening challenges in an ever more dangerous world.
Sometimes you avoid war by showing you're tough.
And the country faces even more challenges. Would Reagan even recognize the country in which we now live? Tonight, candidates seeking the Republican nomination converge in California to chart a new path for the grand old party. Now is the time for choosing.
Welcome to the second Republican debate of the
audio?
California.
I guess, yeah, that was on Fox's and not ours.
Pavilion, where the stage is set for a showdown.
Is the debate going on right now? Because again, I can't tell.
It's just starting.
And I am thrilled to be sitting alongside my
All right. Well, if you want to do this solo, I'll let you do it. All right. Good luck, my good sir. Make the good content.
Thank you, Stuart.
Yeah. If your internet gets back on, you can hop on later.
A shining city on a hill.
Alrighty.
Later, dude.
7 candidates will make the case
Later.
They should be the one to lead that city into a brighter tomorrow. But first, they have to convince you, the voter. Please allow me to welcome our Spanish-speaking audience. Muy buenas noches a todos. Desde la Biblioteca Presidencial Ronald Reagan, los precandidatos republicanos también buscan su voto para las primarias del partido. Bienvenidos.
And good evening. So let's meet the candidates who have qualified.
Just trying to get it to at least 720p because this is fucking ridiculous.
And chosen to be on this stage tonight. They are positioned by the order they
Never mind. Holy shit. Rumble.
rank in the polls, with the highest polling candidate in the middle. Standing center stage, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
Oh my god, Rumble. What is your fucking problem? You have 100,000 fucking viewers and it's just not functioning.
Governor Ron DeSantis.
And they're only doing it through Rumble. Fantastic.
To believe a leader who says,
God damn.
you can follow me. I've got you. Don't worry. President Biden is trying to do that with Bidenomics.
Let's pull back a little bit so that people can fucking see.
Burgam.
Need to pull back more. I want to get the full debate, so.
Tomorrow. But first, they have to convince you, the voter. Please allow me to welcome our Spanish-speaking audience. Muy buenas noches a todos. Desde la Biblioteca Presidencial Ronald Reagan, los precandidatos republicanos también buscan su voto para las primarias del partido. Bienvenidos.
And good evening. So let's meet the candidates who have qualified and chosen to be on this stage tonight. They are positioned by the order they rank in the polls, with the highest polling candidate in the middle. Standing center stage, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
Flanking the governor, entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley.
Next is South Carolina Senator Tim Scott and former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
On the wing tonight, former Vice President Mike Pence. And North Dakota Governor Doug Burgam.
We have questions on a wide variety of issues important to primary voters. Candidates get 1 minute to answer and 30 seconds to respond if singled out. When their time runs out, we'll all hear this. We have a lot of ground to cover, so please keep it civilized.
Let's get going. We are in this spacious, sunny place tonight, designed to reflect the very nature and character of Ronald Reagan. It's a place that makes you proud to be an American. Yet today our nation is drowning in division and incivility.
Voters say they dread the 2024 election and find politics exhausting. 2 in 3 Americans think the country is on the wrong track, and 3 in 4 say the economy is not in good shape.
Prices are up 18% since 2020. More than half of the US population has little access to childcare. 85% of Americans say their personal finances are a source of stress.
Americans want to believe a leader who says, "You can follow me. I've got you. Don't worry." President Biden is trying to do that with Bidenomics.
And yesterday, he joined the picket lines where auto workers are demanding more wages and job security. Senator Scott, you recently reacted by praising Ronald Reagan for firing air traffic controllers in the 1980s, saying, "You strike, you're fired." Would you fire thousands of striking auto workers today, Senator?
Obviously, the President of the United States cannot fire anybody in the private sector. However, we should look back at the first bill in Congress under Joe Biden. The first bill had $86 billion for the union pensions because they continue to overpromise yet underdeliver. One of the challenges that we have in the current negotiations is that they want 4-day French work weeks, but more money. They want more benefits, working fewer hours. That is simply not going to stand. I sat in a finance committee hearing when a widow came before the committee who was promised pensions from the unions, $4,000 a month. Unfortunately, it had been cut to $1,000 a month. We must make sure that we honor the commitments that we make, and one of the ways that we do that, do not overpromise and then underdeliver and leave the taxpayers on the hook. I'll say this, Joe Biden should not be on the picket line. He should be on the southern border working to close our southern border because it is unsafe, wide open, and insecure, leading to the deaths of 70,000 Americans in the last 12 months because of fentanyl. It is devastating. Every county in America is now a border county because fentanyl has devastated Americans in every single state. I will also say 6 million illegal crossings since Joe Biden has taken office, and he eliminated Title 42. The one thing he should do is finish the wall, reinstate Title 42, and get the job done.
All right. So first question, Tim Scott with a fairly strong opening, but he did kind of dodge the question there, in my opinion. He was talking about like union workers. He knows that a lot of working class Americans that are going to be in the voters are actually going to be pro-union in this instance. The unions don't actually expect to get a lot of the things that they put forward in these pretty much propositions. They throw the moon at the companies and then say, all right, well, now that we're at the table, we can just cut off like these things, and these things, then we'll go from there. Other than that, agree with them on the southern border crisis, agree with them on a couple other things. But, yeah. The fact that he was given the first question is kind of interesting. Anyway.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Hey, Ian.
What's up? Who are you talking to?
Just to the recording.
Oh, okay. What's the deal with Justin?
His internet shit out on him, so he can't really join.
Okay, that's fine. Let's go ahead and go whenever you're ready.
Yeah. What's your time down at the bottom? Mine's at -405 at the moment. Just get synced up with that.
Are you talking? Oh, I'm sorry. Where do I find the debate?
I'll send it to you real quick.
Okay. Also, do I need to record through Audacity, or is it a live stream?
It's not a live stream. I'm just recording desktop audio, so yours should be fine. Basically,
okay, so just to be clear, I don't have to do anything other than just like open up this and we both watch it.
Yeah, we both watch it, and then whenever I say pause or you say pause, we both pause. Try to pause only at like a good stopping point, like in between a question or so.
Okay.
Yep. Currently syncing up. I'm at minus 5 minutes on the Rumble timer.
All right, let me. All right.
Yep. Wide angle shot of like the on the United States of America jet, all the candidates on the stage, etc., etc. Minus 520.
Okay, so a little bit of a problem. I'm not sure how to make it to where I will be hearing audio out of the computer and hearing you on Discord. I may have to just make it to where I don't have my headphones on. 1 second.
It should just play through both. Like, it should be fine. Like, as long as
you're...
It
should, but it's not.
That's weird.
Let's see, let me check something.
I guess just mute your Discord microphone, and then whenever we pause, you can talk. Because, like, otherwise the stream audio is going to go through your microphone. Sorry for our viewers. We'll have timestamps down below. You'll be fine.
Okay, damn it. I'm really trying to get this set up quickly. I'm sorry.
It's fine. Just mute yourself for now, and then whenever you get it ready, I'll just start. I'll find a stopping point. We can get synced up then.
Okay.
All right.
A lot of questions on the border and immigration, but in the meantime, we do want to talk about the economy and jobs, and especially want to talk about this strike for just a moment more. Mr. Ramaswamy, you've said you really empathize with the strikers. You're standing next to Senator Scott, and do you agree with what he said, or do you think he's wrong?
I agree with some of what he said, for sure. I like the spirit of it. I'll say that I don't have a lot of patience for the union bosses. I think that's where he and I actually have a common view. I do have a lot of sympathy for the workers, however. People are going through real hardship in this country. I've been through hardship growing up. My father stared down layoffs at GE under Jack Welch's tenure at the GE plant in Evendale, Ohio. My mom had to work overtime in nursing homes in Southwest Ohio to make ends meet and pay off our home loan. So I understand that hardship is not a choice, but victimhood is a choice.
Okay, I can hear the stuff from the debate now. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You know what, if I was giving advice to those workers, I would say go picket in front of the White House in Washington, D.C. That's really where the protest needs to be. Disastrous economic policies that have driven up prices, that have driven up interest rates.
All right, where are you at on the live stream?
Let me pull back to before Ramaswamy was talking. So we'll go minus 735, around there. Image of what I can only assume is the Devil's Handmaiden, because holy shit, that Botox is pulling through right now. No offense to any...
Okay, wait. You said minus 735?
Yeah, about minus 8 at this point.
Minus 8.
Yeah. And then, like, image is that woman just kind of, like, staring down.
The image on minus 8 is, it looks like Vivek Ramaswamy and a gentleman whose name I do not know.
Yeah, this is what...
Once we get this synced up, we'll be fine.
So, here, let me just share screen with you so you can see what I'm looking at.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, you can just watch through my fucking Discord now that I'm thinking about it.
That's not a terrible idea. Okay, go ahead.
Like, let me know if you can hear.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you've said you really empathize with the
Can you?
strikers.
That is unfortunately a no-go. But this is good. Just all right. So you were on. It looks like negative. Go to that picture right there, on -9.
Yeah, about -9 flat.
850.
Yeah, 9 flat. 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 We'll just get there, and then we can just sync up from there. And let me go ahead and stop live streaming on Discord so that my internet does not go to shit.
All right, I'm ready whenever you are.
All right. 3, 2, 1, play.
Scott, do you agree with what he said, or do you think he's wrong?
I agree with some of what he said, for sure. I like the spirit of it. I'll say that I don't have a lot of patience for the union bosses. I think that's where he and I actually have a common view. I do have a lot of sympathy for the workers, however. People are going through real hardship in this country. I've been through hardship growing up. My father stared down layoffs at GE under Jack Welch's tenure at the GE plant in Evendale, Ohio. My mom had to work overtime in nursing homes in Southwest Ohio to make ends meet and pay off our home loan. So I understand that hardship is not a choice. But victimhood is a choice, and we choose to be victorious in the United States of America. You know what, if I was giving advice to those workers, I would say go picket in front of the White House in Washington, D.C. That's really where the protest needs to be. Disastrous economic policies that have driven up prices, that have driven up interest rates and mortgage rates. At the same time, wages remaining stagnant. What we need is to deliver economic growth in this country. Unlock American energy. Drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear energy, put people back to work by no longer paying them more money to stay at home, stabilize the U.S. dollar itself, and rescind a majority of those unconstitutional federal regulations that are hampering our economy. That is how we unleash American exceptionalism. And that's not a Democratic vision or a Republican vision. That is an American vision that we embrace economic growth, and capitalism is still the best system known to man to lift us up from poverty, and we should not apologize for it. That's what it means to be an American.
All right, and pause. Right after Ramaswamy gets done with this little thing.
All right, I just paused.
All right. Fairly strong opening from Ramaswamy there. I do think that he was a little bit he's not going to look as good to some of the workers and such, because he said that they should be picketing in front of like the White House and such. Though he does make a good point about like economic growth in the nation and everything like that. Specifically calling out like Biden's policies and a few of the other things.
Yeah.
Also, whenever he was talking about like he respects the worker and understands like some of the struggles that they're going through, and points back to his childhood as like the son of like an immigrant family. And I think that's going to go fairly well. Pretty strong opening from him. Nothing too out there in that moment.
Yeah, I thought it was really good. It was fairly like level-headed, especially for I don't know. It feels like these days, like the people who end up saying the most outlandish things, like just for entertainment value. But I was surprised at how I guess, what's the word? Not exactly middle of the road, but how sensible the stuff he said was. He's a very good orator, very good public speaker. I can't take the word frack seriously, but other than that, he did good.
Yeah. All right. 3, 2, 1, play.
Together, the CEOs of General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis make 336 times the number of rank-and-file workers. That's just part of a wider income inequality trend in the country. The richest 1% now controls 1/5 of all income. Vice President Pence, last week you said you side with American workers, but you also support how these companies operate. Which is it?
Well, thank you for the question. I want to thank Univision and Fox Business for assembling such a wonderful forum. Look, I do disagree with something Tim Scott just said. Joe Biden doesn't belong on a picket line. He belongs on the unemployment line. I mean, look, I'm from the second leading manufacturing state in the country per capita. I was governor of the state of Indiana. We brought 12,000 factories back to America during our administration. I know something about manufacturing. And I got to tell you, while the union bosses are talking about class warfare and talking about disparity in wages, I have to tell you, I really believe what's driving that is Bidenomics has failed. Wages are not keeping up with inflation. Auto workers and all American workers are feeling it, and families are struggling in this economy. And Joe Biden's Green New Deal agenda is good for Beijing and bad for Detroit. We ought to repeal the Green New Deal, get rid of the mandates and subsidies that are driving American gasoline automotive manufacturing into the graveyard. And beyond that also, as President of the United States, I'll be standing with workers all across America, and I'll be standing for the right to work of every American to join a union or not join a union as they decide.
Senator Scott, you
all right, pause.
To respond.
All right.
What did you think of Pence's thing? Because I have a couple of things to say.
As I said before this, I am not very politically literate, so I'm going to be going with the baseline of I find him rather boring. Go on. I find his haircut boring. I find everything about him to be very white toast.
Fair enough,
So,
I guess. Like, whenever he opened up with like, I don't think that Biden should be in a picket line. I think he should be unemployed. You could hear every member like ha 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 ha. Thanks, Grandpa. Great seeing you at Thanksgiving this year.
It wasn't a very strong opener. I got to be real. I really think that I don't want to mispronounce his name. Is it Ravek? Ravek? Is that his name?
Vivek.
Vivek. I'm sorry. His opening was significantly stronger.
Yeah,
oh my God, Pence is not, he's not exactly winning any votes in the uniqueness category, man. Just really pulled out the Republican starter pack on his opinions.
Yeah, he just hit catchphrases like Green New Deal and a couple other things, and it's just like, dude, I know I just said that Ramaswamy and Tim Scott both had good things like hitting Biden, but when you just start throwing shit out like that and just trying to hit buzzword after buzzword, it doesn't sound like you have a plan. It just kind of sounds like you're just trying to hit a fucking keynote presentation, you know?
Yeah, and he had no real passion behind it. I mean, man's been in politics for a long time, and I just didn't really, I don't know. I wasn't feeling it. I'll need to hear more from him. What's the name of the man who's about to speak?
We'll see.
All right.
3, 2, 1, go.
Joe
Biden
needs
Tim
to be
Scott.
fired. That's why I'm running for
Okay.
president. I look forward to being the next president of the United States. I will also say, I know America can do for anyone what she's done for me. It's why we're focusing on restoring hope, creating opportunities, and protecting the America we all love. Growing up in a single-parent household, I wondered if the American dream would work for a kid in the inner city. I've got good news for every single child, whether you're in the inner cities of Chicago or the rural parts of Iowa. America and the dream, it is alive, it is well, and it is healthy. God bless these United States of America.
Dr. Haley, you raise your hand.
I think we need to look at exactly what happened. Biden showed up on that picket line, but why are those workers actually there? It's because of all of the spending that he has pushed through in the economy that's raised the inflation. So when you look at the fact that we are paying higher gas prices, higher grocery prices, $7,000 more a year for families, what we need to do is I came out with an economic plan. Eliminate the gas and diesel tax so that they have more money in their pocket. Let's focus on going after middle America and cutting taxes for middle America and collapsing those brackets. Let's get rid of unfair distortions like the state and local tax that they give to wealthy people in blue states and not paid by red states. And let's make sure we make the small business taxes permanent. They only made those temporary. They made the corporate taxes permanent. Let's focus on what it takes to get more cash in the pockets of workers. That's when we'll be able to deal with strikes like this, not sitting on a picket line like Joe Biden is.
Pause.
Who's this goofball?
That is Nikki Haley, former...
Oh, no. Oh, sorry, no. Nikki was fine. The guy who's about to interrupt, I'm a little bit ahead of you.
Yeah, so I'm in between Nikki Haley and the next thing, but Nikki Haley, do you have anything to say about her? Because I got a couple of things.
I kind of liked it. I mean, on a base level, I thought that I agreed with some of the stuff she said.
I disagree with a couple of things, like saying that to close tax brackets and such on a state and local level because the president can't fucking do that. That's
okay. Never mind.
like that's for state and local and state governments to decide on. The president just can't do that. Now, I agree with like closing like federal tax loopholes and like getting some money back towards like oil and like middle class America, but when you say some shit like, yeah, we're gonna like flatten the bracket on a state and local level, and she's stumbling over words, it's like, oh my god, this is not a strong opener.
It's like, for me, it kind of felt like when you're trying to like recommend a video game or something to someone, and you can tell that they're not really feeling it when you're telling them. So then you like up the ante, like, oh, but it's got this and it's got that. She could tell she wasn't really hitting it, so she was like, and no more taxes for if you're middle class. No taxes for any of you. I can do that. I will do that.
All right.
She did not have it. Also, I'm a little bit ahead of you, so go ahead and start. Tell me when this new guy's been on for like 2 seconds.
We're fine. We can just go in between things and just talk about things. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
I have other questions to get to about economy. Allow me to.
I just have to. I'm sorry.
Allow me to.
I'm sorry. I have to jump in because we're missing the point, and every other network is missing the point.
Oh, this guy.
The reason why people are striking in Detroit is because Joe Biden's interference with capital markets and with free markets. The subsidies, we're subsidizing the automakers and we're subsidizing the cars and a particular kind of car, not every car. We're subsidizing electric vehicles. And when you decide that we're going to take all of your taxpayer monies, take $1 billion, subsidize a certain type of vehicle, and the batteries come from China. China controls 85% of the rare earth minerals. They're called rare earth because they're measured in parts per million. China is moving 100,000 pounds of earth in Indonesia, in Africa. They're literally destroying the planet so that they can make a battery that's in a car subsidized here. That's why they're striking, because they need 2/3 less workers to build an electric car. Joe Biden, this strike is at Joe Biden's feet.
All right, pause. So Doug Burgam kind of like jumped in there and said a bunch of fucking nothing.
What was that?
All right, so I'm gonna get to the heart of the problem. China, they're digging up the earth. They're moving a lot of earth. And when you're only subsidizing one thing, which is how a subsidy works.
No, but the best part was when he was like, "These are called rare minerals. Let me go into the reason why these are called rare minerals, and that will get my point across."
Like, what the fuck was that?
Dude, let's just try to get past the fact that we're not going to have a president named Doug. Okay, let's get past that. And then move on to the fact that, like, homie did not cook anything. He interrupted. If you're going to interrupt, you've got to cook. And man wasn't even warming up a Lunchable. That was embarrassing.
Like, dude came out thinking that he was going to be like Mike Tyson landing a haymaker, and he just ended up like your cousin trying to fight on the trampoline. Like, holy shit. My guy just threw in the first round.
And then he got like kind of a lukewarm couple of claps. It was like, all right, moving on.
Just in the background, it was just this, yeah.
That makes sense to me, buddy. Let's move on.
All right. 3.
Oh
2,
my god, that was wild.
1, go.
We're going to keep the topic of economy, but allow me to follow question to Governor Christie. The government will shut down if Congress does not reach a deal by the end of this week. Vice President Pence warns that politics of, quote, Trump's populist proteges, like Mr. Ramaswamy, are a road to ruin for the GOP. If the government shuts down, should voters blame populist Republicans?
Voters should blame everybody who's in Washington, D.C. They get sent down there to do the job, and they've been failing at doing the job for a very long time. And let's be honest about this with the voters. You know, during the Trump administration, they added $7 trillion. $7 trillion in national debt. And now the Biden administration has put another $5 trillion on and counting. They have failed, and they're in the spot they're in now because none of them are willing to tell the truth. None of them are willing to take on the difficult issues. They just want to keep kicking the can down the road. And the inflation that Nikki spoke about is absolutely right, and it's caused by government spending. And that's why people all across this country are suffering tonight. And yet we don't get any answers because Joe Biden hides. in his basement and won't answer as to why he's raising the debt the way he's done. And Donald Trump hides behind the walls of...
I fucking buffered 1 second. Rumble is not doing... There we go.
Basement and won't answer as to why he's raising the debt the way he's done. And Donald Trump hides behind the walls of...
God damn it.
Do you want to pause it?
Yeah, I just keep getting buffered, like in the middle of Chris Christie, like mouth agape.
Mouth agape.
Yeah. Let me refresh the page in -841.
This is not a nation, and we have to secure the southern border of the United
But crime...
Please work with me, Rumble.
I think if Mexico knew that he was only going to pay for it, guess what? I think if you come here legally, if you come here illegally, to partner with Customs and Border Patrol to make sure...
Packages. Where do you stand now on a path to citizenship?
Sir, we will get you some questions, but you're going to have to let us move on. We are going to the border next.
Child care is workforce.
Majority of us in this country who love the United States of America and share our founding ideals. Free speech.
When I helped write the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we actually looked...
In 3 days, the billions of dollars in pandemic-era funds...
Jesus Christ, how desynced were we? Rumble is terrible.
And if the government closes, it's and counting. They have failed, and they're in the spot they're in now because...
All right, so
Will shut down if Congress does not
back
reach
to
a deal
minus...
at the end of this week.
Get synced up at -1930. Image of the Hispanic lady just kind of like looking forward.
Oh lord, I'm like 4 minutes ahead of that. Okay.
Yeah, like Rumble desynced like hard, dude.
It
Granted,
disassociated. Okay, that's fine. I went back.
Yeah, it heard that fucking Chris Christie guy talking and just decided to kill itself for a couple of minutes there. Alright, so -20, there we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Vice President Pence warns that politics of, quote, Trump's populist proteges, like Mr. Ramaswamy, are a road to ruin for the GOP. If the government shuts down, should voters blame populist Republicans?
Voters should blame everybody who's in Washington, D.C. They get sent down there to do the job, and they've been failing at doing the job for a very long time. And let's be honest about this with the voters. You know, during the Trump administration, they added $7 trillion. $7 trillion in national debt. And now the Biden administration has put another $5 trillion on and counting. They have failed, and they're in the spot they're in now because none of them are willing to tell the truth. None of them are willing to take on the difficult issues. They just want to keep kicking the can down the road. And the inflation that Nikki spoke about is absolutely right, and it's caused by government spending. And that's why people all across this country are suffering tonight. And yet we don't get any answers because Joe Biden hides in his basement and won't answer as to why he's raising the debt the way he's done. And Donald Trump hides behind the walls of his golf clubs and won't show up here to answer questions like all the rest of us are up here to answer. He put $7 trillion on the debt. He should be in this room to answer those questions for the people you talk about who are suffering. And if the government closes, it's the blame. It is to the blame of everyone in Washington, D.C., who has failed to do their job and just plays to the grandstand.
All right, and pause. Any comments on what Chris Christie said right there?
He didn't really state his own like point of view at all. He just blamed other people's actions, which is, I mean, it's valid. The people who he said have done wrong things, like, that's fine, you can say that, but it didn't really seem like he gave his own point of view on how to solve something. It was just like, Also, he said Donald Trumpy instead of Donald Trump. So, I guess we're calling him Don Trumpy now. Go on.
Yeah. I didn't have a lot of things, like, nothing that he said was incredibly wrong. Like, Trump did add a shit ton to the debt. Biden has obviously added a shit ton to the debt. But as you said, it's a standard Chris Christie affair of, like, call everybody else out, but give nothing as to what you're actually going to do. I guess the most that you could say is that he would cut government spending based on what he said there, which I like, but at the same time, like, what are you going to cut, you know?
Yeah, and he also didn't directly say that. Like, we can definitely garner that from the implications, but it would have been nice if he actually just straightforward said what he wanted. Instead, he said Biden is hiding in his basement. What?
Dude, I don't know. Like, he's out picketing in front of, like, helping the picket line at the striking auto workers right now. Like, call him out for what he's doing, dude, you know?
Yeah, like I don't know where he got that. Man's kind of a goofball. He's like the kind of weird, awkward uncle. He's kind of goofy, but you know, I don't want him on more than once a season.
Me and Justin, before the whole thing started, talked a little bit, and I outright called out that I personally really dislike Chris Christie. I have a little nickname that I call him the Fat Muppet because he's fat and he's like a talking head and he's got the establishment's fist up his ass. So you can expect him to say and try and tear down a lot of candidates while giving nothing of his own position. So
yeah, and that's just not a good look at all.
You know, have you watched Hunter x Hunter?
Of course, yeah. Are you gonna make a Pariston Hill reference?
No, you know that guy at the beginning of the Hunter examination that just, like, the only thing that he did was try to stop other people from passing?
Yeah, Tonpa.
Yeah, that's Chris Christie.
Chris Christie is Tonpa.
Yeah,
the rookie crusher.
Yeah, that's all he is basically.
Why does he kind of look like him though?
Look, life imitates art, I guess. Anyway, 3, 2, 1,
yeah,
go.
Go on. All right.
You haven't spoken, please.
The people in Washington are shutting down the American dream with their reckless behavior. They borrowed, they printed, they spent, and now you're paying more for everything. They are the reason for that. They have shut down our national sovereignty by allowing our border to be wide open. So please spare me the crocodile tears for these people. They need to change what's going on. And where's Joe Biden? He's completely missing in action from leadership. And you know who else is missing in action? Donald Trump is missing in action. He should be on this stage tonight. He owes it to you to defend his record where they added $7.8 trillion to the debt. That set the stage for the inflation that we have now. I can tell you this, as governor of Florida, we cut taxes, we ran surpluses, we've paid down over 25% of our state debt, and I vetoed wasteful spending when it came to my desk. And as your president, when they send me a bloating spending bill that's going to cause your prices to go up, I'm going to take out this veto pen and I'm going to send it right back to them.
And pause. So what do you have to say about DeSantis?
Bro, Ron DeSantis is zesty, bro.
What the fuck do you mean by that?
Like, man, he's got I don't know how to describe it. He's got some sass. I'm gonna take out the veto pen and send it right back to them. Yas, queen. I just gotta call it like I see it, dude. Nothing wrong with that. You know, man's a little zesty.
Yeah,
respect.
I respect it. I do agree with him.
That's all I got.
He said a lot of the same thing that Christie did, though. Like, he didn't say really like how he would do anything outside of like we would reduce spending. Granted, he did back it up by saying, like, in Florida, I did a lot of things that are similar, and you can look at my track record there, which is gives him a couple of points above Christie in the opening. You know, like not only am I talking the talk, but I have done it down in Florida, so like that gives him a couple extra points. But you know, anyway. 3.
It wasn't insanely good. Oh, just real quick, he's kind of similar to Chris Christie, just with a little bit more speaking ability. It wasn't really doing very much for me though. Let's go.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
and dads and Americans, and I know that you've been thinking about it because childcare costs, they are up. They're topping $10,000 per month. Some families are spending up to half of their income on childcare, and they're having to decide, is it worth it for me to work, or does it not make sense for me financially? In 3 days, the billions of dollars in pandemic-era funding is going to end, and 70,000 daycares could close. So you had an effort to broaden eligibility for child care assistance. That fell apart last year. And for the moms and dads out there who are worried, what can you tell them if you weren't able to get it through the Congress? How could you do it as president?
Certainly one of the things I did as a member of Congress was to make sure that we protected the Head Start programs around the country, giving people the opportunity to pick and choose the place that they send their children. The challenges that we see today under the Biden administration is that the cost for daycare has gone over $15,000 per child. In the Build Back Broker plan, he called it a Build Back Better plan, it was going up to $29,000. The way we fix that problem is to make sure that we actually cut taxes and give more Americans their money back. When I helped write the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we actually lowered a single mother's taxes by 70% on the federal level. For dual income households by 60%. Then we went a step further. We doubled the child tax credit and made it refundable. By doing that, more parents had more resources to make the decisions how to take care of their family. The one thing we should do is let the American people keep their money. When that happens, the greatest opportunities rise from the ashes.
Okay, I'm going to give you 15 seconds. Go ahead, and then we're going to the border.
Ilya mischaracterized a part of my view. I think this artificial division is unhelpful in our party. The real divide is not between the Republicans on this stage. And in the Reagan Library, I want to say these are good people on this stage. The real divide is between the majority of us in this country who love the United States of America and share our founding ideals. Free speech, meritocracy, the idea you get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character, and the fringe minority in the Democrat Party that has a chokehold over that party. That's the real divide. So this populist versus classical debate is artificial. We need to unite this party.
And pause. So Tim Scott and Ramaswamy, both of their things right there. What do you think?
Out of everyone that I've heard here tonight, they both seem definitely by far, I would say that as far as like, I don't know what public opinion is, but they seem like they are the most intelligent and know the most about what they're talking about, in my opinion.
Ramaswamy is currently polling in second. I think Tim Scott's like fourth, maybe fifth.
I might be going for. I will definitely have to do some more research into Tim Scott. He just seemed a lot more like, I guess, genuine than the other people.
I did like Tim Scott's answer there, but it was another thing where it's like, look at my track record. I'm not gonna say what I'm gonna do, but here, look at my track record. Like,
yeah, that was definitely a little bit annoying.
Like a lot of these people seem to be just falling back and like, look what I did in the past. Well, what are you gonna do when you get in there? Well, look at what I did in the past.
Yeah, it's definitely been a lot of that. Vivek needs to shave his sideburns as well if he wants to get anywhere in this race. Those things are not working.
All right. One thing that I will say about
that's all I gotta say.
One thing I will say about Vivek's thing is that he's said that sort of like practice line verbatim before, and I want to see him like, do it. Like, instead of doing a practice line like that, to work and do things sort of like off the cuff, because he's very, very good off the cuff. If you can look around the like internet and look at him, like he's appeared on podcasts, he's done very, very like hostile debates against people, like people trying to tear him down, and he goes off the cuff on them. Like, he's very good at it, so I don't know what analyst is telling him to do, like this practice stuff, but it's not going to hit anyone when you've already said that in the last debate. You know what? All right.
Yeah, and especially when people notice, it gives you an aura of artificiality, and no one likes that.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
We have all these questions to you. We're going to come back to you. There's a lot of time.
About childcare, nobody answered the question. In North Dakota, we knew that the cliff was coming. We knew that there was going to be millions of people without it. And so guess what? We planned.
Okay.
And when we passed legislation because
we will
childcare
get you some questions, but you're going to have to let us move on. We are going to the border next.
Childcare is workforce infrastructure.
And I haven't been given a chance to respond.
In 1984.
All right, pause. I just wanted to laugh at him a little bit to get that out of the way. Because what the fuck was that?
What is Doug cooking, dude?
Like, dude actually interrupted again to say nothing. Again. What is wrong with him?
Bro, it's like you know that episode of SpongeBob where Plankton like he's like in SpongeBob's brain controlling him? That is what is happening with Doug. He's like, it's like, hey, psst, hey, Doug, say some dumb shit.
Like, he actually has to say, when child care in North Dakota was coming to the cliff, we planned. Like, the fuck does that mean?
We planned.
He put so much emphasis on it too. And the moderators just like, sir,
dude, like,
your time will come, I assure you, but we need to keep to the candidates that matter right now, okay?
And then I will say there was one person in the background who was like heavily clapping whenever he kept interrupting. So I guess Doug has a fan, at least one.
There's some dude in the fucking audience that's just like going for the underdog. He's just like, yeah, you tell him, Dougie.
I believe in the plan as well. Where is he polling?
I have no idea. He's one of the lowest ones on the stage. So, like, there's a reason why he's not getting much screen time. Dude's the fucking background character trying to get
because of, like, the pity vote.
Yeah, he just barely made the mark, basically. I don't know who is, like, a Doug fan.
I don't know any Doug fans IRL, and I highly doubt I'll ever meet one. But, you know, you gotta have comic relief, and he's the comic relief. So let's go.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Reagan said the following.
The idea of amnesty for those who have put down roots and who have lived here, even though some time back they may have entered illegally.
2 years later, President Reagan granted amnesty to nearly 3 million immigrants, something no Democrat or Republican president has done since. Governor Christie, as governor of a non-border state in 2010, you supported a path to citizenship. But when you ran for president in 2016, you flipped, saying immigrants should be tracked like FedEx packages. Where do you stand now on a path to citizenship for 11 million of undocumented immigrants?
Well, the problem is that since no one has done anything since we first had this discussion 13 years ago, we're not in a position to be able to do any of that anymore. What we have to do now is first treat this like the law enforcement problem it is. Our laws are being broken every day at the southern border, every day. And Joe Biden and his crew is doing nothing about enforcing that law. They are letting it go. And by the way, they announced during the presidential race they were going to let it go. And we need to have a president who acts like I did as governor. Enforce the law first and foremost. And that means what I'll do on day one is sign an executive order to send the National Guard to partner with Customs and Border Patrol to make sure that we stop the flow of fentanyl over the border, but also to make sure that we send a much different message. We want you here in this country to fill the 6 million vacant jobs we have, but only if you come here to follow the law and only if you come here legally. If you come here illegally, we will apprehend you and we will send you back across the border from which you came. And the fact is that until we set a law and order agenda in this country, not only now, but in the future, we won't be able to continue this. And I'll tell you this, Donald Trump failed on this as well. He said he was going to build a wall across the whole border. He built 52 miles of wall and said Mexico would pay for it. Guess what? I think if Mexico knew that he was only going to build 52 miles, they might have paid for the 52 miles.
Thank you, Governor.
And pause. Anything to say on Chris Christie there?
Why did he smile like the Shrek meme at the end? You know, bro. You know the thing. It's like Shrek. He like has his mouth kind of in. Like Chris did that, and it's like, does he really think that he just like dominated up there? Because that was, I mean, it was fine. It was kind of, I mean, it was fine.
It was all right. Like, there wasn't anything terrible. At least he said he would do something this time. Like, I'll hand him that. He said he would send the National Guard down to the southern border, which is at least a plan. But it's a plan that, like, Vivek and DeSantis have both stated before. And considering last week he was, well, not last debate, he was, like, trying to jump down Vivek's throat on everything. It doesn't look too good whenever you basically repeat his plan, like, a month afterward when people see that he has the support for it.
Like, I don't like this man, but my ideas are not as good as his. So I'll just repeat them, but less good.
Yeah, like, granted, like I said, I am biased against Chris Christie. I just don't like him. So, like, I'm not, like, I try to give as good faith of an interpretation as someone has that I can. And it's hard to do with Chris Christie because, like I said, he's literally just the Tompa. Like, if you saw right there, like, he didn't open with what he said he was going to do. He opened with, Joe Biden has been just an awful president. And I'm just like, dude, like, you're running against, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other people on this fucking stage. Maybe talk about what they do instead of the guy who, like...
Actually, wait, that just hit me. That's something really weird about this debate. None of them are talking about each other or acknowledging each other all that much. They're mostly just talking about the previous president and the current president. Like, shouldn't they be referring to each other in this debate and talking about, like, what they're gonna do is better than the person next to them and so on and so forth?
Yeah, that would be a much better thing to try and differentiate yourself at the very least. Like, I know, like, Trump is currently the #1 in the polls, right? Like, he is by and far away the leading candidate in the Republican Party. So I understand why they're talking about him in, like, a negative light at some points, trying to, like, hit him and hit his polls, bring him down a little bit, right? But I have heard almost nothing talking about, like, why didn't Chris Christie right there talk about how, like, Pence under his administration, like, there were, or under Trump's administration where he was vice president, like, talking about some of the shit that happened under his presidency, and so on and so forth. Like, give a reason to vote for you over the other candidates on the stage right now. Like, it does not matter if you think you're better than Biden. If somebody is voting in the Republican primary, they're not going to be voting for fucking Biden. You don't need to go against Biden. You're going to be going against him in general
You don't
election.
need, like... Not to mention, I mean, at this point in human history, you don't really need to, like, talk down about Biden. Even the people who were his supporters, like, no one is enthusiastic about Joseph Biden, okay? Like, attack each other. I want to see some battle out there, and I'm not seeing it.
I want to see DeSantis get up on the top rope and, like, body slam Nikki Haley or some shit. Like, do something. Anyway.
I want this to, like, turn into a WWE match, dude. Something, come on.
Doing it at the Reagan Foundation, just have his corpse come up with a fucking steel chair up behind Pence or some shit. Like, make it interesting, dude.
Like, come on, like, we need a plot twist, but let's see if we get the plot twist we want.
3, 2, 1, go.
Most illegal immigrants are coming from countries south of the border. You've seen the Fox News drone. It's captured this steady stream of people coming into the country on a daily basis. In fact, I believe we have a live picture of it tonight. That is happening right now, live. In the last decade, the U.S. has spent nearly $55 billion to address the root causes of migration. But crime, poverty, and corruption, they persist, and the number of migrants is only growing. Are we wasting our money?
Well, what happens is when Joe Biden waved the green flag, it told everybody to come. And now we've seen 6 million people cross the border. We've had more fentanyl that have killed Americans in the Iraq, Vietnam, or Afghanistan wars combined. We need to make sure that we are a country of laws. The second we stop being a country of laws, we give up everything this country was founded on. So we have to secure the border. The way we do that is, first of all, defund sanctuary cities. You see what's happening in Philadelphia right now. It's got to stop. We need to make sure we put 25,000 more Border Patrol and ICE agents on the ground and let them do their job. I spent 400 miles down that border, and I'm telling you, Border Patrol agents aren't allowed to do their job. Let's go back to remain in Mexico policy. Instead of catch and release, let's go to catch and deport.
What about what about the aid that federal taxpayers are paying to deal with the root causes? It's not working?
The only aid that we should be spending right now is to secure the border, the southern border, the northern border, period.
You would cut
we
off
need
aid
to
to the
keep
region?
Americans safe, and right now Americans are not safe. Only when we fix the immigration system, only when we get the border secure, should we ever look at putting any more money into this. Our money should be about keeping Americans safe. We're not doing that. Joe Biden's not doing that. And you mentioned Congress and shutting down government. I'll make it clear. We have to change the budget process in 4 years. In 40 years. Congress has only delivered a budget on time 4 times in 40 years. If they don't keep the government open, they should not get paid. No pay, no budget. That's the way we should go.
And pause. Very strong there for Nikki Haley. Like, very strong performance in her second little tee up right there.
Yeah, better than the first one. Personally, I have different opinions about certain things that she said that I don't want to fully get into now. But as far as it went a lot better than a lot of the other people's. Very well, I thought.
Yeah. Side note: the moderator should not be trying to interrupt the candidate. That is kind of like 101, you know. Like, I do think that some things she said I do have a little bit of an issue with. Like you said, won't get too deeply into because I want to get back into the debate and such, and Nikki Haley isn't exactly my top priority. But I do think that she did come off a lot more confident, a lot stronger in that second question than she did when we first came out and just started stumbling over words and, like you said, to say, and taxes! By the way, guys, taxes!
This was definitely significantly stronger. I'm personally not a big fan of, like, just the, I guess you could say, kind of like harsh language as far as talking about immigration. Like she said, instead of catch and release, it should be catch and deport. Like, it just doesn't sound. It just sounds a little off to me. But as far as the general ideas of what she's saying, I can get behind some of it definitely.
Yeah. Also, the fact that they have the Fox News drone live feed, just looking at people getting on a fucking bus, is like, that's a bit fucking weird.
Really?
Yeah, they had, like, earlier, they were talking about, we had the live Fox News feed down at the border right now, looking at these illegal immigrants trying to cross the border, and just a bunch of fucking brown people trying to get on a bus, and it's just like, oh my god, why do you have that?
That's a
bit fucking weird.
Strange. It's like, we've got cameras in all your houses right now, we see you, and we're gonna talk about it.
Holy shit. Fox, are you okay?
Did they just, like, reveal a crime? Like, what?
Like, they did it like it was a sponsorship segment, too. Like, and now, down at the border, we have our illegal immigrant drone. ¿Por qué?
Stop. Oh my god. Bro, that was wild. Only at a Republican primary.
Alright. 3, 2, 1, go.
We have a question for you. Governor DeSantis, China invested $12 billion in Latin America just last year. They signed strategic partnerships with 7 countries, including Mexico. And China's military ties to the region now include arms sales and training exercises. Are you comfortable with China deepening ties with our southern neighbors?
Of course not. And the reason why we're in this mess is because elites in D.C. for far too long have chosen surrender over strength when it comes to the CCP. Some people in our country got rich, our industrial base got hollowed out, and they have been able to build the second most powerful military in the entire world. We need a totally new approach to China. We are going to have real hard power in the Indo-Pacific, like Reagan, to deter their ambitions. We're going to have economic independence from China, where we're decoupling our economy, and we are going to go after the cultural power they have in this country. As governor of Florida, I ban the CCP from buying land in our state. We should do that all across these United States. We shouldn't have them in our universities. We shouldn't have Confucius institutes. So you see a country in decline, our power's in decline. China's going to surpass us this decade, and if they do that, that's going to affect every single American household. As your president, I am not going to let that happen. I'm going to reverse this country's decline. We are going to choose strength, not surrender when it comes to the CCP.
And pause. I have a couple of things to say there. You got anything?
You go ahead and go first.
Like, I can agree with not letting the Chinese Communist Party specifically, like, buy land in America. Like, that's just sounds like kind of, like, almost common sense. But I am a bit worried about, like,
but going against...
saying they shouldn't be in our universities.
He was kind of cooking there for, I would say, like, maybe 45 seconds. And then, like, what are they called? The thoughts, not the internal thoughts, the things we're not supposed to say out loud. There's a phrase for it. Okay.
The intrusive thoughts.
He let the intrusive thoughts win. He was like, yeah, don't let communist China buy land here. And the Confucius Institutes, I don't want to know about them. I don't want to know anyone named Wu Zhang or Ping Lang. I don't want to know any of them. They don't belong here. It's like, bro, wait, what?
Hold on. You were good for about 45 seconds there. Like, calm the fuck down. Calm down. Holy shit.
And then you just randomly started, like, ragging on Chinese culture.
Like, I don't know. Granted, I don't know what a Confucian Institute is, but, like, Confucius was around for thousands of years before the CCP. It doesn't sound... It sounds like he just wants to... go on.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I've looked it up. It says it's a public educational and cultural promotion programs funded and arranged by the Chinese International Education Foundation. A Confucian Institute program was formerly under Hanban, an organization. The stated aim of the program is to promote Chinese language and culture. I
don't think that's a...
I don't think that's a problem. Like, Eastern philosophy is, like, incredibly important to planet Earth.
like if it was sitting there saying, like, Chinese culture and philosophy, as in, like, okay, everybody, here is Mao's little red book. I want it read by Tuesday. And then, at the end of lunch, we will go shoot a capitalist. Like, if it's like that, sure, get the fuck rid of it. But, like, it just sounds like they're talking about Confucianism and, like, legalism and shit. It doesn't sound like a fucking problem.
No, yeah, he started off by it just kind of shows some ignorance, to be honest. He started off by going against, like, modern, like, actual communist people. And then at the end, just kind of got it confused with an incredibly, like, important and iconic philosopher who created an entire mindset and movement, and just kind of lumped him in with modern China, and that's a little weird. I just wait until it gets to the end. They're like, all right, Mr. DeSantis, what do you want to say to end the speech? He just picks up the art of war and tries to rip it in half.
He's just, like, struggling and failing the whole time too. Like, Come on, fucking Sun Tzu.
Come on.
Like, did he think the Confucian was doing the fucking long march with Mao Zedong or some shit? Like, it's, oh my god.
Bro, I have no idea where he got any of that from. That would be like if he was talking about how if he was like, yeah, we need to completely get, like, any Japanese influence out of this country because General Hirohito, we had to drop the bomb on him. It's like, what is the correlation here, buddy?
Yeah, like, I could agree with getting communist influence out of the United States. Like, at least, like, foreign state influence. If you're a communist in the United States, I'm gonna laugh at you, but you shouldn't be, like, deported or anything like that. But, like, I can agree with saying the CCP shouldn't be allowed to buy land in the United States. But I don't think the president has the power to just go up to universities and say, hey guys, you can't talk about any Chinese shit anymore. None of it. You gotta go.
Yeah, like That is legitimately like, I mean, that's basically just censorship.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Yeah, like, he had me for a few seconds there, and then he just fucking, like, he didn't just drop the ball, he, like, spiked that shit through the fucking ground. Like, holy shit. Anyway.
Punted it like a baby, dude. That was not great.
3, 2.
Are you ready?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
Under Joe Biden, we are a country in retreat.
Proposed, quote, universal deportation for all undocumented immigrants and their children, even if the children are citizens of the United States. Under what legal premise will you expel U.S. citizens?
So the first thing I want to say is I agree with everything. The Republicans on the stage are on the right side of this issue. Militarize the southern border, stop funding sanctuary cities, and end foreign aid to Mexico and Central America to end the incentives to come across. But I do go a step further. You're right about that, Ilya. I favor ending birthright citizenship for the kids of illegal immigrants in this country. Now, the left will howl about the Constitution and the 14th Amendment. The difference between me and them is I've actually read the 14th Amendment. What it says is that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the laws and jurisdiction thereof are citizens. So nobody believes that the kid of a Mexican diplomat in this country enjoys birthright citizenship. Not a judge or legal scholar in this country will disagree with me on that. Well, if the kid of a Mexican diplomat doesn't enjoy birthright citizenship, then neither does the kid of an illegal migrant who broke the law to come here. And as the father of 2 sons, it is hard for me to look them in the eye and say, you have to follow the law when our own government fails to follow its own laws. That's how we really go the distance and solve this problem and restore the rule of law in the United States of America, because that is part of what it even means to be an American.
Senator Scott,
Pause. Any thoughts on Ramaswamy's little section there?
He was kind of cooking. I liked it.
Yeah, like fairly strong. He hasn't said that before. He said it like privately, but he's never said it on the debate stage. So like him just basically calling out everybody on the stage and the Democratic Party and saying like, yeah, none of you guys have fucking read it. Like, I think that
yeah, that was kind of a flex.
Yeah, that's a bit of a mic drop moment right there. Like, and he makes a very good argument.
I can see why. I can see why he's polling second, definitely.
Yeah, like I said, he was making a very good argument to say like it is within the jurisdiction and laws, like and saying that Mexican diplomats' kids don't automatically gain citizenship, so an illegal immigrant, their kids shouldn't get it either. Like that just sounds like consistent across the board. So yeah, like I gotta agree with him on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I can definitely see where he's coming from. He's probably second as far as like people who I respect most on this stage right now. I'm ready to go when you are.
Yeah. Tim Scott should be up next from what they said. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Birthright citizenship. What does Mr. Ramaswamy have wrong on that issue?
Yeah, there's no doubt the fact that when you think of the Constitution and the 14th Amendment, it was certainly written as it relates to slavery, not as it relates to illegal immigration. It's been applied to illegal immigration. So the challenge that we face is, in fact, one that has to do with whether or not the people that come here are under the jurisdiction of our laws. And frankly, if you come here illegally, you are not. Now, surviving a Supreme Court argument is something I can't tell you. But from a perspective of the Constitution, I think it's simple, that clearly it was designed for slavery and not for illegal immigration. I'll go one step further, though. When we have a conversation about the things that are happening on this stage, we think about the fact that Vivek just said we were all good people, and I appreciate that, because last debate, he said we were all bought and paid for. And I thought about that for a little while and said, you know, I can't imagine how you could say that knowing that you were just in business with the Chinese Communist Party and the same people that funded Hunter Biden millions of dollars was a partner of yours as well. It's not nonsense.
So look, here's what I'll want to respond. These are good people who are tainted by a broken system. And
Mine's buffering.
Anybody who's in politics. Excuse me. Thank you for speaking while I'm interrupting while I'm speaking.
You said
if I may finish.
You can't be on both sides.
Gentlemen, you'll have your turn.
One of the challenges we should have
focus on the issues that matter. We know we face this in China. Everybody knows that.
If I may
focus
address
on holding Joe Biden accountable. That's what we need to be focusing on.
I actually agree with Ron DeSantis.
Speaking at the same time, no one can understand
Exactly.
your message.
So if I may, I agree with Ron DeSantis on China. When every other CEO expanded into the Chinese market, you know what I did with my first company? We opened a subsidiary in China. But you know what I did that was different than every other company? We got the hell out of there. And when I started my next company, Strive, right when that's years ago.
2023.
Right when I started my next company, Strive, to compete against BlackRock. Excuse me. To compete against BlackRock, I made a commitment that we would never do business in China. And I will say something.
Yes. I think you have more than time to explain your point.
Well, if I was interrupted by a lot of people here, and I want to be respectful because I believe these are good people. But I do not believe in these. We're sitting here in the Reagan Library.
Yes, I wish you
in
did
the
not think
honor
it was
of Ronald Reagan's library, if I may. From one admirer of Ronald Reagan to another. From one admirer of Reagan to another, we cannot sing Reagan violates Reagan's 11th commandment.
I want to hear about that.
Let's have a policy debate.
What's going on?
Let us have a policy debate.
Let's have about their record.
Let's have a policy debate. And the right answer is we need to declare independence from China, and I will see that through.
Vice President Pence.
It has not stopped. It hasn't played at all. It hasn't played at all in like 3 minutes. I've been doing everything I can.
I fixed it by refreshing the page. Just refresh. Currently, I'm at minus 38. I'd say pull it back to like minus 40 and then watch through the little fucking scuffle that Vivek and the rest of the fucking stage seems to have there. Because...
Oh, I'm hyped.
It's like a good 2 minutes of a straight up fucking brawl, dude.
Okay, you said minus 40 what?
Yeah, go to about minus 40. I'm at minus 38 right now. So, like, you watch for 2 minutes and right after... like things seem to calm down, we'll sync back up there. Actually, just tell me where you are right now, like right before the thing. Let's see.
I'm on minus 40. That
minus 40.
Frankly, if you come here illegally,
frankly,
Mike Pence is on screen at minus 40.
Supreme Court argument is something I can't tell you, but from a perspective of the Constitution, I think it's simple.
Mike Pence is on screen at minus 40.
It's Tim Scott for me. He's saying, from the perspective of the Constitution, it's simple. Let me see.
Clearly, it was designed for slavery.
So saying clearly it was designed for slavery. It's at minus 4017 for me.
Okay, minus 4017.
I think it has to do with the fact that like 280,000 people are watching, and Rumble's just not really very well coded for at least this much. At least their server space isn't used to it, so they need to expand it.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of going wild. I don't know what to tell you. At minus 40, it is not anywhere near. Like when I refreshed it, I was on the part where Tim and Vivek were arguing, and now I just cannot find it.
Yeah, here, let me refresh and see if I can find it. Come on, I don't want to see Mr. Reagan's face. I want to see the goddamn debate, please. For the love of God, Rumble, don't do this to me.
Office, I've been very clear.
It'd mean a lot
Kids
if you
under
didn't.
the age of under the age of.
Pulling it back to minus 46.
We were all good people, and I
yeah,
appreciate
minus
that.
46 should be around the time. I guess there's like a desync whenever it goes like commercial break or some shit.
Okay, yeah, minus 46 is looking way more where I was. Okay.
All right. At minus 46.
Because last debate.
Because last debate is the last thing that Tim Scott said for me. What about you?
Let's see. You're talking about him having ties with China. He said millions of dollars, and he said nonsense, and he said it's not nonsense.
Let me get to you, and then we can start up.
Okay.
He said we were all bought and paid for. And I thought about that for a little while. And said,
Sorry about the little kerfuffle. I mean, like you said, almost 300,000 people are watching, so it's going to have some issues.
You were just in business with the Chinese Communist Party and the same people that funded Hunter Biden millions of dollars was a partner of yours as well. It's not nonsense.
All right, there we go. It's not nonsense. 3.
All right.
2. All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
I want to respond. These are good people who are tainted by a broken system, and it's not the fault of anybody who's involved.
Some of us are tainted.
Excuse me. Thank you for speaking while I'm interrupting. While I'm speaking.
You said bought and paid for.
If I may finish,
You can't be on both sides.
Gentlemen, you'll have your turn.
One of the challenges we should have
Please focus on the issues that matter. We know we can fix this in China. Everybody knows that.
If I may address,
focus on holding Joe Biden accountable. That's what we need to be focusing on.
I actually agree with Ron DeSantis.
Speaking at the same time, no one can understand
Exactly.
your message.
So if I may, I agree with Ron DeSantis on China. When every other CEO expanded into the Chinese market, you know what I did with my first company? We opened a subsidiary in China. But you know what I did that was different than every other company? We got the hell out of there. And when I started my next company, Strive, right when that's years ago.
2023.
Right when I started my next company, Strive, to compete against BlackRock. Excuse me. To compete against BlackRock, I made a commitment that we would never do business in China. And I will say something.
Yes. I think you have more than time to explain your point.
Well, if I was interrupted by a lot of people here, and I want to be respectful because I believe these are good people, but I do not believe in these. We're sitting here in the Reagan Library.
Yes, I wish you
in
did not think it was midnight
Ronald Reagan's library, if I may, from one admirer of Ronald Reagan to another. From one admirer of Reagan to another, we cannot see violate
4 years ago.
This isn't productive.
I want to hear about that.
Let's have a policy debate.
What's going on?
Let us have a policy debate.
Let's have about their record.
Let's have a policy debate. And the right answer is we need to declare independence from China, and I will see that through.
Vice President Pence.
Right, and pause. So yeah, what did you?
Holy shit, dude!
Yeah, what did you think about the fucking scrap that just randomly got thrown down because Tim Scott decided to just like in the middle of talking, just like, oh, by the way, Vivek, here's a 9.
Okay, I'm gonna say something. I don't dislike Vivek Ramaswamy. Have you seen the television program The Boys, and are you aware of the character Homelander?
Somewhat. I've seen the memes.
Okay, well, Vivek has Homelander's eyes. There were moments when he was being interrupted where I just expected him to just like laser beam everyone on stage. He looked like he was about to tackle Tim.
Like he was some like I do have to say like it makes Vivek look worse, but not out of like a fair debate tactic. It was just like Tim Scott saying something and then never letting Vivek respond, which is like I lose a bit of respect for Tim Scott there just because like dude, come the fuck on, you know? Like if you're gonna say some shit,
yeah, like it's.
Go on.
If you're gonna say something, you have to be confident in letting someone else like attack your opinion so that you can defend it and make people believe that you actually believe in it. And yeah, that was a little bit not a huge fan of what he did there. And also, one thing I did have a problem with, can Vivek see? Because when he was like holding his like hand out to say excuse me, stop talking, when Tim was talking to him, he had his hand on the wrong side.
He was, I think, talking towards like Nikki Haley and Doug Burgam.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, you're
like,
right, you're right.
Yeah, because Nikki Haley went in whenever he was said, like, I'm gonna do some, like, my company did something different that no other CEO did. We pulled out of China, and then Nikki Haley jumped in and had, like, her own little, like, shot moment, which was, it was a good little mic drop moment, saying, like, yeah, right before you ran for president. Like, really fucking just wait. She was brewing that one. Like, holy shit. Like, granted,
I mean, it was definitely good. It was definitely good.
Yeah, granted, like, I don't think that really changes anything. Like, oh yeah, you did it, but it was right before you ran for president. Yeah, he was a CEO, like, 3 years ago or so, like 3 to 4 years ago. I don't think that saying he got out of China just a few years ago is a really big fucking thing, considering he went into politics like 6 months ago.
It's not quite the L that she thought it was.
Yeah. It's still gonna, like, sway a couple of voters, like the fucking people who are just gonna like, oh, what a fucking mic drop, holy shit! But, like...
She really got him on that one, Cletus.
Like, I don't see the huge deal of, like, a CEO had business dealings in China. Because chances are, like, if you look into some of the candidates on this thing, they own stock in companies. Chances are, some of them make money off of companies that are operating in China. Like, Vivek, by admitting that Vivek did that, you unironically said that he's committed to doing it because he chose years ago to make less money trying to, like, it's... Trying to hit him on that just doesn't make fucking sense. Like, you just made him sound consistent to me.
Yeah, like, I'm gonna go with that. Personally, my immediate thought was that I lost a little bit of respect for Vivek, but now that I'm thinking about the way the whole thing went down, he handled it better, I think, than some of the other ones did. So, interesting. Best part so far, in my opinion. Very, very entertaining.
We finally got our steel chair moment when Tim Scott decided to shiv Vivek in the middle of a speech, so...
That was kind of wild.
Alright. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, there we go.
The Trump-Pence administration canceled DACA, which put the legal status of 600,000 Dreamers in the hands of the courts. Dreamers work and they pay taxes. As president, if the Supreme Court ends DACA, would you work with Congress to reach a permanent solution for Dreamers?
Well, first, let me say I'm glad Vivek pulled out of his business deal in 2018 in China. That must have been about the time you decided to start voting in presidential elections. So we're nice to have you participating in elections. So let me speak to this issue. Number one, I negotiated the Remain in Mexico policy with the Mexican government. We used economic power to bring the Mexican government to the table. We built hundreds of miles of border wall. And despite what's said here today, we reduced illegal immigration and asylum abuse by 90%. And as President of the United States, I can do it again. And the truth is we need to fix a broken immigration system, and I'll do that as well. But first and foremost, a nation without borders is not a nation. And we have to secure the southern border of the United States of America. I know how to do it, and we will do it again. Let me say one other thing about China. Let me say one other thing about China.
Would you negotiate with Congress to give a solution to the problem that Dreamers have right now? They are on a limbo.
Well, let me tell you, I served in Congress for 12 years, although it seemed longer. But, you know, something I've done different than everybody on this stage is I've actually secured reform in Congress. You know, Ron, you talk a really good game about cutting spending, but you've increased spending in Florida by 30%. When I was a member of Congress in 2006, right after Hurricane Katrina, Dana, you remember it, we stood our ground. I led House conservatives. We cut $100 billion out of the federal budget. It can be done, but as I said in the last debate, I'll say again, this is no time for on-the-job training. I'm going to be ready on day one to get Congress to step up, secure the southern border of the United States, build a military fitted to our times, and we're going to get spending in Washington, D.C. under control once and for all.
All right, and pause. Any thoughts on Mike Pence there?
I mean, not really. His plot lines make me kind of fall asleep, honestly.
Like, he did throw like a lot of stuff around about like his time during the Trump administration, but he has to realize that looks better for Trump than it does for him. Like, if you're trying to differentiate yourself from the other candidates, you have to realize that Trump is one of them. It's like, under the Trump administration, we did all this. Dude, Trump is running against you right now. You don't want to do that. Like, it...
Yeah, for real. Like, I'm not really sure what he thought he was cooking with that. Is that Justin? Hello?
Hello, how's it going, boys? What am I missing at? What am I missing?
Oh, yeah, we just got done with a small part about Mike Pence trying to...
A good bit.
Yeah, Mike Pence tried to do his little thing, and it didn't really work out too well.
So, who's the biggest bullshitter of the night?
Probably Doug Burgam.
Probably Chris.
Chris and Doug Burgam, yeah.
Doug, dude, I forgot Doug was here. He's such a goofster. He's such a goofball.
Like, dude outright, like, completely stopped the debate, like, twice to say absolutely nothing and has done nothing else. Like, it's absurd.
They barely let him speak, and I can see why.
Like, Pence, right there, I don't know, maybe he's dying.
I'm still here.
There you go. Like, Pence right there, he tried really hard to, like, differentiate himself and say, yeah, I have the experience in Congress, but he just kind of came off like literally Joe Biden saying, like, I spent 12 years in Congress, but it seemed a lot longer than that. It was like, Mr. Pence, are you okay? Also, is it just me, or does he look like that one fucking, that one movie, like, Master of Disguise, the turtle suit? Like, is it just me, or does he look exactly like that? Like, am I fucking tripping or something?
It doesn't sound familiar to me, but,
when I'm going back and editing this...
Let me look it up.
No, whenever I go back and edit this video, I'll throw it up on screen for this moment, like, next to a picture of Mike Pence, to see what I mean, but he looked exactly fucking like it for me. This isn't a hit on his policy or anything, I just thought he looked funny for a little bit there.
This has nothing to do with his opinions, it's just about his lack of riz.
Like, I don't know.
Hashtag Mike Pence lacks riz.
Yeah, like, he just, I don't know, trying to fucking differentiate himself by making him, like, sound more experienced when people are able to see his track record and, like, dude, whenever you were governor, you tried to, like, do gay conversion therapy. I don't think that you want people looking into that.
Oh my god.
Yeah, did you not know that? He tried to get people... I think one of the things that he fucking did was something like electroshock therapy for gay people. Like, tried to get that fucking passed in Arkansas.
Holy Christ.
Yeah, like, he has a track record.
That's
outright fucking evil.
That's like a horror story you hear about some... No, that's like something you hear happening in like that's something that I've heard happening in the 1920s. Like, what?
Yeah, like, granted, I might be misremembering. I know that he tried to get therapy for gay people while he was governor, but I'm not but, like, I remember hearing about electroshock therapy at one point. So, like, if you're listening to this, don't take my word for it. Pull it up, do your own research. And, like, I suggest you two doing it too on that. I'm just saying that what I remember off the top of my head, I remember that being a huge fucking thing back in 2016 when he and Trump were originally paired together. People talking about, like, of course fucking Trump picked this guy. Look at what he did. But anyway, Justin,
that is absolutely insane.
Are you gonna join us for the rest of this, or are you just hopping in to see what's going on?
Well, honestly, the internet's doing pretty well. I was able to upload the audio version of episode 5, so that's ready for Friday. I'm currently exporting I'm exporting the video version right now, and that's taking about 2 hours, so I got nothing to do until then. I put up the debate, and it looks like it is actually running pretty good. Where are you guys at on the video?
All right, let's refresh. Everybody hit refresh. I'm currently like minus 56, but we've noticed that it desyncs unless you refresh the page whenever you pause. So,
all right, refresh.
It takes a bit for Rumble to understand what it wants to do.
For real.
Minus.
It's kind of like Doug in that way.
Yeah. Yeah, minus 57.
Different than everybody on this stage. We cut $100 billion.
Yeah, about minus 57 flat. We'll go there.
Hold on a second here. Rumble's
57
not giving
flat,
us
okay.
fucking issues. God fucking damn it. I fucking hate Rumble. Great platform for free speech, but fucking hate. I hate the. God damn it. Yeah, Ian, if you weren't aware, I wasn't able to sit here with Ryan the whole time because fucking Rumble wants to fuck around.
Oh, are you like over with Ryan or what?
No, he's
No, I'm at the. I'm at my house and he's at his house.
Yeah, he was just saying that beforehand we had like a 30-minute segment as they were doing like the pre-show, just talking about like our biases on each of the candidates and everything like that. By the way, since we're currently getting synced up, it's -57 just to make sure everybody remembers. But Ian, what do you think of like each of the candidates so far? What would you rank them?
Okay, I see 7 characters here. I'm gonna go Doug 7, Doug 7, Chris 6, DeSantis 5, Pence 4? No, I'm sorry. Yeah, Pence 4, Nikki 3, Vivek 2, Tim 1.
Okay. I'm fairly similar. I just have Vivek as 1, Tim Scott as 2. I think Tim Scott overall is going to look better out of the debate than Vivek, but personally, like when Tim Scott did that thing where he's like, I'm going to stab Vivek and then not let him speak, it rubbed me the wrong way.
I get it.
Like,
It didn't bother me
boys,
quite as much, but I do get it.
I think I'm good now. At -57, are we looking at the same white guy here in the suit?
Yeah, just Pence doing the duck lips, yeah.
Is that Pence?
Here, let me screen cap it for. Actually, let me just hit this shit so you can see what I'm looking at. Share your screen. Just hit that so you can see what I'm looking at. Oh, he's dying.
I'm all kinds of messed up.
Oh hell, I am too. Where the? You said -57, correct?
Yeah, currently it's at -59.10. So, like, remember it is.
-59.10. Let
Yeah,
me try that.
It's a live stream, so the things update.
That's something that apparently me and Justin are having to learn as we go.
-59.10. Where the fuck are you?
-59.30 now.
$59.30. God damn it.
We'll get there eventually. Whenever I'm going back and editing, I'll just cut to the part where we're synced up. It's fine. Outside of like if there's anything interesting that we say.
Yeah. I'm ready for some more Doug, dude.
We haven't heard much from him in a little while. Like,
no, we haven't. He's I bet he's been cooking something up.
Like, to put in perspective, Justin, one of the things that he said was they were talking about like daycare centers might get shut down, and he says like back in North Dakota, whenever the child safety was under threat, we made a plan. And that's all he said.
What the fuck? That's it?
That's all he
said. We made a plan, Dutch. That was it.
All right, real quick, can everybody refresh? Because now my refresh is finally working.
Sure, I'll hit refresh.
God damn it, I fucking hate this shit.
Yeah, it's just Rumble.
I refreshed as well.
Let's see, -59.30. 59.30 on this is an ad break. -1 hour is an ad break. -102. And come on, work with me, goddammit. We've been having these issues with Rumble like all night. Yeah, -102.25 for me.
102.25.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and end this fucking stream.
Come on, Rumble. Stop fucking with me. Come on, do it. Come on, work. Just work. Oh, thank God. Okay. 102.59, which would be about 102. Probably 103 now.
Right now I'm at 102.45. That looks at things. Let me full screen it real quick and see. Yeah, 102.40. I wish it would just have like a little counter in the bottom right. That would make it so much easier. Like, instead of having to look at the tiny little dot.
I'm on 102.40.
Alright, fuck it. We'll just
Okay,
resync
I am
it.
looking at Mr. Pence.
Yeah, alright, fuck it. We can just go from here.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
Different than everybody on this stage is I've actually secured reform in Congress. You know, Ron, you talk a really good game about cutting spending, but you've increased spending in Florida by 30%. When I was a member of Congress in 2006, right after Hurricane Katrina, Dana, you remember it, we stood our ground. I led House conservatives. We cut $100 billion out of the federal budget. It can be done, but as I said in the last debate, I'll say again, this is no time for on-the-job training. I'm going to be ready on day one to get Congress to step up, secure the southern border of the United States, build a military fitted to our times, and we're going to get spending in Washington, D.C. under control once and for all.
On the other side of this break, and I propose to go to a break. How will these candidates make America safer as rising crime plagues our cities? Debate night
Going to a break.
continues in moments.
No, I do not.
Let's get synced up like right at the start, because that's a really easy sync point to be like right at the beginning of that, like the end of the ads. Like that's a really easy sync point to go to.
Absolutely.
Because we just like, we don't even need a timestamp there. We can just say like, oh, once the ads end, we just go there.
Mm-hmm.
Fare and hotel all free. Text 8081.
Just gonna let it fucking. I went close to the end of the commercials and then just.
All right, I'm getting to the end of the Birch Gold group ad.
Yeah, same.
I'm still getting there, boys. Oh, there I am. Wait 1 second. It has froze on me. God damn it.
Fuck. Well, at least we know exactly where to sync up at. Like we're fine on that.
I'm like right after it's about to start again.
Yeah, like I did it.
Give me 1
like,
second. It's getting there.
Yeah, we're syncing pretty much like right as the commercials end to make sure that there's no issue on that, you know. But like to put a perspective, like Justin, for the viewers who like skipped to now and are wondering why there's a third voice, Justin's internet is now doing well again. He has not seen the first half of this debate, so he's going to be basically going in blind from this point on.
No, I did. I just caught that one little buzz thing that Mike Pence just said, where he brought up again the whole on-the-job training shit. Like, dude.
Yeah, weren't we making fun of him in the pre-show, saying like, dude, like that was like a fucking shot at Trump, and like it does not look good for you when you do that because people like Trump.
I know, and he did it fucking again. He's like, I keep saying it, I'll keep saying it. Okay, keep saying it and keep looking like a fucking dumbass.
Like, dude, holy fuck! When you're in, like, you're the only reason you were on that stage is because you were the vice president for a guy who got on-the-job training, and you're trying to brag about the shit that happened during the Trump presidency. Something's not adding up here. Like, it's one or the other,
really
motherfucker. Like,
agreed.
It's really hard to tell if he's like still supportive of Trump or if the Trump Pence relationship is still good. Like, oh my god, I don't know.
DeSantis and Chris Christie did have good points, like throwing against Trump. Like, he should be on this stage, like answering questions and debating, so that you can know where he stands on the issues. Like, that's a good fucking argument to make against Trump. Granted,
yeah, that's very fair. Very.
Yeah. Like, granted, he is out doing things in like talking to a lot of people at the strikes and such right now, and is basically just saying like, okay, I'm the candidate. We all know I'm the candidate. Just go the fuck home and let me go against Sleepy Joe, okay? Like, that's basically Trump's position, and I do agree. Like, I hate Chris Christie. I fucking hate him. But both he and Ron DeSantis were right in calling him out for not being here to get public scrutiny. Granted,
Completely agreed.
Granted, I do think that Chris Christie's a fucking idiot. So, like...
just to make sure we know.
Like, just making sure I got my check marks, and since he likes to go through his key points in his little PowerPoint presentation, I want everybody to know that I think that Chris Christie is a fat muppet, and that of all the people on this fucking stage, he should be the first to go. I want Doug to stick around to the last bit just because he's funny. Like,
for real?
Like, whenever Doug pops up on screen,
Doug
you don't
is
know
good
what
comic relief. Chris,
you just don't know what Doug's gonna say at any given point.
Like when Doug's up there, he could literally just be talking about Luffy versus Kaido in One Piece. You never know what's gonna come out of the man's mouth. It's wild. But Chris is just a dumbass. So I'm ready to start when you guys are.
All right. You good, Justin?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right.
Yeah, I'm
Three,
good.
3, 2, 1, go. And just so you know, when we say stop, we just pause and start talking again whenever there's like a good low point.
Gotcha.
For the second Republican presidential debate, I do want to just remind everyone, there's 1 minute for questions, 3 seconds for a follow-up, and the more you mention each other, that means the fewer questions you're going to get. Okay, so we want to talk about crime. This has been a horrendous problem in our country. The Fox News and others have been covering it. Governor Christie, crime in major cities is striking fear into the hearts of Americans. Just last night, looters took over the streets of Philadelphia. You said in the last debate that you would use U.S. attorneys to prosecute crimes local prosecutors won't. But they are stretched as well, and they could not handle all of the lawlessness, the shoplifting, all the carjackings, the armed robberies. They're all surging. Progressive prosecutors were elected by their constituents, and they can't be fired by a president. So what would you do to end the revolving door of criminality?
Well, look, Dana, I'm the only one on this stage who's done it. For 7 years, I ran the 5th largest office in this country at the U.S. Attorney's Office in New Jersey, and we set records for the number of prosecutions that we brought that still have not been broken. And the reason was that we went after the crime that was affecting people's lives. And as president, I will appoint an attorney general and instruct that attorney general that you are to put all the resources that are necessary to bring our cities back under control. The fact is, they will be stretched. There's no doubt about that, but that's what they take the job for, because they love the idea of enforcing the law. We've got to bring law and order back to this country, and not just in our cities, but we need law and order back everywhere. We need law and order back in our suburbs. People are threatened there. We need it in our rural areas. People feel threatened there, and we need it in Washington, D.C. also. And Donald Trump should be here to answer for that, but he's not. And I want to look at that camera right now and tell you, Donald, I know you're watching. You can't help yourself. I know you're watching. Okay? And you're not here tonight, not because of polls and not because of your indictments. You're not here tonight because you're afraid of being on the stage and defending your record. You're ducking these things. And let me tell you what's going to happen. You keep doing that, no one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
All right.
Pause.
What?
Oh my god.
Donald Duck? Bro, what was that?
Why did he look? He did the Shrek face again immediately afterward. He did the fucking thing
Because
again.
he is convinced. He is convinced that he is Pat God.
Like, holy shit.
We're not gonna call you Donald Trump. We're gonna call you Donald Duck.
I'm so glad that I jumped in the last second.
Okay,
I'm so
I am.
glad.
No, dude, you caught the best moment. I am racking my mind trying to think of what kind of insult that is. Like, what does it mean? I know the character Donald Duck, but what?
It's just, I guess, an attempt at wordplay, because he says he's trying to duck criticism and trying to duck people that are going after him on the debate stage. And so they're going to call him Donald Duck from this point on. I'm like, dude, but no one's going to call him that. Let's be real here.
No, that's not going to catch on.
And B, you had a good thing going for all of 15 seconds there. you could have just wrote it out. But then you tried to add the little thing at the end, a little bit of spice, mix it up a little bit, and it ended up making you look like a fucking idiot.
Wait, real quick. The thing about it for me is that I cannot recall anything he said before Donald Duck now. That's the part that he's going to be remembered for, and that's not good.
Yeah, like he was talking about like how he ran like one of the largest law firms and shit, and like how he was going to help get rid of like the lawlessness of the nation, and wasn't really going into detail very much. Like, he just did that thing we were talking about earlier. It's like, look at my record. Not at what I'm going to do, but just look at my record. And then he ends it on, like, trying to shout out Donald Trump and say, by the way, inaccurately, he's like, Donald, I know you're looking right now because you can't help yourself. And I'm like, Trump already announced what he was doing at the moment, and it's not looking at this debate. He's currently, like, talking with union workers. So, you know. Bad look on that part, but it's not like
he's
too
just
important. But, yeah, dude, he's like a schizophrenic.
It was bad.
Donald's just living rent free in the back of his mind, like, say Donald Duck.
Can we give out like fake awards for any candidates? Like a lot of these candidates are not going to win any kind of fucking presidency, but let's just give them awards, right? I want to give this man the Donald Duck Award.
The worst insult
I
on
would
a
like
stage
for
award.
I would imagine Chris Christie like he actually wins the presidency and like for his Good night, Mom, love you. He actually wins the presidency, and for his inauguration speech, he speaks in a Donald Duck accent, just like, I'm proud to be here. Okay, I can't do a Donald Duck, but you know what I mean.
When he wins the presidency, you know, he's gonna get a big Disney deal.
Like, holy shit, man. Like, even
that was
when
bad. That
like,
was bad.
Like, even when you have something good going, you can't just take the fucking win. I hate this man so much.
Bro. Oh my god. All right, let's move on, gentlemen.
Yeah, like, holy fuck. 3, 2, 1, go.
DeSantis, you fired a couple of prosecutors in your state, but as president, you would not have the ability to do that. How do you think about dealing with the root causes of crime, especially this revolving door of the criminals that just get out and come back and commit another crime?
Well, the crime in these cities is one of the strongest signs of the decaying of America. We can't be successful as a country if people aren't even safe to live in places like Los Angeles and San Francisco. Just being in Southern California over the last couple days, my wife and I have met 3 people who have been mugged on the street, and that would have never happened 10 or 20 years ago. In Florida, we back the blue. We support the men and women of law enforcement. They are keeping us safe. We have a 50-year low in the crime rate. And yes, when I had 2 progressive prosecutors that weren't following the law in Florida, I removed them from their posts, and the people of Florida are safer as a result of it. As president, I will use the Justice Department to bring civil rights cases against all of those left-wing Soros-funded prosecutors. We're not going to let them get away with it anymore. We want to reverse this country's decline. We need to choose law and order over rioting and disorder.
On a related subject.
All right, and pause.
Haley, there's a nation.
Anything y'all want to say about DeSantis'
Zesty Ron, back at it again.
I'm not gonna lie, I like his smile at the end of that.
Like,
all that was missing was a thumbs up.
This message is approved by
All
Ron
that was missing
DeSantis.
was a quick yes, queen. I just cannot get over how zesty he appears to me. I don't know how to describe it.
I just hate how he talks, though, in all honesty. Like, if you listen to him talk, it's very robotic. Like, back in Florida, like, if you look at all of our records, it is so good. It is so good. Like,
his accent reminds me of a Florida man really trying hard at that job application or the job interview.
I don't know. Maybe that's
for real.
Like, I don't know. Like, it's just he doesn't sound like passionate at all. It just sounds like he's reading off of the teleprompter in his fucking mind. Like,
well, honestly, his tone, honestly, to me, it's like his tone is one of, oh, I'm very confident I'm gonna win the fucking race here. I'm gonna be the president, so I'm gonna do this as smooth as possible and carefree. He seems a lot looser than most of these, candidates.
All right.
I don't know. He's not really doing it for me, but that smile, classic Ron smile, classic Ron W.
I'm telling you, all he needed was that thumbs up. That's all he needed at the end of it. That's all he needed.
And he would be president by the end of the night.
Absolutely.
Right. 3, 2.
All right, let's go, boys.
3, 2, 1, go.
Nationwide policing shortage. Retirements are up, recruitment is in the tank, morale is at a record low. 3 years ago, you signed a pledge to support law enforcement. Now, pledges are a nice idea, but what's your actual plan to get more police on our streets?
Well, and I actually did it in South Carolina, too. You know, what we knew in South Carolina was you take care of those who take care of you. We have to start taking care of law enforcement, but it's not just taking care of them with words. It's making sure that you also follow through on what they do. Right now, we have a lot of stolen guns on the street. Well, these law enforcement officers, they arrest these people, and then they go and they're let out the very next day. So law enforcement feels like no one has their back. We have to start prosecuting according to the law. We have to make sure we have the backs of law enforcement, and we have to make sure that we're a country of law and order. But I want to go back to China because I don't think we spent enough time on that. Right now, we have to look at what government's doing to hurt us against China, too. You have a company, U.S. Antibiotics, that produces amoxicillin, the #1 antibiotic that we need. And right now, there is a company in Bristol, Tennessee, that produces that, yet our federal government only gets it from China. We need to be focusing on companies that produce in America and supporting those companies that produce in America, not companies that are helping China.
And pause. Okay, so she started off okay. Started off all right.
And then she let the intrusive thoughts win. She let the intrusive thoughts win.
I agree with the amoxicillin point that we should be focusing on domestic production, but A, I think that one company in Tennessee can't outdo the entire nation of China. And B, what the fuck did that have to do with the police?
That was so weird.
That wasn't the fucking question. I'm sorry, but when she did that, I'm gonna give her the award of the Joe Biden moment. Mr. Biden, that wasn't the question.
She gets the Joe Biden moment for real.
I don't know, she's up and down, swinging so hard. Her opener earlier was really fucking bad. Her second one, strong as hell. Looked like she was having the Rocky comeback moment. And then she immediately, slipped on a banana peel and fucking face planted onto a steel chair or some shit. Dude, I just...
She's batting 2-1. It's not going great for her.
Oh my god, dude. It's so annoying seeing... she could have just stuck to the point and had a strong answer there, and she just decides to randomly try and throw China into this shit. And I'm just like, yeah, we know you don't support China. We know that. Please, nobody on this stage supports the Chinese Communist Party. Can we get that out of the fucking way? Jesus Christ.
And then the moderators were like, yeah, we're going to discuss foreign policy later. You basically just wasted your minute. Have a good day. Have a good night.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, oh my god. She could have said anything.
That was bad. I'm ready to move on, though.
All right. 3, 2.
We're not going to get to the bottom of her mindset. 3,
2, 1, go.
Thank you, Stuart. We're going to stay in the topic of crime because it affects all of us. Governor Burgam, for the first time ever, a Univision poll found that mass shootings and gun safety are one of the most important issues for Latino voters. Mental health concerns are not unique to the United States, but gun violence is. What is your specific plan to curb gun violence?
Well, first we need to understand is I think that the liberal left seems to be just completely bent on prosecuting law-abiding citizens that are gun owners, because every solution they have to this is take away the Second Amendment rights of Americans, and somehow that's going to solve the problem. But all these cities that we're talking about that he showed the videos of tonight, they have some of the strictest gun laws in the country. So we know that that's not what's working. But what we have to do is get back to the core issues about the family. We have to get back to behavioral health and mental health. We've got to get back to actually enforcing the laws these people talked about. And like we've done in North Dakota, where we've got the goal and we're on the track to being the most military-friendly state in the nation. We've got the most military and the most support of what we're doing in terms of law enforcement, because the morale is down because we've been defunding the police, because they've been attacked in the press. The police have become the bad guys when they're the one. There's all these jobs available in America. Why would you be a policeman if people don't even respect them? Every time I see a policeman, the first thing I say is thank you. And so does everybody else in my family and most of the people in our state, because they know we have to respect the people that are out there defending us every single day.
And pause. What the fuck?
I'm sorry. Sorry, dude. I barely heard anything he said. I lost it when I saw his goofy smile.
Yeah, so real quick, I give him the award for best eyebrows.
Like, for real, dude, for real.
Dude, we were like on the podcast, we were talking about like EDP 445 sneaking up on like, what was it, like Benny Till or whatever the fuck?
Benny Hinn.
Yeah, Benny
Benny
Hinn.
Hinn, yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
replacing EDP with him. Like, that face fucking scared me, dude. That was fucking terrifying. Dude, if I saw that
That was
shit in
like-
the middle of the night, I'd shit myself. Like, holy fuck.
I'm sorry, but like that smile he gave, it kind of like it gave me the reminiscent feeling of like a grandpa who's smiling because their grandchildren are finally like acknowledging them for once.
Dude, it gave me the image of an old man outside of a fucking preschool that doesn't need to be there. Like,
I'm actually going more towards Justin on this one. He seemed like his grandkids finally showed interest in his like old stamp collection.
So when she asked him that question, he's like, "Oh yeah," he's like, "Yeah, hi, it's my turn, yay!"
like
It's my turn, yay.
He finally got his turn and then said nothing again. He said fucking nothing. Like, what was that answer?
I really couldn't tell you.
Motherfucker
He basically
actually said, anytime
I mean,
I see a police officer, I say thank you. Like, oh my god.
It's like, that's really cool, buddy. But
would
I
you
don't see what
do?
that has to do with I mean, okay. He was kind of cooking something with like just stopping defunding the police, because I mean there's definitely a conversation to be had there, but he didn't have the conversation. He just brought it up.
Yeah, like I said, like, he just didn't say anything, really. He finally got a turn. I remember back earlier in the debate, they're like, Mr. Burgam, don't worry, you'll get questions. And then they finally show up. He's like a dog with the owner finally coming home after 2 hours or some shit. It's like, yes, finally, my turn. Back the blue. And then just scurried off back into his fucking hole.
Back to blue.
Anyway.
Poor guy.
He won't be here.
Man, that was
he won't be
bad,
here in a month.
dude.
He won't be here in a month. It's fine.
No, he won't.
Any Doug voters
be real,
out
like, he
there,
just
like, please comment why. I really want to know.
I feel like Doug is like an adult Make-A-Wish kid, and like he's just here for like a couple of weeks to like fulfill his dream of being on the Republican candidate before he like passes away.
Oh my god, that's so fucked.
Like, he's got
All
2
right.
weeks left, and he's like, oh.
All right, Dougie, what do you want to do for your wish? I want to go on the Republican stage. All right, buddy.
What a back.
Most people are just happy
What
with
a-
like getting a basketball game with Michael Jordan, but we'll make it happen. Don't you worry.
No, he should have hooked up with Christie over there and got some tickets to Disneyland. Donald Duck ass.
All right.
Bro, I can't wait for Chris to talk again. Let's go, boys.
3, 2, 1, go.
Mr. Ramaswamy, according to Customs and Border Protection, about 90% of fentanyl is seized at official border crossings. and 57% of the smugglers are U.S. citizens. How would you stop fentanyl brought into the country, mostly by U.S. citizens, through ports of entry?
There's two sides to this, and we have to be very honest about it. One is we do have to seal that southern border. Building the wall is not enough. They're building cartel-financed tunnels underneath that wall. Semi-trucks can drive through them. We have to use our own military to seal the Swiss cheese of a southern border. But we also have to be honest. There's a demand-side problem in this country, too, a mental health epidemic. I met family in Iowa, two parents, Kathy and Derek. They lost their son, Sebastian, 17 years old. He bought Percocet on Snapchat, and then he died. Why did he die? Because it was laced with fentanyl. That is closer to bioterrorism, not a drug overdose. That is poisoning. So it is our job to make sure that never happens. But it's also our job to make sure that 17-year-olds don't turn to Percocet via Snapchat. We have to bring back mental health care in this country, not with pump and pharmaceuticals, but with faith-based approaches that restore purpose and meaning in the next generation of Americans. Many of them are getting it through social media. And this isn't a Republican point or a Democrat point, but if you're 16 years old or under, you should not be using an addictive social media product, period. This is something that we can both agree on, and we can revive both the mental health of this country while stopping the fentanyl epidemic that will kill more people this year than who died on 9/11. And I refuse to be a passive bystander sitting in the White House like the hollowed out husk of a current president we have. We will step up and address this problem to stand for Americans and our children.
And pause. What y'all think of that?
Are they about to talk about TikTok?
I guess Vivek is.
Sorry,
I guess.
Can you buy shop Snapchat?
Yeah, you can get you can't buy shit on Snapchat, but you can like contact people through Snapchat to buy shit. Like they don't have Justin, they don't have the drug dealer corner on Snapchat. Like it's not like an advertised
I don't
thing.
know. I'm a grandpa when it comes to that kind of shit.
Yeah, no, it's a messaging slash like basically it's a messenger.
By the way, did you guys like the very slight Christianity being slid into there?
He's actually Hindu, so like kind of interesting.
Well, faith, I guess.
Yeah.
Faith, just religion in general.
Yeah. I disagree with like putting faith into politics, like in general, but I think that his what he was basically saying, like taking the steelman approach, like I disagree with the whole like we need to bring faith back into the younger generation thing, but what he was, I think, taking this most steelman approach that I can. Basically just saying there's a mental health epidemic among Americans in general, but especially on our younger generation. And so we need to bring back some sort of like feeling of stability in the nation and etc. Like, it wasn't like the perfect answer, but I do think that it's a better answer than some of the other people said on the stage. He wasn't like televangelist here, I'll say.
It was. I don't think it was awful. Like I said, he's probably the person I'm second to most confident in, and that was probably his weakest conversation so far, I would say, because I do agree with some of what he's saying, and just generally trying to help the depression rates and suicide rates among like younger people, but it just kind of felt a little out of touch, a little old man yelling at cloud,
It was also a bit awkward going from talking about like fentanyl and shit and like this family who had their son pass away. It was like, and you know what the problem could be? Snapchat. Like that seemed a bit off there, Vivek. I know what you're saying. He bought it through Snapchat, and so maybe we should talk about people like 16 and under shouldn't have access to like these addictive social medias and everything like that. I understand. But at the same time and a place, dude.
Time and a place, buddy. Agreed with everything you said.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
That is why, everything he said I agree with. That is why, as Commander-in-Chief, I'm going to use the U.S. military to go after the Mexican drug cartels. They are killing our people. And the stories that I've seen in Florida, we had an infant, 18 months, parents rented an Airbnb. And apparently the people that had rented it before were using drugs. The toddler was crawling on the carpet and ingested fentanyl residue and died. Are we just going to sit here and let this happen, this carnage happen in our country? I am not going to do that. So I guarantee you on day one, this border is going to be a day one issue for me as president. We're going to declare it a national emergency. Yes, we'll build the wall. We'll do remain in Mexico. But those Mexican drug cartels are going to be treated like the foreign terrorist organizations that they are.
And pause. Any thoughts on what DeSantis said there?
Okay, don't use the death of an infant child to put forth your political career? Question mark, buddy.
Yeah. Justin, what do you got to say?
Honestly, it sounds like it's the Airbnb's fault for not cleaning up the fucking room.
Yeah, like I mean, like that. I mean, that could be. I don't see how that is exactly a fentanyl thing. Like, I feel terrible for the family, but like, I mean, they could have accidentally left out rat poison or just a toothpick on the floor. I don't really think that is as much of a point maker that he thinks it is.
Yeah. I'm kind of like personally biased in that because like I learned like the cause of death of my father back when I was like 10 years old or so, back in 2009. Was a fentanyl overdose. So this, like, I'm a little bit biased in this sort of topic, and like it's a bit more of a like hot button issue for me. But
I got you.
Like, whenever he's talking about like, we'll use the military to get rid of the cartel, like, sure, sounds good, but how? Like, you can't just say we're going to use the military to get rid of the cartel. You got to go into specifics. Like, are you going to work with the Mexican government? Are you just going to fucking invade? Like, you need to tell me this shit.
Are you going to send in like the Phantom Troop to just go take them all out? Like, what's up?
Yeah, like, are you using the Central Intelligence Agency? Or are you using like just the fucking Marines? Like, what are we talking about here?
The Expendables.
You can't just like he went by it so casually.
Fucking Mystery Incorporated.
Are we sending Fred, Velma, and the gang down to see what's up? Like, what? They're so non-specific, dude. Oh my god.
Yeah, like you gotta tell me some details. Like, you can't just say we're gonna use the military. You gotta say, okay, so currently my plan is to talk with the Mexican president, because like Vivek has a similar position. In the past, he said that he would use the military on the cartel and declare them an international terrorist organization, basically saying to use the military to combat them. And he went into detail. He said like, I would contact the president, the Mexican president at that time, because currently the Mexican president disagrees with him, but he says, all right, he's up for election, though, so his opinion doesn't matter. Which, you know, fair. Saying that he would work with whoever is the president of Mexico at the time to get rid of the cartel issue in Mexico using the military. And then if they don't agree with it, he basically said, if they don't agree with it, we're still going to do it. Like, at least, like, he said it. Like, at least he fucking said it. Like, I didn't hear anything from DeSantis at that moment that was like, yeah. So, we're just gonna use the military to get rid of the cartel. And then just kind of left it at that.
Imagine if they followed that question like, all right, Mr. DeSantis, how would you do that? I don't know, but I will know when I'm in office.
The most politician answer possible.
I'll think about that when I get there.
I'll leave it up to the military on how to do it. Like,
we will cross that bridge when we get there, all right?
That's not even talking about the fact that the cartel have so much power because the fucking U.S. government got involved and, like, armed them. But that's a whole different conversation. 3, 2, 1, go.
Just last month, Vice President Pence, you said if elected, you would repeal all Obamacare mandates. However, you also made that same promise in 2016. And at that time, Trump-Pence had congressional majorities for at least the first 2 years. And you did not deliver on that promise. So Obamacare, right now, it is more popular than ever. Why should Americans trust you, if you become president, to fix that? Or is Obamacare here to stay?
Well, first, let me speak to the mass shootings issue, and then I'll answer that question. It's an important one, Dana. Look, I'm someone that believes that justice delayed is justice denied. And as a father of three, as the grandfather of three beautiful little girls, I am sick and tired of these mass shootings happening in the United States of America. And if I'm president of the United States, I'm going to go to the Congress of the United States, and we're going to pass a federal expedited death penalty for anyone involved in a mass shooting so that they will meet their fate in months, not years. It is unconscionable that the Parkland shooter, Ron, is actually going to spend the rest of his life behind bars in Florida. That's not justice. We have to mete out justice and send a message to these would-be killers that you are not going to live out your days behind bars. You're going to meet justice in this system.
But does that mean Obamacare is here to stay?
Well, thank you for reiterating the question, because I'd love to answer it. Look, I think it's one of the choices here. You know, my former running mate, Donald Trump, actually has a plan to start to consolidate more power in Washington, D.C., consolidate more power in the executive branch. If I'm president of the United States, it's my intention to make the federal government smaller by returning to the states those resources and programs that are rightfully theirs under the 10th Amendment of the Constitution. That means all Obamacare funding, all housing funding, all HHS funding, all of it goes back to the states. We'll shut down the Federal Department of Education. We'll allow states to innovate. We're going to revive federalism in America, and states are going to help bring America back.
Pause. Holy shit. The fucking moderator just shot him.
Oh, I know. Award for best moderator goes to her. Jesus Christ.
Like, she just outright killed him in broad daylight. Holy shit.
Dude, like, that, I just want to say, like, did Mike just have a Doug moment, dude?
He had a full-on Joe Biden moment.
It doesn't help that I'm pretty much completely against the death penalty, but that was, so for me personally, that was just a load of hooey, but I'll hear what you guys have to say.
Like, so what are you going to do about Obamacare? We should kill mass shooters.
Exactly.
Like, and the moderator's coming like, so what does that have to do with Obamacare? Like, and then he just like, you could see the panic go across his face when he goes like, and I am happy to answer that question. Like, oh,
the funniest part is when she asks, so what does that mean for Obamacare? The whole crowd started cheering.
Like, it just went like,
because no one likes Mike Pence apparently.
Like, you just saw a part of him fucking die, and it was so fucking good. I talked a little shit about that moderator earlier, interrupting like in the middle of someone talking. But you more than make up for it with that shit. Holy fuck, that was good.
Boys, we just saw a man's soul leave his body alive, alright?
Like, she just cooked him up, dude. That was bad.
I know.
Stocks went in fucking freefall, damn.
Alright. And I really don't have very much to say about what Pence said. It was just like, once again, man, just let the intrusive thoughts win. Wait. Pence was literally just up there like, she was like, are you gonna repeal Obamacare, sir? Him, I just really want to kill people.
Well, so
I just really want.
Like, my honest opinion about Mr. Pence here, his whole thing is that I'm not against the death penalty unless it depends on the crime. Like a mass shooting, yeah, put the fuckers to death. I don't give a fuck. But that was not called for. That was not the question at hand.
Yeah, like, even if you agree with him on that, which I'm more on the side of Ian and like against the death penalty, just because you can never, like, outside of very rare circumstances, you can never fully like prove this person did it. Obviously mass shootings would be one of them, but still, like, just in essence I'm against the death penalty. But even in the instance that I did agree with it in like any circumstance, I would still be like, what the fuck did that have to do with Obamacare?
So I was thinking the whole time, I was like, what the fuck?
Anyway.
It was bad.
3, 2, 1, go.
I remind everyone to keep within their time frame so that we can get as many questions in as possible. This question for Governor DeSantis. Over 26 million Americans don't have insurance coverage. Governor DeSantis, 2.5 million of them are in your state. That's worse than the national average. Can Americans trust you on this?
Well, I think this is a symptom of our overall economic decline. Everything has gotten more expensive. You see insurance rates are going through the roof. People that are going to get groceries. I spoke with a woman in Iowa, and she said, you know, for the first time in my life, I'm having to take things out of my grocery cart when I get to the checkout line because the total goes up so quickly. So this is very real, and people are hurting out there. So we've got to address the underlying problem with Bidenomics, the overspending, taking all Biden's rules and regulations. I'm going to throw them in the trash can on day one. You're not going to have to worry about that. We're going to open up all of our energy. We will be energy dominant in this country. That will lower your gas prices. And what we need to do with healthcare is recognize our healthcare is putting patients at the back of the bus. We have big pharma, big insurance, and big government, and we need to tackle that and have more power for the people and the doctor-patient relationship.
Governor, why is your record in Florida on insurance worse than the national average?
Our state's a dynamic state. We've got a lot of folks that come. Of course, we've had a population boom. We also don't have a lot of welfare benefits in Florida. You know, we're basically saying this is a field of dreams. You can do well in the state, but we're not going to be like California and have massive numbers of people on government programs without work requirements. We believe you work and you got to do that. And so that goes for all the welfare benefits. And you know what that's done, Stuart? Our unemployment rate is the lowest amongst any big state. We have the highest GDP growth amongst any big state. And even CNBC, no fan of mine, ranked Florida the #1 economy in America.
And pause. So what did you guys?
I got some.
Go on.
I got some bad news for you. So the stream froze. Right after he said something about big pharma.
All right. Just refresh and get back to that, and then watch through the rest of it while me and Ian talk about that. And you can hop in at the end of our conversation, say whatever you want. You good with that?
Yeah.
All right. Ian, you got anything to say about your saucy little boy there?
My saucy lad was not. I mean, it didn't really pique my interest too much, to be honest. You might have more to say about it than I did.
I do think this is another, like, it wasn't like a mic drop moment like with the other moderator, but like, hey, this doesn't have to do with DeSantis, but like Tim Scott trying to talk and everybody just fucking ignoring him was hilarious to me. Like, even though I think that Tim Scott has had a decent performance throughout the night, him just like, I have shit to say, please, just one question, please. I love this issue, please. And everyone just ignoring him to talk to fucking DeSantis.
No, like I think it's because like Tim is the most mild-mannered speaker out of all of them. He like seems so like genuine and nice, but he's very low-voiced, I would say. So when he talks, it's kind of like he's like the Jerry from Rick and Morty or the McLovin from Superbad. He's having a hard time getting his thoughts out there.
Leave it to the Republican National Convention to ignore the black man's plight.
All right.
Well,
I mean, I'm just gonna leave that as it is.
All right. I just got one yet. Yeah. Real quick. Another award. An award for knowing the most people. Every time he's talked, he's always like, "I've actually spoke to this one person."
Dude, like it. It makes him more personable, I guess.
Yeah, but like on the other hand, it also does have a Joe Biden effect. Like, did you talk to him, dude? Did you?
Also, I guess the stream froze only because the stream is over.
Yeah, which means that we only have an hour left before this shit ends, and that includes their post game. So you know.
The viewers waiting are now going down in like troves. Anyway, how long have you been recording, Ryan?
Looking at Audacity, About 2 hours and 47 minutes, so I'm gonna be able to cut that down a little bit with like me and Ian resyncing occasionally. But yeah, I'm probably gonna get this up like, either tomorrow or the day after with how shit's looking right now. Yeah. For the viewers at home, we're literally watching it live, so just know this was recorded on the day. But yeah, DeSantis there. It did also have another one of those moments where it was like, that wasn't really the question, sir. But, and you saw him, like, start to stutter here and there. But nothing too terribly bad there compared, at least not compared to Pence's, like, dude, that wasn't the question moment.
Yeah, it wasn't terrible. Wasn't great.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
On the topic of healthcare, Governor Haley, healthcare is the leading cause of
Ooh, Nikki Haley, let's go.
American families, accounting for 2/3 of all personal bankruptcies. As president, how you protect Americans who get sick from financial ruin?
First of all, how can we be the best country in the world and have the most expensive health care in the world? We have an issue. My mom was in the hospital, and when she was in the hospital, they tried to bring her a couple of Tylenol, and she said, I don't need it. And they said, honey, go ahead and take it because you're paying for it anyway. Why is it that when we got the bill, the insurance company and the hospital negotiated the bill for her without her having anything to do with it? When I am president, we will break all of it, from the insurance company to the hospitals, to the doctor's offices, to the PBMs, to the pharmaceutical companies. We will make it all transparent, because when you do that, you will realize that's what the problem is. Second thing is you've got to deal with tort law. The doctors don't give you the 10 tests because they want to. It's because of the 90% chance they'll get sued. And then we need to bring competition back to healthcare, get rid of certificate of need systems, and make sure that they can compete. We have to put the patient in the driver's seat. They've been in the back seat for way too long. And once we give the patient the ability to decide their health care, deciding which plan they want, that is when we will see magic happen. But we're going to have to make every part of the industry open up and show us where their warts are, because they all have them, and we need to fix this on behalf of the American people.
And that's what we did.
Do you have a better way in 30 seconds?
Well, yes, we're not talking about the real problem ever. We talk about why do we have the most expensive health care in the world? It's because the federal government got involved the same way they did with EVs, and they said, we're going to subsidize a particular kind of software back in 2008 under Obama, and they said, hey, we're going to do this. It's going to make everyone more productive. All of you that are watching have been to a doctor's office when the doctor's got his back to you and their hands on a keyboard. The only industry in the world that's ever absorbed $1 trillion of IT and became less productive, they saw less patients per day, is U.S. healthcare, because they were subsidizing a certain kind of technology. It wasn't about improving healthcare. It was about picking winners and losers. Every time the federal government's involved, whether it's higher education, healthcare, or now the auto industry, things get more expensive and less competitive.
And pause. Why the fuck did Doug throw in IT?
I'm just glad that I got some Doug.
Doug got some love, and he got some more screen time.
Yeah.
I was happy with it. Probably, I would say maybe that was the best. Nikki kind of brought it back there. I kind of liked it. I'm very much for affordable healthcare. It's so that one's pretty important to me.
Yeah. I think that she had a couple of strong moments throughout that, talking about how she would make it a lot more transparent as to where, like, the money is going, and why does, like, a bottle of Tylenol cost so much at a hospital and such. Because if you don't know, like, if you ever need to go to the hospital, just ask for an itemized receipt and exactly what they spent, like, why it's that expensive. And whenever they print it out, you'll notice it's like a shit ton cheaper. Because what they're expecting is the insurance companies to see this receipt and just kind of rubber stamp it. And then, of course, a lot of insurance plan means that now goes to you. So her plan of just making shit more transparent is good. I'd have to see what she meant about, like, the certificate of need, I think is what she said. Because I don't know if, like, deregulating healthcare or, like, changing around shit like that is a positive or not. I do like the transparency stuff, though. But I'm not, like, an expert on the U.S. healthcare system, so...
Yeah, I don't feel super confident talking about the whole of it, but Pretty good for her. Probably one of Doug's least embarrassing moments, maybe?
He still lost the plot in it, but nowhere near as bad as
he did.
Like nowhere near as bad as when he was talking about the like child safety falling off a cliff and all that shit. But yeah, I don't know why he's sort of like, yeah, when the U.S. government gets involved, what they did in software, and then it's like, dude, we're on healthcare, Dougie. We're on healthcare. Just come on, just take a seat. I know that you're the Make-A-Wish kid, and like healthcare matters to you. But we gotta get through this with the candidates that have a shot.
That have a shot. Oh man. Oh, dunking, dude. We need to do a whole like highlight called "Dunking on Doug." Rip Doug. I'm ready to go when you guys are.
Alright. 3, 2, 1, go.
What's the government's role in finding a way forward? The second Republican.
All right, let's skip this dumb ad. Ah, Reagan jump scare.
Oh God.
Oh God.
It's so detailed.
He looks like he wants to steal my piss.
Why, out of all Republican candidate or Republican presidents within the last, century, why are we choosing Reagan as like the spokesface person for Republican Party?
Because
why are we choosing the man who has more what's the word? Scandals out of any president in the last like 100 years.
Oh, that would be
Any
Nixon.
scandals?
That would be
Maybe
Nixon. Yeah.
Not the word scandals. I had a different word in mind. I lost the plot. Call me Doug.
All right, Dougie.
Okay, Doug.
But the reason why they choose Reagan is because Reagan's been like the face of the Republican Party since his presidency. You have a couple of presidents that get that. Like, there's only a few off the top of my head that I can remember. Like, Republican Party has Reagan. Democratic Party has like Obama, and then before Obama it was JFK. The before Reagan for the Republican Party, it was like, fuck, I don't even know who it was before Reagan. They kind of lost their identity there for a little while. I think it was maybe like Teddy Roosevelt.
Was that, or was Gerald Ford a Republican?
Gerald Ford was, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he would.
I would feel more democratic if they showed like a picture of based Teddy Roosevelt on here instead of Reagan.
Oh yeah, Teddy Roosevelt's an all-time favorite, but he also would, like, in the modern era, hate both of these people. So, like,
absolutely,
he was very
100%.
Like, remember, he is the one that set up the Bull Moose Party. So granted, that
man's
shit,
a legend.
Yeah, granted, that shit also gave us Woodrow Wilson. So I have to hold that against him. But
yeah, I hold that point against him.
Didn't Teddy get shot and still made a speech the same day?
Oh, like an hour later, he still had the bullet in him.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
He's actually a badass.
Yeah, 134 flat.
All right.
134 flat. I'm at 133 here. Hold on.
Is there like a
right, 134 flat?
You there, Ian?
Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go.
American students, they are in academic trouble. They have lower scores in math and reading. There's chronic absenteeism. That's at record highs. And this has even been called education homicide. You say school choice is the answer, but South Carolina, your home state, still has not enacted universal school choice, and even the current expansion won't be fully implemented until 2027. Parents can't wait 4 years for a fix. So what would you do right now?
Well, and school choice isn't the only answer, but I'll tell you it's not out of a lack of trying that we didn't try and get school choice in South Carolina. What I'll tell you, first of all, is we have to acknowledge the fact that 67% of our 8th graders are not proficient in reading or math. Over 80% of our 8th graders aren't proficient in history or civics. And recently they came out and said our 12 and 13-year-olds are scoring at the lowest levels they've been scoring in reading and math in decades. So the first thing we've got to do is we've got to make sure we catch our kids back up. We have to make sure they can read. A child that can't read by 3rd grade is 4 times less likely to graduate high school. We need to do reading reading remediation. We need complete transparency in the classroom. No parent should ever wonder what's being said or taught to their child in the classroom. We need to make sure that we have school choice so that there's competition. We need to move all the programs from the federal government down to the states and let states decide what education looks like in their states. Right. And we need to start building things in America again. Let's put vocational classes back in our high schools, and let's get our kids building the things that we know that we can make. When we start to focus on that and really bring in that parental involvement, that's when we'll start to see a difference. But we've got to get parents back included. We've got to quit spending time on this DEI and CRT and instead focus on financial literacy, on digital literacy, and on making sure that our kids know what they need to do to have the jobs of the next generation.
And pause. That was a honestly very strong response from Nikki Haley, I think.
Absolutely. I actually loved it.
Yeah, I liked it. She could have gone a little more specific on a few things, but all in all, I agree. Kids are dumb. We need to help.
Yeah. Kids are stupid. Ian, 2024.
I mean, like, am I wrong? Am I wrong?
I'm not gonna lie. Stressing trying to get kids to read and get them more, more literate. But I get behind that because, Ryan, you can testify with this. When we went to school, it wasn't about your comprehension when you read. It was all about words per minute.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, like that was a massive issue.
And even right now, to this point, like I wish I could enjoy reading a book, but I can't because as soon as I start reading, I constantly go towards the words per minute, how fast I can read through the book, and by the time I'm done with it, I don't know what the fuck I just read.
Yeah, like
I hate that school did that. That school did that to you. That is so stupid. Like the same thing happened to me where they were like, "Oh well, how fast can you read it?" Like I can read fast, but like the way that I read a book, I have to like build it in my head and build a picture. And kids need to be taught to have a love of art and reading rather than just. It doesn't make any sense to me that they're teaching them to read it super fast. Like who cares? They're not retaining any of it.
Yeah, and Ian, believe it or not, they would make us do these timed reading courses to see how fast we could read. And the moment we're done reading, we would then have to take a test on the book and what was in the book.
Yeah, you not only have to read. That's a little
goofy.
Yeah, like I think that just doing reading and comprehension, because like you can attest to this, we would have to like read stuff out loud in class, right? And like like me and Justin, we would get praised for just like when we would read, it would be like just having this conversation, and then there were other people in class that would just be like, and then they go down.
He's not lying. He's telling the absolute fucking truth. And some of these kids still read like that even in high school, like in 12th grade.
Yeah, like we're talking about graduation. Like it was absurd.
Sad.
Yeah, it was absurd. Like it.
That's not a skill that should come all that difficult to like. It just feels like it should come naturally. I don't really know how to describe it.
Like, whenever you have like, what it has to do with is like schools right now are pushed towards like the lowest common denominator, and then the lowest common denominator is not allowed to fail. So you have people just constantly teaching the same thing over and over and over again to like this one fucking idiot that never learns how to do the basic shit, instead of just holding him back and letting like the people who actually know what they're doing go on. Like, you can attest to this, Justin. I know it's like a slightly offensive, but there were a substantial amount of people in our classroom that should not have passed 6th grade. Like,
yeah, he's not lying. I'll give him that. He's not lying at all.
Like, and if you're listening, if you're listening to this right now, and like, I'm not gonna go into who you are, but you know who the fuck you are. Like,
I wouldn't have gone that far, Ryan. Come on now.
Dude, if you can't read, like, if a sentence in a book stumps you, and you have to sound out the word go, you shouldn't get a fucking diploma.
He's not wrong.
And that policy, Ryan, you're talking about, it was called No Child Left Behind.
No Child Left Behind, yeah. George W. Bush. Another thing that I have against
if the child If the child can't read out the sentence "No child left behind," then they should probably be left behind until they can read it.
Yeah, like
I gotta be honest. No child loft behindo mouth agape. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You can't go forward.
Yeah, like my issue in school was like math. I fucking sucked at math. And part of it had to do with like I was really good up to a certain point. And then like we just never went past that one point for like 4 years and then suddenly like jumped 8 levels. Like, did it the same shit happen to you, Justin? Because it seems like one day we were just doing basic algebra and then we just stuck on basic algebra and then just jumped a shit ton when we got to high school.
Yeah, so in 8th grade, yeah, it was basic algebra. And then we got into the 9th grade, which is our freshman year. And like the bell ringer on the board was so fucking complex, we couldn't understand it. And the teacher was getting mad at us because they thought that we had learned it by now. Like, no, we ain't learned any of this yet.
Yeah, like that's so strange to me. Like, I feel like each grade should just have like a set number of things that are more difficult than the last one to get through, and then just naturally, as you're going through the grades, you get like a little bit harder, a little bit harder, a little bit harder, until you hit that minimum requirement for a high school diploma, and then you move from there. I feel like that should just be like the basics of how it should go, but for some reason, like, especially history, like, do you remember history classes that were the exact same from like 3rd grade up to 12th? Like, we learned the exact same thing every single year. Like, all it touched on was like World War II. And
No. I think the only Ryan, the only time it ever got spiced up was in 10th grade, and they finally introduced the the Industrial Revolution.
Oh yeah, and they didn't even touch on it that much. It happened. Well, how did it happen? You'll get there in college. They didn't even mention like Southern plantation and slavery. The cotton from the plantations going up north to the textile mills and like all that shit. Because I guess that's just too fucking out there.
We have to understand when it comes to we learned in Alabama, a southern state. So I imagine when it came to slavery, it's kind of like the episode in Family Guy where the flashback was they were in Germany and the German tour guide wouldn't mention anything between World War II.
Yeah, I guess. Like Alabama has that real fucking bad. Like, there's a ton of people who just don't fucking know anything about the Confederacy. But like, yeah.
I will attest to the fact that there are a lot of terrible parents in this country teaching their children that the Confederacy was this beautiful squadron of true men, when really like they were fighting for actual like crimes against humanity.
Yeah. Anyway, we went on this a little bit over time, so you ready? You guys ready?
Yeah, ready.
Mm-hmm.
3, 2, 1, go.
On the subject of education, a question for Governor Christie. Students in your state are getting high marks on their report cards, but minorities are not doing well with math and reading. Black and Hispanic students averaging 29 points lower than white students in New Jersey. Would you address minorities first?
You have to address all students. And look, in our state, Stuart, frankly, before I was governor, that gap was close to 50%. And what we did was institute more charter schools and more Renaissance schools and more public school choice in New Jersey, with innovative solutions in cities like Camden, where now we took what was the worst school district in America during my time, and we have now increased that by nearly 40% in terms of their proficiency. It can be done when you give people choice. But let's tell the truth to everybody about what this is. This public school system is no longer run by the public. It is run by the teachers' unions in this country. Randy Weingarten and her crew are absolutely strangling. They are taking the worst of their members and defending them rather than advocating for our kids. And when you have the President of the United States sleeping with a member of the teachers union, there is no chance that you could take the stranglehold away from the teachers union every day. They have an advocate inside the White House every day for the worst of their teachers, not for our students to be the best they can be. A President of the United States has to take on the teachers union. I did it in New Jersey, and I will do it as President of the United States.
All right. Pause. What the fuck was that the president shouldn't sleep with a member of the teachers union thing? Like,
what does he know that we don't?
Well, isn't Jill Biden a college professor?
I guess. Like, I guess
that's probably what he meant.
Yeah. Ian, put down the guitar.
I'm so sorry.
But
your autism
I'm
scares
so
me.
sorry.
But yeah, like Chris Christie, again, he starts off okay, and then he just loses the fucking plot. Like, I don't.
Agreed.
Ian, I'll snap your fucking
That was
fingers.
wacky. No. Okay, that wasn't me. I haven't had the guitar in my hand for 20 seconds.
Justin,
on my entire life, that was not me. I do not know what that was.
Did you fucking play that just
Justin,
to incriminate you? You little fucking
Damn it,
shit.
Justin! You almost got me. You almost got me put in the Spanky Boy corner again, bro.
No, it wasn't me. No, don't put me back. I don't want to go back.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
Well, here you go.
Oh, man.
I will introduce you to this amazing soundbite that now YouTube will get too, because I realize it goes through my Discord audio. Here you go.
No, please don't. I like penis. I like penis.
There you go, Ian. Enjoy that. You sound so happy. You sound so fucking happy that you were given that.
Bro,
Ian, are you okay?
Wait a minute. For context, ladies and gentlemen, Ryan told me to please say something so he can test the audio recording on his OBS. And I like to goof around sometimes, and I said that, not knowing that he was going to turn that into a soundbite.
Okay, no, like, I'm happy because, like, let's be honest, our podcast needs some diversity, so I'm just going to say that having a minority, Justin, might help us, gain some,
It's good that you finally accepted yourself, is all we want to say.
Listen, I'm just going to say this. I wasn't the one during the game of life when I was asked, do you want a man or a woman? I wasn't the one that paused and thought about it.
We're going to get so many comments.
Leave.
All right, 137-37.
I
We
will
all there,
leave.
boys?
137-37. Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Question for you. Governor DeSantis, I have a question for you. Florida's new Black History curriculum
They're
says
still ignoring.
slaves develop skills which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. You have said slaves develop skills in spite of slavery, not because of it. But many are still hurt. For descendants of slaves, this is personal. What is your message to them?
So first of all, that's a hoax that was perpetrated by Kamala Harris. We are not going to be doing that. Second of all, that was written by descendants of slaves. These are great Black history scholars, so we need to stop playing these games. Here's the deal. Our country's education system is in decline because it's focused on indoctrination, denying parents' rights. Florida represents the revival of American education. We're ranked #1 in the nation in education by U.S. News and World Report. My wife and I, we have a 6, 5, and 3-year-old. This is personal to us. We didn't just talk about universal school choice. We enacted universal school choice. We didn't just talk about Parents' Bill of Rights. We enacted the Parents' Bill of Rights. We eliminated critical race theory, and we now have American civics and and the Constitution in our schools in a really big way, just like President Reagan asked for in his farewell address back in 1989. Florida is showing how it's done. We're standing with parents, and our kids are benefiting.
All right. Pause. You guys have anything to say about that?
I mean, not much. DeSantis just doesn't really interest me too much as a character, to be honest.
Fair enough. You, Justin?
The only thing notable was how loud the crowd was. That's about it.
I'm sorry, I got intimidated by one of the fucking crowd members looking directly at the camera for a second there. But, looked like he was staring into my soul, but the,
little bit.
Tim Scott just, like, repeatedly going like, am I even here? Can you see me? Please! Like,
please.
It's getting comedic how little time he's being given with him trying to, like, yell and get into something. Like, he's falling lower and lower on the rating just because he sounds so desperate to get anything. I think they're ignoring it because he's just being annoying.
He's not to Doug level yet, but yeah, he's getting about like Doug screen time at this point.
All right, 139.03.
Alrighty.
All right, you there?
Mm-hmm.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
What is your message for Governor DeSantis?
There is not a redeeming quality in slavery. He and Kamala should have just taken the one sentence out. America has suffered because of slavery, but we've overcome that. We are the greatest nation on earth because we faced our demons in the mirror and made a decision. So often we think that all the issues, you talked about crime and education and healthcare, we always think that those issues go back to slavery. Here's the challenge though. Black families survived slavery. We survived poll taxes and literacy tests. We survived discrimination being woven into the laws of our country. What was hard to survive was Johnson's Great Society, where they decided to put money, where they decided to take the black father out of the household to get a check in the mail, and you can now measure that in unemployment, in crime, in devastation. If you want to restore hope, you've got to restore the family, restore capitalism, and put Americans back at work together as one American family. Our nation continues to go in the right direction. It's why I can say I have been discriminated against, but America is not a racist country. Never, ever doubt who we are. We are the greatest country on God's green earth. And frankly, the city on the hill needs a brand new leader. And I'm asking for your vote.
I'm going to have a question for you,
Pause.
Mr. Ramaswamy.
All right. Tim Scott
Okay,
finally got to fucking speak. What do you
I
think?
would like to point out. He lost a little bit of points in the very middle when he like started to like reach towards the climax of his speech. It was like I would say 30 seconds in, he started to reach for it, and then everyone started clapping, and he got visibly annoyed and like kind of looked at the crowd, waited for them to stop clapping, and then like waited 2 seconds and started talking again.
He's like, I will be damned if I'm interrupted by the fucking crowd.
I have been denied my spot at the speech this entire fucking time. Let me have this.
But however, he brought it back after that awkward moment. He kind of like killed the end pretty well, I'd say.
Pretty strong moment for him, like talking about like America is not a racist country and all this shit. I will say, I don't think a lot of people are talking about like slavery is the root cause issue. I think a lot of it has to do with like redlining and such, which is like its own thing. So, like, it's gonna get him a lot of claps and such within the Republican voter base, but taken to a general election, I don't think people are gonna be as happy with an answer like that than talking about like, yeah, we still have a lot of things to work on, but like we need time for it to really, like the effects of the things that we've reformed to really take root, because there's not going to be like a situation where it's just like somebody stamps something and everything is made better. But like, yeah, generally strong moment there. But like you said, him just giving the fucking glare at the audience right there was
it was awkward is the awkward is one of the lowest words that I would use for it, man.
Like just outright like malevolent. Like you were talking about how Vivek was gonna give like the Homelander fucking shot to the other candidates earlier, but he was sitting there like, I'll be damned if you fucking white people in the audience try to cut me off again. I have fought for this time. I am gonna use it.
I have spoken less than Dougie Doug. I refuse to be made fun of in this way.
Alright, 140-45.
Alrighty.
Alright, 3.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Over 10.7 million students in over 18,000 public schools nationwide have the ability to change their identity without parental notification. Governor Christie told Stewart last week that he would pass a federal law to protect parental rights. Would you try to do the same?
I have to be very clear about this. Transgenderism, especially in kids, is a mental health disorder. We have to acknowledge the truth of that for what it is. I met 2 young women early in this campaign.
On parental rights in school.
Parents have the right to know. And you know what the hypocrisy of this is? Even New Hampshire failed to actually get past a piece of legislation here. The very people who say that this increases the risk of suicide are also the ones saying that parents don't have the right to know about that increased risk of suicide. And I'm sorry, it is not compassionate to affirm a kid's confusion. That is not compassion, that is cruelty. I met 2 young women, Chloe and Katie, early in this campaign, who are in their 20s, now regret getting double mastectomies and a hysterectomy. One of them will never have children. And the fact that we allowed that to happen in this country is barbaric. So I will ban genital mutilation or chemical castration under the age of 18, and parents have absolutely the right.
Would you try to pass a federal law that says parents should have that right?
We are going to require states absolutely have to follow that through.
Governor Burgam just to follow up on this because you in your state this is
Alright, pause. Oh god, that fucking face from Doug. Holy shit.
Look at Doug.
Okay, sticking to Ramaswamy. God, I'm gonna have that in nightmares tonight. Sticking to Ramaswamy, what do you think about his response to the whole transgenderism thing? Trying to look past Doug. Really.
Okay. I can't. Okay. Doug really needs to get a new smile. But okay. I've got to call it like I see it. Personally, I personally do agree with the like baseline point of what he said, that parents should be involved in the decision. That is a huge, life-altering, life-changing thing, and in my opinion, should not be up to someone who is like. I mean, if you're 13 and you want to transition, the idea that your parents don't have to be notified, your guardian doesn't have to be notified, is ridiculous. That doesn't make any sense to me. However, starting it off with transgenderism is a mental health crisis, that was a bit, I don't know how I feel about that one.
What do you have to say, Justin? Because I can respond to that in a second, because, like, there is stuff to talk about here.
Well, coming from a situation where I have a sibling who is transgender, I find that really fucking offensive, because like I don't see it as a mental disorder. I legit feel like that these people who are transgender, they truly feel in their hearts that they were born the wrong gender. Now, I don't support the idea of going through with it, but as long as it makes them happy and they'll be happy afterwards, then who fucking cares? But, yeah, it just it kind of blew me away when he said that. I felt really offended by that.
I'm kind of in the opposite camp. You know, like I'll probably get hate for this and everything like that, but I think that saying like transgenderism is a mental health issue, like obviously in a certain way it would be, just because if you think that your body isn't matching up with the mind, that would be like a mental health issue. And by classifying it as that, we saw it back whenever transgenderism was classified as a mental health disorder called gender dysphoria. You could actually get insurance to pay for like transgender like health supplies and such, and it helped the transgender community out quite a bit. And by removing that to get like brownie points, ended up hurting a lot of people. I think the core of his argument though is based around the just don't let kids make the decision unilaterally, which personally I completely agree with. Like, you can...
I do too.
Yeah, you can convince a child that they want to be anything. Like, it's very, like, day to day, children just change their mind on fucking everything. So I can agree with him on, like, children, like, at least notify the parent. And B, like, I don't even think that they should be allowed to, like, make the life-altering decision in general until the age of 18. Like you turn 18, do whatever. Yeah, you turn 18, do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. But like, until you are at the legally adult age, realistically, it should be like 25 because that's when brain development stops. But at least in the nationally recognized adult age, like you can vote, you can do whatever you want. Like I'm fine when you get to the age of 18, but before that, it becomes a bit dangerous to say like children could just do this, because children could do a lot of things, and they're, like Ian said earlier, kids are fucking dumb. Like,
Yeah,
they're not. They're simply not smart.
Not only that, but I'm more or less afraid of like you said, maybe the parents try to convince their children that they are transgender. That's another big fear of mine. You know.
Yeah, like transgender activists and such that try to like push sexuality on their kids for brownie points within their own little
like
political movement.
Like there's one streamer that both me and Ian watch. His name is Pay Money Wubby, and he had this one his one opinion where he was reacting to a video of parents having children, and they refused to give them pronouns of he or she. They just called them babies and shit like that. And they're like, oh, we wanted to see what they choose and we'll let them make the decision and whatnot. But he's like, listen, like if you have a son and they like Barbie dolls and dresses and like cutesy shit, right? They're not a girl. They are a boy that likes this stuff.
Yeah, like whenever I was growing up when I was like 4 years old, I can't wait to get comments from my D&D group about this later. But I would go over to my neighbor's house to talk with my cousin, and he had like a little sister, and we would play with the fucking dolls occasionally because I was a 4-year-old boy, and it was a toy. Like that didn't mean that I wanted to cut my dick off. Like,
yeah, I don't think that the actions of a child or even like a preteen should determine a huge. I mean, it cannot be underestimated how big of a decision that is. And if you have reached the age of 18 and you are mentally ready to go through with that, I truly think that that's the decision that you should make. But the idea of parents not being consulted before the age of 18 is really scary, and they can make a decision. And a lot of people who do go through with it before the age of 18 when they're not ready, they do end up regretting it later. And I don't want someone to go through that kind of regret later in their life. I am legitimately, I do support this movement, and I don't want people to regret it if they do decide to make the choice.
Yeah, and just to defend Justin's point earlier, because I can already hear the trolls typing up. He and by extension us, we did not say that like the majority of like transgender youth are like it's pushed on by their parents. We're simply saying that the ones who do that were worried about that situation. For however rare it is, it does happen, and it needs to be talked about, even if it's just like in the dozens or hundreds. Like there needs to be a certain barrier there, because we're talking about a child being mutilated and permanently altered in a way that just, like Ian said, can't be understated. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
1:42:14 with the image of the devil staring at me.
Oh my God, are we getting Doug? Holy shit.
Yeah, we're getting Doug, and he is,
bro.
What's the time again?
1:42:14.
I'm like 1 second off. It's fine.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
It says parents can't be notified, but you want to be president. Would you try to pass a federal law to say parents have that right?
I think this is a state's issue, but I do want to say something, because all night long we've been talking about issues about how it's broken in Washington, and I respect all of the people on the stage here for their 100+ years of public service. Thank you. But the reason why we're not talking about education or healthcare or safety being a problem in North Dakota is because we have a business leader. I've got more experience as a business leader than I think this whole group combined. I know I've created more jobs than everybody else on stage, thousands of high-paying jobs that have real meaning. So as a business leader, you come in and you treat the taxpayer like a customer. So in North Dakota, instead of fighting with the teachers' unions, we actually created a K-12 coordinating council. Everybody gets in the room and the customer is the student.
But you do understand that this is an issue that many people in America really are concerned about, worried about parents and notification in schools.
Yes, and that's why we have 50 platforms of innovation. That's why we have states. There are certain things the federal government is supposed to do. It's not the Department of Education. That needs to be assembled. We got to move it back to states. Do what we did in North Dakota. Instead of like, oh, here's a choice school and here's an old school, the old way with the teachers union, the kids are trapped. We made every school in North Dakota an innovation school. Every school got out from under the red tape, and the things that help teach the values that we're trying to get, like 4-H, like FFA, like Boy Scouts, they can get credit for all of that stuff in North Dakota. And by the way, North Dakota is now at the top of the median SAT scores in the country right now.
And pause.
What the fuck is he on about?
I don't know.
My favorite part though was he got really into his speech about nothing, and you hear like the 2 or 3 people in the crowd clapping for him. Those are the only 2 or 3 fans of his.
They got him in this room, dude.
Okay, I just want to say, any point you were trying to make, do not mention the Boy Scouts. And he decided to mention them at the end, and then he just lost me.
Like,
yo, listen, Boy Scouts for life. All right, I'm a former member.
I agree with him on federalism, but like people that are talking about like should like the federal government and saying like they should get involved in this, like a lot of people care about it. It's just not the right answer to say. Like, you can say it's a states' rights issue. I disagree to a certain extent, but that's a fine position to take. But he just did not take a stance on that at all. And it's a consistent issue with Dougie. Like, you need to say something, man.
You need to say something, buddy. He's not saying
old mate
anything.
Doggy don't know what he's talking about.
Me mate Doggy.
Oh mate Doggy, don't know what he's talking about.
Like,
he doesn't know what's up.
I'm like, he went like, as a business leader from North Dakota, the industrial capital of the United States, by the way. As a business leader from there, I've created more jobs than anybody else in there. And then he said, like, for all your hundreds of years of experience between you, it was like, I don't even know if that's true. Like, I know you mean combined, but there's like fucking 6 other people on this stage, dude.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, the only thing working in that brain of his right now is the fucking chimpanzee with the 2 crash symbols right now.
Like, our logo might be impeding on his, like, copyright law because it's literally just a hamster on a fucking treadmill.
Our logo represents Dougie to a T, bro. What? Oh my god.
For now on, it's no longer the ATT logo. It's for now on going to be called the Dougie logo.
Big Dougie, dude.
No. It's still our logo so that we can go and, like, we said we wanted to buy a senator in the podcast. We could get a presidential candidate.
Wait, Imagine if by a miracle Doug actually manages to become president and the first thing he does is have all three of us executed in the public square. It's like, he just points the gun to all three of us. Make a wish now, bitch.
No, Ian. We all get bitten on the dick by a snake, and he pulls out his fucking satchel. He pulls out the Richie Grub. Put the Richie Grub on your gulk.
What the fuck did you say? You just had a Doug moment on your own, dude. Like, you lost the plot.
No. Have you not seen
Ryan,
the Rick and Morty? Have you not seen the Rick and Morty Bushland Adventures?
No, I have not.
There's a scene where Morty gets.
We can go over the implications of Rick and Morty at a separate time and date. I have to edit this later, please. All right.
Okay, fine.
1:43:45. With the image of the white guy in the center just staring at the other moderator, and the black guy in the background trying to find the one Doug voter who clapped.
Voter who clapped. Oh wait, you said 1:45 what?
1:43:45.
1:30. Okay.
1:43:45.
All right.
3, 2, 1, go.
The Department of Homeland Security warns that violence against LGBTQ+ people is on the rise and intensifying. According to a recent study, members of that community are 9 times more likely to be victims of violent hate crimes. As president, how would you protect this community from violent attacks and discrimination?
Well, as President of the United States, I'll stand up for the safety and the civil liberties of every American, from every background. And I want the American people to know that. But I want to answer the question as well, Dana, that you just asked Doug Burgam. Because by way of full disclosure, Chris mentioned the president's situation. My wife isn't a member of the teachers union, but I got to admit, I've been sleeping with a teacher for 38 years. And full disclosure, look, education is a state and local function. The state of Indiana had one of the very first school choice programs in the country. And when I was governor of the state of Indiana, we doubled it. And as to your question, Dana, let's be very, very clear. When the Linn-Mar Community Schools in Iowa had a policy where you had to have a permission slip from your parents to get a Tylenol, but you could get a gender transition plan without notifying your parents, I weighed in with a foundation. That's not bad policy, that's crazy. We're going to stand up for the rights of parents, and we're going to pass a federal ban on transgender chemical or surgical surgery anywhere in the country. We've got to protect our kids from this radical gender ideology agenda, and we've got to empower parents at the state level with the ability to choose where their kids go to school, whether it's public, private, parochial, or homeschool. You empower parents, and our schools will straighten up and reflect our values and focus on the basics faster than you could possibly imagine.
Right. Pause. We have at least 2 things to talk about with that. Holy shit.
He literally public on stage said, "Yeah, I sleep with my wife."
I've been sleeping with a teacher for 38 years.
And then he just has 3 frat dudes walk out and he just high fives them.
Like,
dude,
tonight has not been good for Mr. Pence, I gotta say. I don't know who he's expecting to like. What the fuck?
I have never gotten more secondhand embarrassment. She was like, "Sir, the LGBTQ community has experienced a lot of terrible, violent hate crime. What will you do about that?" He's like, "That's kind of gay. I'm straight. I've been tapping ass for years, so I don't know what you're about."
Again, he just he has a chance to really win. He has a chance to really win our side or get our vote. But he's like, I just want the American people to know that I'll defend all Americans from any background. But to answer the question, you asked someone else.
And not only that, but you said you got offended by Vivek Ramaswamy's shit. But I don't know if I misheard it or what. But it sounded like he said he would just outright ban the shit. across the fucking board.
He did, but he did. But I don't think he phrased it right. I think he meant to say for like kids.
He was trying to, but he did not get that across.
Okay,
but like his sentence, that sentence though, he legit just said, "I will ban all chemical, physical, castration, or transgenderism, all across the United States because we have to protect our kids." It's like you should have said for the kids, like. It sounded like you said the whole fucking country, no matter what age you are. Fuck your transgenderism. Fuck your beliefs in that shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna hope and pray that's what he meant. But it's also Mike Pence, so I just don't know.
It's true. It's Mike Pence.
Bro, I am never going to get over the fact that she specifically told him, "What are you gonna do to protect the the LGBTQ in this community?" And he basically like took a pause, like I be getting mad ass, y'all. I don't know. I don't know about the gays. I be getting ass. I don't know what y'all are talking about.
Like, just to go back to earlier when you were talking about sleeping with teachers, I've been doing it for 38 years. Like, dude,
that's the thing is we were so moved past that point. We were so past it. It has been like 20 minutes.
20 minutes on stream, like 40 minutes for us. Like what?
And he's been sitting there like he's
been brewing
brewing that in his whole mind. Yeah, he's been brewing that the whole time.
This
chance to bring that shit up.
This'll get him. I'm gonna be president with this shit. White House, here I come. I fuck my wife.
He gets like really specific. Like he's like, I gotta be honest, y'all. Everyone look at my wife. Everyone look at my wife. It gets hot and it gets sweaty.
Like,
and
dude,
it gets pretty
going into tonight, I didn't want to imagine Mike Pence piping a woman. I just didn't. That's not something that was on my fucking bingo card, okay?
But we got it.
Listen. Is there a third round of debates for the?
There
RNC?
is. It's coming up in about a month.
Listen,
I don't know if we're going beyond.
We're all gonna make bingo cards. We're gonna make bingo cards for that specific thing.
I don't know if I want Mike Pence there anymore.
He scares me.
I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting. It was so out of left field. Like,
it was bad.
Holy
it was
shit.
So bad.
Like, not only did
I'm
he
being serious though. I'm being dead serious. Like, I will make bingo cards. I will fucking do it.
Like, not only did he go down the I fuck my wife loser's path, like, he immediately followed it by saying he'd just nuke the entire transgender community. Like, I'm not for, like, kids getting the shit, but if you're an adult, I don't care. It's like plastic surgery to me. Like, God.
It was such an odd hill, like it was such an odd hill to die on. Like that right there is the reason why a lot of people don't respect the Republican Party, and because that's going to get taken out of context. I guarantee you 100% that even though it was just a misspeak, I think is what I would chalk it up to. Tomorrow morning, there's going to be tons of headlines about Mike Pence just wanting to ban transgenderism in the country.
Dude, if we go on news, like, probably right now and just search Mike Pence, we'd see it. But, like, we don't have the time for that. We still got, like, 45 minutes to go on the fucking thing. So, yeah.
One last thing. I wonder if Mike, like, considers him saying that in front of everyone to be, like, public play, like, foreplay.
Like, he thinks, like, in the back of his mind, his wife's sitting at home just flicking the fucking beam. Like, oh, Mike. Oh. 39 years, it'll be 35, fucking 45 by the time you're out of office. Jesus Christ, Mike, calm the fuck down.
Bro, let's move on. Oh, that was wild.
Mike Pence gets the award for, and I quote, I fuck my wife. All right, let's go.
1:45:45. We there? Everybody's synced up?
Mm-hmm. I'm already there.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Can I just say one thing? China is investing. If you talk over everybody, we lose time. China is investing heavily in their tech companies. $280 billion every year on semiconductor research and development. That is 1 CHIPS Act per year. Dr. DeSantis, you say companies like Google and Meta have too much power. Doesn't going after them give China an edge?
No, I think you look at how our society's developed. They have huge amount of power over our society. They've cracked down on free speech. We're not saying you don't want them to do business, but you want it to be a free market. And right now they're monopolies. But this issue of China, I think, is really going to be fundamental. We have subcontracted out so much of our national needs to the CCP. We rely on them for a whole host of issues. We need to reshore and we need to decouple all those important industries. We need to get that back in the United States. They are our top geopolitical adversary by a country mile. Xi Jinping's got huge ambitions, not only in the Asia Pacific, but as you mentioned earlier, in our region. But ultimately, we've got to beat him on the economy. And so that's what we'll do as President of the United States.
Governor Christie, I wanted to follow up on
Pause.
this.
What the fuck did he say there?
He said, I just want to say he said Xi Jinping like he's an half Italian, half Chinese.
No, like
So,
I mean, like
the
what
whole-
did he actually like put forward?
Oh,
Like-
no
So,
idea.
so the whole point that I understood was the moderator wanted to know if going after Google and other companies like that in America, would it give China the edge in the IT department? And it sounds like he's trying to call Apple and Google monopolies, but again, if you look at a monopoly there, DeSantis, it means one company is the main ruler. You just pointed out 2, so there's competition.
I think that
Yeah.
like steelmanning his position, like technically you do have something in the United States called an oligopoly, which means that a couple of really big companies that combine control of market share get together behind closed doors to make policies between each other to snuff out competition. Which, like, taking the steelman position, that is like a good thing to call out from Ron DeSantis. And I think that like a lot of voters will get behind, like, we need to take down fucking Google and Apple and all that shit, and Facebook or Meta, whatever the fuck they call themselves now. But like, what I meant earlier when I said like, what did he say? He never really went into like what he would actually fucking do. Like,
He just announced what the problem was, and that was it.
Yeah, like, he kind of just came in, like, and it's going to get him public support, because people are going to just take that as, like, an answer when it wasn't one. And it's basically just him saying, like, yeah, this is an issue. And then just left it there. Like...
It was awkward.
Yeah. Anything else, or we want to move on?
Let's move on.
Yeah. 1:47:05.
All right.
You need there?
Mm-hmm.
3, 2, 1, go.
Because 22% of American workers fear their jobs will be lost to a robot. And you said in the past that the free market is the way to go. Would you retrain workers who lose a job to artificial intelligence, and to do what?
Well, look, what I think artificial intelligence offers us is an extraordinary opportunity to expand well beyond the productivity that we have now, and to have Americans be able to be involved in that revolution, Dana. You know, each time we have shown incredible innovation and progress in this country. What we've done with it is to expand all kinds of new, even unthought of opportunities for folks. Yes, we have to do retraining for folks who lose some of their jobs, and we should be doing that. And we should have more training available both at the county college level and the local level for people to be able to access it. So yes, I would be in favor of that. But this is a much bigger issue than that. We can't be afraid of innovation. America has been the great innovator of this world over the last 250 years, a technological innovator, a manufacturing innovator, and a freedom and governmental innovator. And that's why America has to continue to stand strong in the world, pro-innovation, pro-progress. And I will tell you this, as President of the United States, what I will do is to make sure that every innovator in this country gets the government the hell off its back and out of its pocket so that it can innovate and bring great new inventions to our country that will make everybody's lives better.
Mr. Ramaswamy.
All right, pause. Any thoughts on what Chris Christie said? Because I hate him, but that was actually a good answer, at least to me.
I don't know. When it comes to the involvement of AI, like, did he not see the Amazon robot?
I'm actually unfamiliar with that myself. You want to go into it?
So there's an actual video where Amazon was trying to show off a AI controlled robot that they gave it a job to move these boxes off a conveyor belt and put it on shelves to be organized, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And within 30 seconds of this robot doing this immediate task, this redundant task, it killed itself.
Okay, Ryan.
It
This
literally
cannot be
shut
understated.
itself off.
It specifically like took its hand and it turned itself off. It could feel, and it wasn't 30 seconds, Justin. He had been doing it for like I think a half hour.
It just decided
The
to
video's
die.
out there. It's like a few minutes. Yeah, it just killed itself. It said, "I don't want to do this anymore. I'm just gonna die." It
Would not turn back on.
It would not. It actually died. Like all that money gone.
Holy shit! A robotic suicide? I thought you were joking when you said it killed itself, but no, it actually just killed itself.
No, after this
you
video,
can look into it, Ryan.
after we record this, I will find that video and send it to you.
But yeah, like when
this robot was doing these boxes, and like every time it turned around to grab the box, the last time I picked the box up, walked to the shelf, it stopped and just fell over and died.
When
it turned itself off.
Yeah, when it comes to automation, like I hate that I'm having to defend Chris Christie here, but like I think that he at least has like a sort of good concept of American innovation and like creative destruction. Saying like as president he wouldn't regulate this, he would just simply let the market do its thing and then let afterward whatever job market develops, let it develop, get them trained in that, and then move on. It's not the president's position. Like, I don't like Chris Christie, like I said, fat fucking Muppet, but he was mostly correct on that, I feel. Granted, I don't like AI has a long fucking way to go before it starts getting there. Because if you're saying to me that, like, the Amazon robot decided to take the Kurt Cobain route of shit, like, we're gonna need to program in some creative protection there.
Yeah, it was insane. We're not quite where we need to be with that, and I have different opinions on it, but not that I'll get into right now. I'm ready to
All right, 148-41.
Alrighty.
3, 2, 1, go.
TikTok is banned on government-issued devices because of its ties to the Chinese government. Yet you joined TikTok after dinner with boxer and influencer
Jake
Jake
Paul.
Should the commander-in-chief be so easily persuaded by an influencer?
So the answer is I have a radical idea for the Republican Party. We need to win elections. And part of how we win elections is reaching the next generation of young Americans where they are. So when I get into office, I've been very clear. Kids under the age of 16 should not be using addictive social media. We're only going to ever get to declaring independence from China, which I favor, if we actually win. So while the Democrats are running rampant, reaching the next generation 3-1, there's exactly one person in the Republican Party which talks a big game about reaching young people, and that's me. And let me level with all of you. I'm the new guy here, and so I know I have to earn your trust. What do you see? You see a young man who's in a bit of a hurry, maybe a little ambitious, bit of a know-it-all, it seems at times. I'm here to tell you, no, I don't know it all. I will listen. I will have the best people, the best and brightest in this country, whatever age they are, advising me. We will be probably many of the people on this stage included. That's how I built my companies. I want to be challenged. I want people who disagree with me. That's what makes America great, because we're not a perfect nation. We're founded on the pursuit of perfection. That is what makes America great. And that is why we will end it once we win this election.
I have to jump.
Pause. Dougie is going to try and talk in a second, but I want to get through what Ramaswamy said first. You guys have anything to say on that?
I don't
Okay,
understand quite the big scare of social media. I don't fucking get it.
When it comes to Ramaswamy, he's talking about like young minds getting like exposure to like sexualization and such at a very, very young age. Stuff like you can see stuff like elementary and middle schoolers on TikTok doing these TikTok trends that are very, very like almost like groomery in a way.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, like
Yeah, that's a good point.
that's what Ramaswamy is mainly talking about when he talks about like children shouldn't be on an addictive media because they'll copy any trend that they see in order to get popular, and a lot of the time that ends up being like a very negative thing for them. So I can understand where he's coming from on that. When it comes to like him downloading fucking TikTok after talking to Jake Paul, I don't know why that's a fucking question at a Republican National Convention debate. Like that's such a non-issue.
I'm a little confused as to like why Jake Paul's name has been brought up here. Like he's such a like nothing burger of a person.
Not only that, but yeah, that's one thing. Why the fuck is Jake Paul a fucking issue? But like he's an issue, but not like a national issue. But like all Ramaswamy said there is like, yeah, I just want to reach the next generation. They're on fucking TikTok right now. Once I get in office, I'm probably going to uninstall it and work through there. I don't see an issue there.
I agree with pretty much everything he said in the last half. Yeah.
It's just a smart tactic. He's a smart man. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
But then you got Mike Pence in the background saying something about TikTok. Like, did anyone else hear that?
He was. Was it him or was it Doug?
I think it was Pence talking because he like the direction that Ramaswamy pointed was over towards Pence. So like, what did he say? I didn't hear.
That was wild.
I'll probably hear when I go back. And
no one else,
but
no one heard.
Like, dude, Pence has had a terrible night. Like, I don't.
He really
he's not really my guy in the first place. Like, I would rather have Ramaswamy, Ron DeSantis, or Tim Scott. Hell, fucking Nikki Haley before him. But holy shit, dude. My expectations were low, but you still like successfully went under that fucking bar tonight. Unless you have a massive last 30 minutes, it is fucking rough for you, dude.
It's also very funny to bring this up when you say, like, Pence has had a bad night. Like, every other primary debate beforehand, a bad night is you came very unprepared to answer certain questions, right? This is the first time I've seen a primary debate where a candidate is actively...
I got active, and then you broke up a little bit. What did you say?
I said, he's actively shooting himself in the foot.
Ah, yeah. Like, it seems like he prepared answers. He just, like, he's evolving, but in reverse.
Well, he's prepared answers for questions they're not being asked to him.
Yeah.
Like...
I'm gonna have to edit and get together. Wild. I'm gonna have to edit and get together the "I fucked a teacher for 38 years" thing, and just like get that as a sound bite for our fucking podcast, dude. Because that is prime material. Let's see.
It was so good.
150-20.
I'm not gonna lie. I've been like every time you say pause, I'm pausing right where you're pausing too.
Yeah. Still want to make sure that we're completely synced up and everything. So. 3.
I know, but I'm saying I was impressed.
3, 2, 1, go.
Sorry, there's one person on this.
This is infuriating because TikTok is one of the most dangerous social media apps that we could have. And what you've got, I honestly, every time I hear you, I feel a little bit dumber for what you say. Because
what?
I can't believe they hear you've got a TikTok situation. What they're doing is these 150 million people are on TikTok. That means they can get your contacts, they can get your financial information, they can get your emails, they can get text messages, they can get all of this
is important. This is very important for our party. This is very important for our party, and I'm going to say
you've gone and you've helped China make medicines in China, not America. You're now wanting kids to go and get on the social media that's dangerous for all.
They're already on it, lady.
We're in business with the Chinese that gave Hunter Biden $5 million. We can't trust you. We can't trust you. We can't have TikTok in our kids' lives.
This is very important.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you have 15 seconds.
I think, excuse me.
You have 15 seconds, Mr. Ramaswamy.
Thank you. I think we would be better served as a Republican Party if we're not sitting here hurling personal insults and actually have a legitimate debate about policy following Reagan's 11th Commandment in his honor. And the answer is that is what actually makes our country strong. And I believe in these people. These are good people on the stage. They disagree, but let's have a legitimate disagreement. That's what I would say.
All right, pause.
Holy shit.
Nikki Haley just went like off the fucking rocker there. Like,
okay, so she's had some great moments tonight. She kind of just like lost me. She
dropped the ball on that. Like, that's just outright technophobia. Like, old person doesn't understand how the fucking world works type shit right there.
Like everything she said was pretty okay until the moment she said, you download TikTok, TikTok's taking your financial data. How?
Like you have 150 million people that can get your contact information, your financial information, everything. They get everything about you. Like, dude, a random TikTok user doesn't get your fucking information. Like, holy shit.
She seems like the kind of person to like boot up her computer and be like, and the website asked me to accept cookies, and I threw my computer into a ditch.
Yeah, like I don't have TikTok installed myself, but like, are we being fucking for real here? Like, you're trying to make a national security issue out of some guy like on the fucking debate stage having TikTok installed? Like, what is this shit, dude? Like, she was
not to mention, like, he's completely right. Like, she made his point for him. She literally said that over 50 million people are on it, a lot of them young people, and then she used it as a flex. But like, his point was that they're already on it, so there's no point in not using it to reach them right now.
Yeah, like, he's just being pragmatic in there, just saying like, hey, young people are there. We're having a massive issue getting to the young vote. Why don't we just use the fucking thing they use? Oh my god, dude. Like, Tim Scott has been ignored, but him and Ramaswamy, and to a certain extent DeSantis, are the only three on this fucking stage at this point in the debate who haven't just shit themselves live on national TV. Like, oh my god.
Okay, so wait.
It's possible.
What?
What?
You said that they haven't shit themselves yet. I mean,
Yeah.
it's still possible. It's still possible.
Oh yeah. The key word is yet.
Well, okay. So Nikki Haley just got her moment. Doug had his moment. Pence had his.
Like
Chris
three.
Christie. Christie, I'm not sure if he had one big one.
Chris Christie woke up this morning, and that was
all right.
That was the world's mistake.
That was God's mistake.
Like,
good lord.
All right, let's go.
I will say, like, to your point, like I said earlier, I am biased against Christie. I just don't fucking like the guy. So, like, I am a lot harsher on him. So he's probably, he has had a lot better of a conversation or a debate than I have expected him to. Like, he's had nowhere near as bad a performance as Doug or fucking Pence have. Like, those two are, like, bottom of the fucking barrel right now. But, like, I don't know if I put, after that fuck up from Nikki Haley, her next or Christie next is the main thing. Like, Christie hasn't had, like, a moment where he's just been terrible. But he has... Actually, yeah, Chris Christie has had a couple of those moments. We had the Donald Duck conversation earlier. Like, that was pretty fucking bad.
I forgot. Okay, yes. Okay, so that is 4. So that means that Ramaswamy hasn't had a moment. Tim hasn't had a moment. Who's the third one?
DeSantis. I don't think he's really had like a really shit moment. I was.
Wait, wasn't he the one who said he was gonna kill? Is he gonna kill all the transgenders?
No, that was Pence.
Okay.
All right. 151.47.
All right.
3, 2, 1, go.
Stuart, can we get back to the question? The
No, we
question
cannot.
is on
Governor
technology.
DeSantis,
There's
I'm
one
going
person
straight.
on this stage
Sir,
that has a
we
career in
will have to
technology.
cut your mic, and I don't want to do that. I don't. So, Governor DeSantis, let me go to you. Experts say President Putin has ordered assassinations across Europe, cheated on arms control treaties with the U.S., and seeks to work with China to force our decline. President Reagan believed that if you want to prevent a war, you better be prepared to fight one. Today, the Republican Party is at odds over aid to Ukraine. The price tag so far is $76 billion. But is it in our best interest to degrade Russia's military for less than 5% of what we pay annually on defense, especially when there are no U.S. soldiers in the fight?
It's in our interest to end this war, and that's what I will do as president. We are not going to have a blank check. We will not have U.S. troops, and we're going to make the Europeans do what they need to do. But they've sent money to pay bureaucrats' pensions and salaries and funding small businesses halfway around the world. Meanwhile, our own country is being invaded. We don't even have control of our own territory. We have got to defend the American people before we even worry about all these other things. And I watch these guys in Washington, D.C., and they don't care about the American people. They don't care about the fentanyl deaths. They don't care about the communities being overrun because of this border. They don't care about the Mexican drug cartels. So as Commander-in-Chief, I will defend this country's sovereignty.
All right, pause. Any comments on that or no?
Nothing to say. Kind of mid.
Yeah, kind of mid.
I do like this is the first time Ukraine has come up in the whole debate. Surprisingly enough, like usually they're like sucking Zelensky off like 10 minutes into a fucking video. So like I'm good for them. I guess they saw what happened in Canada and kind of wanted to stick away from it. But yeah, nothing much. You kind of just hit on basic points. So
yeah.
153.24. Right, let me know when you guys are out there. 153.24.
I'm ready.
All right, 1 second here. 153.24. There we go.
3, 2, 1, go.
It's never been a territorial dispute.
And 90% of the resources that we send over to Ukraine is guaranteed as a loan. It is not 90% of the money that we send over there is loan. Well, we can talk about this, but at the end of the day, 90% of the money that we send over there is actually in the form of a loan. It's not actually not be paid by Ukraine, it's paid by the NATO or NATO allies.
So I think it's a good topic.
I think it's a really good topic too. I will say let's debate the fact that our national vital interest is in degrading the Russian military. By degrading the Russian military, we actually keep our homeland safer, we keep our troops at home, and we all understand Article 5 of NATO.
We have to level with the American people.
I thought you said something about waiting until your turn to talk. So So at the end of the day, I'm going to finish I'll be happy to debate this.
I'll respond.
I'll look forward to this one right now. So at the end of the day, when you think about the fact that if you want to keep American troops at home, attack on NATO territory would bring us and our troops in. By degrading the Russian military, we reduce, if not eliminate, an attack on NATO territory.
Finish that exchange. We have to level with the American people. We have to level with the American people on this issue. The reality is just because Putin is Putin's an evil dictator does not mean that Ukraine is good. This is a country that has banned 11 opposition parties.
A win
that has
for Russia is a
that
win
is not
for
true.
China.
We're driving
a win
Russia.
For Russia
excuse
is
me.
A win for China.
Excuse me, Nikki. You'll have a chance.
I forgot you like China. That's why
you'll have your chance in just a moment.
Yeah.
The hurling personal insults isn't helping. China is the real enemy, and we're driving Russia further into China's arms. We need a reasonable peace plan to end this, especially this is a country whose president just last week was hailing a
let
Nazi
Putin
in his own
have
ranks.
Ukraine, that's a green light to China to take Taiwan.
We need a
Peace
reasonable
comes
plan
through strength.
All right, pause. Anything about all that shit? Or trying to decipher the runes between Pence trying to yell his fucking way into that conversation?
Two things. One, we are watching Mr. Tim's like villain backstory of just no one letting him speak. Also, one last thing. I don't want to sound patronizing. Does Chris Christie need a nap and like a juice box? No, sorry. I'm so sorry. What's her name? Nikki Haley. Does Nikki Haley need a nap and a juice box?
Like,
you know how whenever everybody makes fun of Trump for saying China so much, I've never heard anyone else say China more than fucking her.
Like what happened? Did she go to a Panda Express and they like shit in her Szechuan? Like what happened?
Like, all of it, like, Tim Scott, he raised a good point of, like, the money that we put into Ukraine, like, degrades the Russian military more, and so we lower the threat. Then Vivek had a good point about, like, sure, but we don't know if Ukraine is a good country or not. We don't know what they're planning to use it. Like, this is a country that banned 11 oppositional parties. Like, we need to spend our money wisely. We need to keep the money at home because we don't have to spend at the moment. Like, both of those sides have good points. And then it just went off the fucking wall after that. Like...
Yeah.
Like, Mike Pence yelling out peace through strength was just like... Dude, can you imagine what the White House was like with Trump and Pence in the same fucking room? Like, that just dawned on me. Just how annoying that must have been.
It's like the last two brain cells during a test is just Donnie and Mike.
Like, can you imagine trying to get anything fucking done with Mike Pence and Donald Trump having the ego battle of a fucking century?
They probably just played Twister all day, dude.
They settle their differences with a game of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Like, I don't know who twisted Mike Pence's fucking nipples, like, before this shit started, but holy fuck, dude. Just calm the fuck down. We know what they're doing when he gets home tonight, I guess.
He gets home, all right, baby. I told him that I like butt stuff, like you said.
She's a political advisor. You know what'll really get the young vote on our side? They're really into gay butt play. 155.
All right, boys, I'm gonna have to.
You're gonna have to go.
Have to pop off here for a minute. Yeah, because it's getting kind of late and I have to get up early in the morning. For those watching this video, yeah, it's 11:42 at night, and I'm tired.
All right.
Wait. Why don't we do one more? Like if it's a Dougie, if it's a Doug one. It looks like it might be a Doug one.
No, I gotta go. And before I go to bed, I gotta upload this episode 5 to the YouTube channel.
All right, I'll talk to you later, Justin.
That's fair.
All right, see ya, boys.
Later, dude.
Later.
3, 2, 1, go.
Governor Christie. The Communist Party of China is the real enemy. Governor Christie. President Biden's first 2 years have brought China, Russia, and Iran closer together. Are we focused too much on Ukraine and not enough on this threat from the New World Order?
No, they're all connected, Stuart. They're all connected. The Chinese are paying for the Russian war in Ukraine. The Iranians are supplying more sophisticated weapons, and so are the North Koreans now as well, with the encouragement of the Chinese. The naivete on this stage from some of these folks is extraordinary. Look, I understand people want to go and talk to Putin. Guess what? So did George W. Bush. So did Barack Obama. So did Donald Trump. And so did Joe Biden when he said a small invasion wouldn't be so bad. Every one of them has been wrong. And the fact of the matter is, we need to say right now that the Chinese-Russian alliance is something we have to fight against, and we are not going to solve it by going over and cuddling up to Vladimir Putin. Look, Donald Trump said Vladimir Putin was brilliant and a great leader. This is the person who is murdering people in his own country, and now not having enough blood, he's now going to Ukraine to murder innocent civilians and kidnap 20,000 children. And let me tell you, if you think that's where it's going to stop, if we give him any of Ukraine, next will be Poland. This is a guy who said, wait one sec, this is a guy in 1991 who said that was the darkest moment in world history when the Soviet Union fell. Listen, everybody, he wants to put the old band back together, and only America can stop it. And when I'm president, we will.
Right. Pause. Okay, I have a lot of shit to say about that one.
I do have to go here in a few minutes, so try to keep it a little quick because I don't have much to say about that one. But go on.
Yeah, so Chris Christie right there showed exactly why I hate a lot of like the incredibly sort of establishment Republican politicians. Like, Vladimir Putin back in 1991 when he said that the Soviet Union was the fall of that was the biggest geopolitical disaster of the 20th century, whatever the fuck he's like along the lines of what he said. He meant the fall of Russian influence. He doesn't want to reform the Soviet Union. He just wants Russia to be like recognized internationally again. Whenever you're talking about like the China-Russia alliance, by driving them forward together, Vladimir Putin doesn't like being a Chinese puppet. Like, he wants Russia to be like the leader of that area of the world. So throwing those two together, they fucking hate each other. Like, both of these people are strong men leaders. They don't want to be like tied to one another in like the way that Chris Christie seems to want to think that they are. And whenever the question was asked, like, is the New World Order, like this China, Iran, Russia thing, a problem? He went, no, but here's exactly why I think it's a problem. Like,
yeah, like he's definitely kind of wacky. He's read too much Spider-Man. He was like convinced that there's a conspiracy and the Sinister Six is coming back.
Yeah, like, it's just so fucking dumb hearing these people, like... And also, like, saying that Putin will invade Poland is so fucking stupid. Like, he invaded the Ukraine, and it took him years to do so, and it was not in NATO. Attacking Poland is an immediate Article 5. Like, he's...
Like, if you were to attack Poland, that would go down in history as the most ill-advised military decision a leader has ever made. He would never do.
Yeah, like, there's a reason he's attacking the Ukraine and not Poland, because Poland is in the fucking... Like, Poland is in NATO! He can't get away with attacking Poland. We have no ties to Ukraine. So of fucking course he's gonna... Like, it would be Ukraine, and then maybe Moldova, and then probably, like, Georgia or some shit. And that's, like, the three that he could maybe get. Like, and that's being as optimistic for the Russian side as possible. Chances are, with how much of a fucking shit show Ukraine has been, like, it would be, like, the bits and pieces he's gotten from Ukraine and then rebuilding for the rest of his life. Because that's as much as he can do. Alright,
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, his invasion there has not gone how he...
Yeah. 157.10.
Alright.
3, 2, 1, go.
I want to get to Governor Burgam. He hasn't had a chance. I have a question I think you're going to really like. Or at least you have experience in it. And we need to talk about America's farmers because there is a foreign policy connection here. The U.S. and China are in this fierce economic competition. It's hurting American businesses, and there is blowback against American farmers because China then targets them in retaliation. How would you, as president, protect American farmers and ranchers from that kind of retaliation from a foreign government like China?
Well, first of all, we've got the best farmers and ranchers in the world right here in America. If they have a level playing field, they can outcompete anyone in the world. But this is part of the larger issue that we're talking about here, which is we're in a Cold War with China. The Biden administration won't admit that. But we're also in an economic war through what we're doing with agriculture and energy. And we're also in a war with them relative to cyber war. We get attacked every day in North Dakota, every state, every school district, our tribes, all being attacked every day by either China, Russia, Iran, or North Korea. And now we've got a Biden administration whose whole policy is appeasement. They're out there, creating the world, making it less safe. $6 billion they traded for 5 people. They've just now set a price on anyone's head who's a tourist from America, who's a student from America, for kidnapping. If you want more kidnapping, put a price on it. And then they're also helping Iran get to have more closer to nuclear weapon, which pushes all of the Middle East closer to China and Russia. The whole thing is absurd. And then, of course, we're going to give Ukraine to Russia, and then we're going to give Taiwan to China, and think that's a foreign policy. That will make our nation less successful, make us more poor. And at the core of all that is energy policy, because China imports 10 million barrels of oil a day. They're the largest importer in the world, and we've had 4 cabinet members from the Biden administration there this summer, and none of them talked about U.S. energy. The first one to go to each of those countries was Kerry, to talk about the folly of the climate policy, which is making the world less stable. It's empowering dictators. It's not about climate change that we need worried about. It's about the Biden climate policies that are actually the existential threat to America's future.
Pause. Finally, Dougie gets a moment.
I buffered at 1:59:02. Let me go back.
I was about to say, finally, Dougie gets a moment, and I buffered. It stopped him.
Well, he didn't embarrass himself this time, I guess.
Yeah, I do disagree with him because he keeps saying like ceding Ukraine to Russia. I don't think anybody is saying that we should go to a peace table with like overseeing the peace deal between Ukraine and Russia and say like, all right, Russia, you get the entire Ukraine. Like the most I've seen is like Vivek Ramaswamy saying like, yeah, freeze it at the battle lines that it's currently at because Putin is never going to sign a peace agreement where there's not some sort of positive territorial change for Russia. And, like, that's it. That's the most that they've fucking gotten. Yeah, I think that's overstepping from Doug a little bit. But other than that, that was the first moment of tonight where I'm like, Doug, you said something, little boy. You did it. Take a cookie.
You got like 4 full sentences out. There was that one part where he started talking about nuclear weapons. He just got a little mixed up, but he did okay.
Yeah, they're talking about the hostages, meaning that you can put a price on an American at $1 billion. That's a good point. Good job, little bro. You did it. I don't know what the climate crisis has to do with the Ukraine, but you do you.
I'm proud of you, buddy. You're at least above Chris now.
You're like you made the jump above Pence and Christie. Like you did it. That's not a very high bar, but you got it. Anyway,
proud of you, bud. My buffering is pretty much should be good now.
All right, 1:59:17.
All right.
3, 2, 1, go.
Mexico's president called who supports sending U.S. military into the country, quote, scoundrels. Mexico is the United States' most important trade partner and border security. You say you will send special operations to attack the cartels in Mexico. So, this means boots on the ground, drone strikes?
It means special operations. It's how we deal with our terrorists. And what you need to do is understand that Mexico's not being a good partner if we lost 75,000 Americans last year. Mexico's not being a good partner if they're letting the cartels get away with what they're getting away with. What we will do is we will make sure that we send in our special operations and we will take out the cartels, we'll take out their operations, we'll take out anything that's doing it. But we're going to go after China because China is the one sending the fentanyl in the first place. And we will end all normal trade relations until China stops sending fentanyl. And then we'll do the special operations and we'll get it from both sides. This is where President Trump went wrong. He focused on trade with China. He didn't focus on the fact that they were buying up our farmland. He didn't focus on the fact that they were killing Americans. He didn't focus on the fact that they were stealing $600 billion in intellectual property. He didn't focus on the fact that they put a spy base off our shores in Cuba. They didn't focus enough on the fact that all of our law enforcement drones in America are Chinese, and we've got all these little surveillance cells. We need to start focusing on what keeps Americans safe. That hasn't happened in a long time. As your president, I will make sure every American is safe, and we'll do whatever it takes to make that happen.
All right. Pause. Again, she just randomly throws China into the mix. Like, Is it just me, or does this woman just really hate China? Like, I get it. I hate the Chinese government as well. But the conversation's on Mexico and the cartel, you know? Ian, you good?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, it's just awkward at this point. She has a weird thing about it, and I agree with everything you said. Like, the Chinese government is horrible and their influence, but she needs to chill.
Yeah, like, when we're talking, like, the conversation is almost entirely around, like, you said that you want special military operations in Mexico. Like, she had a good answer there. Like, if Mexico isn't willing to stop the cartel, somebody has to do it. If, like, they're being a bad partner, if they're allowing 70,000 Americans a year to die to fentanyl, and then, like, okay, you're on the good track, just send it home and end the point. But then she thinks, like, I need my time, I gotta keep talking. We're gonna end all trade relations with China. God.
I will never go to a Panda Express again.
Like, you said that Mexico... The Moderator said Mexico is our most important trade partner. No, not really. China is pretty fucking important. As much as I hate the Chinese government, the CCP is like our industrial center. If we just cut all trade to China, we're fucked. Like, why not just say...
Like we're more in danger if she does go through with that.
Yeah, like, why not just say the Mexican government and Mexican trade is much, much more dependent on the United States than the United States is on Mexico? Like, basically tell them, well, what the fuck are they gonna do about it? You gonna try and, like, go to war with the United States to stop us? What are you gonna fucking do? We have NATO. Not only that, but your military is like 2 donkeys and a rifle. We have the U.S. Armada. Try me. Like, at least be honest about it.
We got the Expendables and the Phantom Troop on tap.
Yeah, like, just...
yeah, no, I agree. She was not cooking up anything.
Like, I like the first half of the answer, but then she went to China and it was just so fucking dumb. Anyway, 2 hours, 56 seconds.
All right.
3, 2, 1, go.
I want to get to Senator Scott. You're all auditioning for the job as President of the United States. You want to earn these votes. But the world's problems land in the Oval Office. During the presidential debates in the year 2000, neither Al Gore nor George W. Bush was asked about Al-Qaeda. Yet, just 1 year later, Al-Qaeda's attack on September 11th claimed nearly 3,000 lives. And the farther we get from September 11th, the closer we are to September 10th. Senator Scott, you have no executive branch experience. What has prepared you to protect the nation from a major man-made national security crisis?
Well, one of the things I've had the good fortune of doing is serving on committees in the United States Senate, like the Senate Armed Services Committee. I'm on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, also on the Finance Committee and the Banking Committee. Talk about addressing the issue of fentanyl. I've written the legislation, passed it through the Banking Committee and the Senate that would freeze the assets and sanction the accounts of the Mexican cartels. There are weapons that we have within the arsenal that I was able to get past 23-0 in the polarizing Senate as it is. I've also understood without question the fact that if you look at the details before 9/11, there was information and intelligence that was available that suggested an attack was coming. Having the right intelligence partners with us is key to making sure that we prevent the next 9/11 from ever happening. Having that experience for the last 10 years is really important in getting the job done.
30 seconds to you, Mr. Pence.
Well, I think you asked a question about executive experience. I think it's vitally important. And I stand before you today as a candidate for president because I think this country's in a lot of trouble.
Pause. Pull it back a little bit. I was thinking about something that Tim Scott said, but just pull it back to before Pence started talking. 2:02:43. Like, you want to go over anything that Tim Scott said? Because, like, I think that it was a mostly good answer, personally.
I don't really have too much to say about it. I generally agree with all of his takes for the most part. I thought it was pretty good. Tim, you've got my vote, at least over these other yahoos.
All right. 202-43. 3, 2, 1, go.
I think it's vitally important. And I stand before you today as a candidate for president because I think this country's in a lot of trouble. And you hear the fire on the stage tonight. You hear the fire in all of our voices. And it's because Joe Biden has weakened this country at home and abroad. This is a time for those of us that have the experience, the tested experience, and a commitment to the conservative agenda that Ronald Reagan brought forward in this party of a strong national defense, standing with our allies, standing up to our enemies, supporting limited government and traditional values, need to step forward.
Understood.
Because, frankly, our party does face a time for choosing, as they said at the top of this debate, whether we're going to stand on the foundation of that conservative agenda that Ronald Reagan poured, or whether we're going to follow the siren song of populism unmoored to conservative principles. I'm the most experienced, most qualified, and most consistent conservative in this field, and I'm ready to lead America at home and abroad on day one.
Time for choosing to go to a break. Ilya.
We need to go to a commercial break.
Pause. Once again,
Like, I mean, there's nothing to say. He didn't say anything.
There is something to say in the fact that, like, the call to populism is Donald Trump. And you spent your entire presidency talking about how good the Trump presidency was. Like, your entire vice presidency was sucking off Donald Trump and how good his movement was. Why are you now trying to, like, come back and say, like, we don't have the fucking internet and can just pull up all the shit. We're like, I'm incredibly proud of what we did in office. Like, dude, just shut the fuck up. Like, holy shit.
Like, man's trying to gaslight us. But ultimately, you have to agree, like, he wasn't really saying a whole lot there.
Yeah, like, all he said is, like, I'm a neocon. Like, that's all he said.
A coalition that lasted decades. Can any of these
I essentially, like, what he just did there is, like, the equivalency of, like, asking an Attack on Titan fan if they support the rumbling or not, and their response is, listen, I'm a huge anime fan, been an anime fan from way back. I love Attack on Titan. And that's all they say.
Alright, let's see. We're going to have some Vivek action after the break's over. Let's see if I can find the beginning of this. 208. Like, just flat.
Alright, I'm ready when you are.
3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome back to the Republican primary debate here at the Reagan Library. We've got a lot more issues to cover and a lot more questions to go, so let's dive right back in. We're here in California, where gas is nearing $6 a gallon. Oil is close to $100 a barrel again. You say, drill, baby, drill. But the courts won't let you. Mr. Ramaswamy, how would you bring down prices without immediate drilling?
Well, look, I think that we do have to run through the courts and get through that administrative state to make sure we're using the natural resources here at home. But here's the other thing that we can do that's easy.
Forever, Mr. Ramaswamy.
And it addresses the national debt as well as brings down prices. Put people back to work. We are using taxpayer money to pay people more to stay at home than to go to work. That is wrong. That contributes to our supply chain crisis. It contributes to inflation. That's the easiest way to unlock this economy. And here's the other thing. We have to put the Federal Reserve back in its place. This is an agency that has gone rogue. So in January 2026, when I have the opportunity as your next commander-in-chief, we will have a new chairman of the Federal Reserve who places priority on dollar stability, and then most importantly, send packing 75% of the administrative state, reduce the federal employee headcount by 75%, rescind 50% of unconstitutional federal regulations that are shackling businesses both large and small. I've offered a very clear, practical plan to do it. That's how we unleash the economy. That's how we revive the integrity of a three-branch constitutional republic rather than this technocracy and aristocracy in the administrative state.
All right, pause. Anything to say about Ramaswamy there? Kind of went away from the original question, but I think that his point is pretty valid. Like, how would you lower gas prices and like oil prices? Well, you know, we gotta make sure that like all these loopholes are closed and et cetera, et cetera. Didn't seem too bad to me.
Yeah, I mean, it was basically just, how would you solve this problem? And his answer was, we need a stronger government. And it's like, I mean, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean.
I think he actually said the opposite, like, saying to get people, like, less dependent on the government. Instead of, like, we need a stronger government, it's more like, we need to stop printing a shit ton of money and just get people back into the fucking, workforce, which...
Okay, that aspect you are right about I'm sorry, I'm really tired, dude. We've been doing this for like 3 hours.
I understand. I'm right there fucking with you, but like I see the timer in the bottom left of the screen that says 2:09 out of 2:36. I'm like, we're right there. We're right fucking there.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. Let's keep it going.
3, 2, 1, go.
I think one of the signature accomplishments of our administration was in just a few short years, we achieved energy independence. We became a net exporter of energy for the first time in 75 years. But on day one, Joe Biden declared a war on energy, which was no surprise because when Joe Biden ran for president, he said he was going to end fossil fuels. And they've been working overtime to do that ever since. If I'm president of the United States, we're going to open up federal lands. We're going to unleash American energy. We're going to have an all-of-the-above energy strategy. And I have a plan that actually would not only reclaim energy independence, but in 2006, America lost our position as the leading energy producer on Earth. I believe in the next 10 years, with the right policies and experienced leadership in the White House, we can reclaim our role as the leading energy producer on Earth, and that'll grow the American economy for generations to come.
All right.
Governor.
Pause. Yet again, like...
All I've got to say...
go on.
Just all I've got to say is it is insane how weak the clapping is for him.
Yeah, like, part of it has to do, like, he keeps saying, like, the siren's call of populism cannot be done. Like, we can't go to this, like, Donald Trump type of thing. And then, in the same breath, go to, well, under Donald Trump and the administration that I helped in, it was really fucking great. Like, you gotta fucking pick one. Like,
yeah, he wants to have his cake and eat it too, and he's just not coming across as an intelligent person right now.
Like I said, I had a low bar for Pence, dude, like a really low bar, and he's still disappointing. All right, 2:10:53.
For real, I absolutely agree.
2:10:53. Right. You good?
Mm-hmm.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Haley, reaction to that, please.
As the person who's leading an energy state, could I answer the energy question?
No, Governor Haley.
The first thing I'll say is what I saw at the United Nations is energy security is national security. We need a president that understands we have to partner with our producers and make sure that we have their backs. What you don't need is a president who is against energy independence. Ron DeSantis is against fracking. He's against drilling. He's been against, you did it. He always talks about what happens on day one. You better watch out, because what happens on day two is when you're in trouble. Day two in Florida, you banned fracking, you banned offshore drilling, you did it on federal lands, and you took green subsidies that you didn't have to take.
Governor DeSantis, you were mentioned, you have the right to respond. 30 seconds.
Yeah. I just did a plan out in West Texas for American energy dominance. We're going to choose Midland over Moscow. We're going to choose the Marcellus over the Mullahs, and we're going to choose Bakken over Beijing, and we are going to lower your gas prices. We are going to get that job done because it's important for our national security, it's important for jobs, and that's one of the best ways to drive down inflation.
Pause. Like, Nikki Haley she keeps trying to insult or like mudsling towards the other guys, and it just ends up making her look like angry grandma.
Yeah, like she's weirdly combative tonight. I don't know what's happening with her.
Yeah, I know we were talking earlier about like we need to know why you would be like over the other person, but at the same time, like you gotta at least somewhat come off as like a leader you can't just Donald Trump this shit. Because, like, in 2016, Trump got by just being the mudslinger. But I'd not... we saw in 2020, that's not the winning strategy. That you can't just throw shit at the other guy and just hope to win. And in all honesty, like, Ron DeSantis, of all the people on the stage, is probably the person you want to talk about when it comes to, like, the oil industry the least. Like...
Yeah.
Anyway.
I agree with everything you're saying. She's kind of, like, I guess we need an antagonist in this, but, like, she's all that compelling.
Also, I couldn't help but laugh a little bit whenever Doug went like, "Can I talk?" No!
Like, no, you can't, Doug.
Like, the fucking moderator just outright told a presidential candidate, "No, shut the fuck up. Governor Haley, you're up next."
I can't wait for Doug and Tim to get together and, like, bond over their shared sadness of tonight's events.
They're just sitting over, like, at a fucking pizza parlor and just, like, and they just kept ignoring me. I know, right?
I know, dude. I got so upset. I just started playing Pokemon Go on my phone and I didn't even notice.
2-12-02.
Alright, let's go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Governor DeSantis, this question is for you.
Our voters enacted a constitutional amendment.
You banned it before they voted.
No, it's not true.
You banned it before they voted, and not only that, fracking wasn't. They didn't vote on fracking.
Totally wrong. They voted it in. That's what we did. Onshore, we do it in Florida. We don't have as much as maybe West Texas, but we do it. But that was a constitutional amendment. So that's just wrong. And let's just get real here. My plan will get the job done. We are going to be energy dominant, and that's what's going to happen.
And the voters didn't even vote on fracking. You banned
We
fracking.
are moving on with this question for Governor DeSantis. Governor, excuse me, we cannot talk over each other. We must respect each other's time. My apologies for that.
I'm ready, Stuart.
Governor DeSantis, this is your question. The Biden administration is hell-bent on student loan forgiveness, but you say colleges should be on the hook when graduates cannot pay their debt. How does that address the cost of college? How does the cost of college itself?
Because the colleges are going to have to make a decision. Do we expand the gender studies department, knowing some of those graduates may not have great learning opportunities? No, they're going to focus on the things that really matter. They're going to make different choices. They're going to try to graduate people in 4 years. I also just want to come back to something Dana asked last segment about 9/11, because I was just at the 9/11 memorial with the families. My wife and I were invited. It's very touching to be there, and it affected my life because I ended up joining the military as a result of that. I had been a blue-collar kid, minimum wage in Dunedin, Florida. I ended up getting through Yale and Harvard Law School and somehow came out more conservative than when I went in, and that is not easy to do. Had a lot of opportunities to make money, but I wanted to serve, and I'll never forget coming back on the plane from Iraq, landing in Coronado, California, North Island, and feeling that breeze off the Pacific Ocean and say, you know what? I am lucky to have been born an American, and I think being able to serve, and I'll be the first president elected since 1988 who's actually served overseas in a war, I think that's going to help me as Commander-in-Chief to know how you see these issues and understand that there are real lives at stake for people that wear the uniform.
And we know that Governor Haley's
pause. Did he just do the Family Guy, like, 9/11 thing?
Yes.
Did
9/11.
Like he just randomly went like I know we're talking about like energy and everything right here, but guys, 9/11.
Y'all ever heard of a man named Osama bin Laden? Well,
like
he was a bad guy.
He actually did the Family Guy 9/11. And it worked! Like, people cheered!
Dude, I've literally, actually, a couple of people have pulled that tonight. It is absolutely disgusting that people can use the death of 3,000 people to further their political campaign.
Not just, but like, this is the most random one, because like, earlier there was like a question from a moderator that had something to do with it, but this had nothing to do with 9/11, dude. Like, he just wanted his free fucking points, like, it's September, I'm getting it, motherfuckers. I want my 9/11 jerky. I want it now.
I don't care what happens tonight. I will get public opinion on it.
Like, dude, I swear, some of these people want another fucking plane to hit the Pentagon or some shit so they can suck that off too. Like, Jesus Christ.
It's absolutely awful what they'll do. It's moving on.
2-14-14. We're picking up the pace. I've noticed that we both want this shit over with.
A little bit. It's been great though.
Yeah, it's been really fun.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
He's been serving right now as well, and we thank him for that. Senator Scott, the national debt has nearly doubled in your time in office. The approval rate for Congress is at a mere 19%. If this were a business, you'd probably all be fired in Washington, but you're here tonight looking for a promotion. In 2013, Governor Haley hired you for the Senate. I'd like you to tell her why you should be promoted to CEO of the nation instead of her.
Certainly. One of the things I'd say is if you look at our national debt of $33 trillion, I would love to have an opportunity to have this country pass a balanced budget amendment. That would constrain the spending in Washington in the same fashion that it does in every state in our nation, number one. Number two, if you want to actually reduce our national debt, you have to grow our economy. In order to grow our economy, you need to create about 10 million jobs to grow our economy at 5%. You can do that in 3 specific sectors. Number one, the energy sector. We could create between 3 and 3.5 million jobs if we unleashed all of our energy resources. America is we're the richest country if you combine coal, gas, and oil. Why not unleash all of our resources? Number two, we've lost 100,000 factories. 100,000 factories in the last 25 years. If we continued on my Made in America plan, we could bring jobs back to America in a similar fashion that we did when I wrote the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. We actually lowered the corporate tax from 35% to 21%, reshored or repatriated $1.7 trillion. We brought the unemployment rates for African Americans, Hispanics, and Asians to the lowest level in the history of the country, and a 70-year low for women.
Governor Haley, would you
pause. Another strong response from Tim Scott. Like, he's having a really good night.
Extremely strong. One of the strongest overall minutes in the entire 3-hour thing.
Yeah, like, dude actually just sat down. Like at the start of it, it was kind of funny because they said Tim Scott, you're up, and you saw him have a surprise. Like, what? Really? All right, motherfuckers, here we go. And then he just proceeded to look Nikki Haley dead in the eye and just say, "So here's every reason I'm better than you."
Bro, she was not feeling it though. She was looking at him. Her chin was this close to just knocking him out.
Dude, she's been fucking fuming all night. I don't understand it. Anyway.
What happened?
It was so... we were making fun of how civil it was at one point. And, I kind of want to go back to that. I kind of want to at least take a couple steps, because, dude...
she's taking shots at everyone.
She's like a cornered rabid animal. 2:16:06.
It's kind of entertaining.
Oh, it's entertaining as fuck.
All
I'm
right,
just saying,
Yeah, she needs some help. All right, let me count it down. 3, 2, 1, go.
You think you would deserve the promotion over him?
Look, I appreciate Tim. We've known each other a long time, but he's been there 12 years and he hasn't done any of that. He hasn't. They've only given 4 budgets on time in 40 years. He was part of that. He increased the national debt. He voted for the spending.
You voted
he has made sure that the borders are open and they haven't done anything. Look at everything that's happened. 12 years. Where have you been? Where have you been, Tim?
I voted on most of those things.
We've waited and nothing has happened.
Here's what you've done.
Here's the thing that I just find interesting.
Ron, let me finish
all
it
these guys have said
here's the
things,
fact.
and I appreciate a lot of the things they're saying.
Nikki
I'm
Haley,
the only one up here who's gotten in the big fights and has delivered big victories for the people of Florida, and that's what it's all about. You can always talk, but when it gets hot in there, when they're shooting arrows at you, are you going to stand up for parents' rights, to keep the state free? Are you going to be able to do all those things? And in the state of Florida, because of our success, the Democratic Party lies in ruins. We have won the big fights. We have turned our state into a Republican state. People respond to leadership. I've done it while others have talked about it.
We actually have a CEO in the White
Pause. Ron DeSantis kind of jumped in there and stole the fucking show, but like,
for me, it was kind of just a Ron L. I thought that was kind of an L on his part. It was kind of random. He just hopped into someone else's conversation and was like, "I'm really cool."
Yeah, like what I mean is like he, instead of like stealing the show as like a positive, like he jumped in and was like, "Hey guys, let's make this about me." But like
that was incredibly awkward. I have no idea what Nikki and were talking about. They talked over each other. I couldn't make any of it out, so it's all just dead space.
Like Nikki Haley was like, "You've been at Washington D.C. for 12 years and we've seen nothing," and I'm just like, "Did you think that the dude like, it's a single senator? He can't just do shit. Like, he's one guy."
Like, absolutely. That's such a strange accusation to make for someone in his position. Weird on her part.
Like, at least when they're criticizing like Joe Biden, they bring out like the crime bill or some shit, like something that he actually had a part in like pushing through Congress. She just outright said, "It's been 12 years, Tim. I have a lot of respect for you. You're a great friend of mine, but what the fuck have you done?" I'm like, that doesn't sound like you respect him or that you're friends, and B, that it doesn't sound like you know what senators do.
I was about to say I was about to say that as B. Like B, it doesn't sound like you know what his job is.
Like, Tim Scott like, outright outlined all the shit that he's done. Like, "Hey, I did this, I did this, I did this. Where is it, Tim? Where the fuck is it? Right there? The shit that I said?" Like, I'm fine with somebody being combative and like pointing out where they're better than other people, but you can't just say shit, man. You gotta make it matter.
Yeah, no, she was just really, she's just looking to tear anyone down, and if she thinks she's gonna be president, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Nikki. You're just kind of coming off as a combative asshole right now.
Yeah, like Donald Trump, when he did it back in 2016, he at least like pointed out shit that mattered. Like if you look back at the 2016 debates and such, he would find somebody's weakness and just repeat it over and over again and make that their campaign. Like they would have to defend that one singular point over and over again, and that's all that we get talked about by them. While Trump just kind of like sat back and let it happen. Meanwhile,
yeah, like Trump would literally just get up there and be like, Benghazi, emails, and he would like actually go specific with it. Like I don't like the man, but you know,
yeah,
he got results, I guess.
And then Nikki Haley comes in and she's like, "Tim Scott, what have you done in 12 years?" And he's like, "This, motherfucker. Like, what are you trying to say? Like, I did it."
I thought
you trying to say black men don't work?
I thought you were my friend. We watched Demon Slayer together, Nikki.
Like, I was at your kid's bar mitzvah. What the fuck's your problem?
I've read your diary.
We painted each other's nails during the holidays. What the fuck? I thought you were my friend.
Guess we're not buddies anymore. 2/17/22.
Alright, I'll get to you.
Okay.
If I may just briefly.
Alright,
3, 2.
Are you ready?
3, 2, 1, go.
Interject here. We need a zero-based budgeting. That's the way businesses are actually run. Start with zero as the baseline for the budget, and then see what's actually necessary. There isn't a blue state or a red state in this union that does it. The federal government doesn't do it. But successful companies, including the ones that I've built as a CEO, will do it. And I think we need a CEO in the White House to get that done.
Governor Burgam runs a state that way.
Yeah,
yes,
tech
go
questions,
ahead.
You didn't ask the only guy that's been in tech. You have energy questions, you don't ask anything. But I'm just going to say right now, when you say nobody else has done it, the energy plans that have all been announced in the last month by these other folks on stage, we're already doing it in North Dakota. The border plans they're already talking about, we've got troops down at the border flying helicopter missions from North Dakota, from San Diego to the Gulf Coast. trying to stop transnational criminal organizations from inflicting the invasion and the mass casualties in our state. And on the energy policy, we're already doing it. It's not saying when nobody else done the big fights. North Dakota was leading the charge. We won the battle to get the Biden administration, who was ignoring the law. They were the first administration since Truman that wasn't holding the quarterly required lease sales, and we won that in federal court. WOTUS, we won that in federal court. We're fighting the Biden administration on 20 fronts. To say that nobody's fighting the big fights, just look at the record of what we're doing right now. Energy, economy, national security, I've been talking about it since day one, and now finally good, we're having the conversation about it, but we've got the answer in North Dakota.
Governor Burgam, let's talk big government.
Is this the Dougie redemption arc? Is he finally waking up? 2 hours in?
I gotta be real, dude. Like he was kind of cooking there a little bit, you know, talking about how, you know, I'm already this stuff. I could just start doing it on a national scale. That kind of spoke to me a little bit, you know?
Yeah, like, that at least made sense. It doesn't override all the bullshit he did earlier, and I'm still not gonna fucking vote for him. But, you know.
But hey, I mean, that was his best moment of the night, you know?
Yeah, good for you, Doug. You've had a steady improvement over the night. It started out as bad as it could possibly get, then Pence did worse when he tried to bring up fucking his wife. But here you are now. Also, is it just me or has Chris Christie not spoken in like 30 minutes?
He hasn't spoken in damn near like 45 minutes, dude.
Like, all right, well, 2:18:50.
Mm-hmm.
3, 2, 1, go.
This question's for you. Big government keeps getting bigger. 1/5 of all new jobs this year have been created by the government. Governor Burgam, you say you want to shrink the size of government, but it has been a century since any president has done that. Why would you be any different?
Well, because we've done it in North Dakota. When I took office, we shrunk the state budget general fund by 27% in the first 4 months I was office, and all the trains still running on time. Why? Because you had a business leader that was actually there. Inside of every government job, there's 10 or 20% of mind-numbing, soul-sucking work that even the state and federal employees don't want to do, and you can engineer that work out of the job. That would free up right there 20% of 2 million civilian employees. And by the way, we've got 10 million jobs open. They'd have plenty to do, and they could be generating taxes instead of being paid by taxes. This is totally possible to do it if you have somebody that understands, because having worked in technology for 30 years, everything we had to do was to be better, faster, and cheaper the next day. That's what we can do in government. That's what we're doing in North Dakota.
All right. Governor DeSantis.
All right, pause. 2:19:57.
I'm just gonna say hashtag Dougie redemption.
Yeah, like he's having some good moments here towards the later half. Nikki Haley stocks have dropped drastically, but Doug has been like, he went above Pence. He's starting to hit on Nikki Haley's heels. Christie and Pence are just kind of down there, not really doing much. Like,
yeah, as the night's gone on, Doug has gotten more respectable, and Nikki has gotten significantly less respectable. I'm genuinely convinced that Chris Christie just like blew up a balloon that looked like him, and he's like out doing gymnastics or yoga or something.
Chris Christie's just staring forward, and he's like in his head just ba ba yatu yatu yatu.
Oh man,
motherfucker has Baby Shark playing in his fucking head right now. He is just out.
He is not cognizant at all.
Man's like running through the Domino's fucking menu in his head right now. Holy shit.
He's just like, Patrick, let me get a double meat, double cheese, extra olive.
I'll hand it to Doug. Like, I don't agree with him on a lot of shit. Like, I don't think that some of the shit that he says he's gonna do would really be possible. At least in the way that he's saying that he would do them. Like, well, we did it in North Dakota. Okay, dude, but like North Dakota and the United States of America as a whole, two different fucking animals, dude. Like,
that's like me saying, well, there's no racial division in my household, so I could probably do something with the country.
Like, it's like if the president of Denmark went like, and we kept it all together. We did it. They're like, okay, yeah, but you're a tiny little piece of shit nation in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like, well, I shouldn't say that. You're like right at the entrance to like Scandinavia. But the point is, taking the scale of North Dakota and expanding it to the United States of America and thinking that it is in any way comparable. Like, you're just fucking out there, dude. Like, managing the industries of North Dakota, which is basically like a singular industry, maybe one or two others, and the entire industrial complex of the United States of America is absurdly, like, that's a huge step. At least the CEOs and, like, Ron DeSantis understand that at the heart of everything, it's gonna be a bit of a fucking leap, but Doug doesn't seem to get that. And that's a bit, like, concerning to me. Like I said, he's had some good moments. He's slowly climbed up the ranks. I'm proud of him. But, like, he's still below DeSantis, Ramaswamy, and Tim Scott for me. Making a good case for fourth, though, with how bad Nikki Haley has been in the last half.
Yeah, she has phoned it in.
Yeah. 2/1957.
All right.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Yes. I want to ask you about something that I think is on a lot of Republicans' minds. This election could come down to less than 50,000 votes in 3 states. Abortion was on the ballot in 6 states in 2022. Republicans lost all of them. Next year, abortion will likely be on the ballot in Arizona. That is a must-win state. Governor DeSantis, how are you going to win over independent, pro-choice voters in Arizona?
Same way we did in Florida. We won the greatest Republican victory in a governor's race in the history of the state, over 1.5 million votes. We were winning places like Miami-Dade County, Palm Beach, that nobody thought was possible because we were leading with purpose and conviction. I reject this idea that pro-lifers are to blame for midterm defeats. I think there's other reasons for that. The former president, he's missing in action tonight. He's had a lot to say about that. He should be here explaining his comments to try to say that pro-life protections are somehow a terrible thing. I want him to look into the eyes and tell people who've been fighting this fight for a long time. My wife and I earlier today were at the gravesite of President and Mrs. Reagan, and I noticed that there was a quote where it says, "Every single person has purpose and worth." We're better off when everybody counts. And I think we should stand for what we believe in. I think we should hold the Democrats accountable for their extremism, supporting abortion all the way up until the moment of birth. That is infanticide, and that is wrong.
Let me ask Governor Christie.
Pause. Oh, we're going to have Chris Christie in a minute, but I have a couple of things to say about DeSantis in that moment. What about you?
Not much. You can go on.
Like, Donald Trump has shown to be like a very, very pro-life candidate, so I don't think that that's a thing that Ron DeSantis can really attack Trump on. B, it's just like you've gotta be able to compromise a little bit on the abortion issue if you want to get like national winnings. Like, it's not gonna be able to. You're not gonna get a swing state that cares about abortion if you're saying like no circumstance. So you've got to at least be a little bit like say, oh well, I'm a pro-lifer, but I believe in these circumstances. Like, there'll be some disagreement, but you're gonna get a lot more people to go on your side of things in the instance that you're doing that. Anyway, 2/21/34.
All right.
Is a dog like fucking with its bowl in the background of your mic or something?
No, me and Justin are texting. Go on.
2/21/34. 3, 2, 1, go.
Governor Christie, do you think that Republicans...
Yes, I will.
Okay, Governor Christie, do you think that Republicans can do that in Arizona if this referendum is on the ballot there?
Yeah, because I did it in New Jersey, Dana. You know, it's...
Then why are all all these other states losing?
Well, because they don't have leaders in those states who are leading the fight the way it should be led. And the fact is, look, I was a governor here of the only blue state that's represented up here. This is where the fight is really tough for Republicans, and those are the states that we're going to have to try to win if we're going to win the White House back. And what we did was 14 times, Dana, in 8 years, I vetoed Planned Parenthood funding. 14 times. No one else gets it that much. The Democrats just kept sending it to me, and I kept saying no because I believe in life, but I also believe in states' rights. And I think we fought hard against Roe versus Wade for decades to say that states should make these decisions. So we're going to have those fights in the states. But what you need is a leader who can talk to people and make them understand that if you're pro-life, you have to be pro-life for the entire life, not just the 9 months in the womb. And we talked a lot about fentanyl tonight, and we haven't spoken one moment about treatment. But we need to make sure that for the drug-addicted 16-year-old on the floor of the county lockup, her life is precious too. And we need to be providing treatment to cure this as a disease that it is. If you're pro-life, you got to be pro-life for the entire life. We start talking like that, they're going to do what I did in a blue state, which was get reelected with 61% of the vote and won 70% of independents and 51% of Latinos because I told them the truth from my heart.
Thank you. Vice President Pence.
Pause. Like, dislike on that. I'm curious.
It's the only part tonight that's made sense to me from him. So
yeah, like he's had a weak performance before that, but I do think that saying like, hey, you can't just be pro-life in the first 9 months. You got to follow it through. I wish he would have gone a little bit harder on that point. Say like bring up like foster homes and such, because I don't think that whenever somebody is combating against abortion, they're thinking about the 16-year-old who got addicted to drugs. They're thinking a lot more about foster homes.
Yeah, there was a real disconnect there, because that's one of the biggest things with abortion for me, is that like once the baby's born, pro-lifers they kind of just, they're like, oh well, I mean, who cares? It's alive now, so you know, I don't care if it has a shitty life in a foster home. That's not my problem.
Like me personally, how I see the abortion debate, I'm generally on the side of pro-life. But I think that before we overturned Roe v. Wade and all that thing, we needed an expanded safety net for a lot of people who are going to fall through the cracks, because we're not talking about just like something that just, oh, it's out there, it happens. Like, we're talking about like a massive financial like burden, because although like there's going to be some people who get pissed saying that, oh, a child isn't a burden. Let's be honest here, it's going to cost an insane amount of money that some people just can't afford, and so they're probably going to turn to foster homes, which are underfunded out the ass. So we needed some sort of safety net there to make sure that these kids and these families are able to be placed in a spot that's actually safe and able to raise these kids in a at least somewhat safe manner. Like, they're going to be worse off than they would be in like a mom-dad household, but at least they're going to have something. But a lot of pro-life states that's what don't.
Oh yeah, like that's the main reason why I used to be extremely pro-life, and these days I'm a little more flexible with it, because I realized that it is completely hypocritical to be completely pro-life, but then not even really have very many things to say about like the foster care system. Like, they go hand in hand, and I hate the fact that I used to think that it was an option, like just have the kid and put it in a foster care system. And it is disgusting how terrible the conditions are there. So if we fix that, then we can start talking about overturning Roe v. Wade. Well, I mean, we already did it, which was way too early. This country's a mess. Let's go.
All right. 2:23:11. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Right. 3, 2, 1, go.
The latest Univision poll found that 73% of Latino voters think the Republican Party doesn't care about or is being hostile toward them, the Hispanic community. Only Governor DeSantis has translated his campaign into Spanish. How will you reach out to Latino voters?
Well, I promise you that we're going to continue to build bridges to every community in this country. And I'm incredibly proud of that tax cut and tax reform bill. I worked on Capitol Hill to help get that bill passed into law, the largest tax cut in American history. We saw literally the lowest unemployment ever recorded for Hispanic Americans, the lowest unemployment ever recorded for African Americans, 50-year low for women. So I think the President of the United States needs to be a champion for the American dream for every American. It begins with the unborn and the aged and the infirm. And it begins with every ethnic group in this country. And I promise you, if I'm President of the United States, I'll be a champion. I'll be a champion for the American dream, for Hispanic Americans, and for every American. So help me God.
Senator Scott, reaction?
Yes.
All right, pause. Just wanted to go over, ask if you had anything about that. If not, we can just go on, because it's just like Pence doesn't seem like he's saying anything there to me.
Nothing to say. It was a very blanket statement.
Yeah. 2:24:23.
Mm-hmm.
3, 2, 1, go.
No doubt that if you lead by example, it's the best way to get the job done. If you look at my office in the Senate, my chief of staff is the only Hispanic female chief of staff in the Senate. I hired her because she was the best, highest qualified person we have. What we need are leaders who lead by example. And I will simply say, I would love to finish my conversation with Nikki as it relates to the job that needs to get done. Nikki offered a 10% gas tax increase in South Carolina. Talk about someone who has never seen a federal dollar she doesn't like. 10 cents on the gallon in South Carolina. As the UN ambassador, you literally put $50,000 on curtains in a $15 million subsidized location. Next.
You got bad information. First of all, I fought the gas tax in South Carolina multiple times against the establishment.
Just go to YouTube.
Against the establishment.
Just go to
and
YouTube
you want to know what that 10 cent was? When they wouldn't pass the gas tax, the establishment and the companies wanted me to do it so much that I said the only way I will pass it if you will give us
All you have to do is go watch Nikki Haley on YouTube.
If you will give me 3 times the deduction in income tax, then I will look at your gas tax, which is why it didn't happen.
Exactly, Ron.
Secondly, on the 50 million.
Here is a nice part.
Secondly, on the curtains, do your homework, Tim, because Obama bought those curtains.
Did you send them back?
It's in the press.
Did you send them back?
It's the State Department.
Did you send them back?
Did you send them back? You're the one that works in Congress.
Oh my gosh.
You get it
You
done.
hung them on your curtains.
They were there before I even showed up at the residence. You are scrapping. You are scrapping.
I'm not scrapping.
You know I fought
Here's the fact, though.
I cut taxes. I loaded up our
You wanted a gas tax increase, and then you wanted at the end of the day.
All right, and pause. Dude, Tim Scott, like he has this tactic down where he like calls somebody out for something, waits for them to start responding, and then just keeps repeating what he said earlier. Like,
it's definitely a little bit annoying. But I'm still gonna go on his side because Nikki Haley's just annoying me. Like I gotta be real. What was that thing though? Tim kind of like lost me when he was like you're gonna hang it on your curtains. Like is he making a reference?
Yeah, he was referencing some shit about like Obama sending curtains, or I'd have to go back and look, but like it shouldn't be like a national debate issue. Like what should be like the debate issue was like the gas tax thing that he was talking about.
Which, yeah, like that was just a random.
Yeah. Which we have a little bit more experience in that, like as citizens of Alabama, where Kay Ivey passed the exact same shit in our state, and it has not been used well at all. So like, just wanted to throw that out there. Mm-hmm. Gas tax, not going good right now.
Yeah.
But I will say, the soundbite that Tim Scott got there of saying Nikki Haley has never seen a federal dollar she hasn't loved is a goddamn good soundbite. Like,
that's pretty good.
Like, of all the fucking hits tonight, I think that one's like the most memeable, or at least the most memorable for me.
I was gonna go down in history with Donald Duck and I Sleep with My Wife.
Yeah, there hasn't been much competition tonight, to be fair. Like, you are right. There's not been much to go against.
Oh, shit, man. Let's go.
2:26:24. All right, you there?
I'm there.
3, 2, 1, go.
We're about to take a commercial break. We'll have more of the second Republican debate live from the Reagan Presidential Library in just a few moments.
How? There's like 10 minutes left on this thing.
Yeah, there's less.
Let's see. Still going on 229. Is it?
Do you owe over?
Right, I'm on 3120.
All right. 231.20. That saved us some time, an extra 5 minutes there. I guess it's only closing statements now. So, all right.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
3, 2, 1, go.
And welcome back to the final minutes. I could go another hour, but we only have a few minutes. And candidates, it's now obvious that if you all stay in the race, former President Donald Trump wins the nomination. None of you have indicated that you're dropping out. So, which one of you on stage tonight should be voted off the island? Please use your marker to write your choice on the notepad in front of you. 15 seconds, starting now. Of the people on the stage, who should be? I'm absolutely serious.
With all due respect, I mean, we're here, like, you know, we're happy to debate, but I think that that's disrespectful to my fellow competitors.
Nobody wants to participate.
Let's do some questions. Let's talk about the future of the country.
I'll answer. I want to be clear.
Let me ask you this.
If I may.
Let me ask you something. Then if you won't answer that question, let me ask you this one.
Yeah.
What is your mathematical path,
Yes.
Governor DeSantis, in order to try to beat President Trump, who has a commanding and enduring lead in this race?
So polls don't elect presidents. Voters elect presidents.
Right.
And we're going to take the case of the people in these early states. We're going to do it in a state-by-state direction. And why? Because as Reagan said in his day, this is our time for choosing. We are not getting a mulligan on the 2024 election. Republicans have lost 3 straight elections in a row. We were supposed to have a red wave with inflation at 9%. It crashed and burned. Not in Florida, it didn't. We delivered it in Florida. And so we've got to choose right. We've got to win. And we need somebody that's going to be able to serve 2 terms. So in January of 2023, they'll be able to address the nation saying, we turned the economy around, we secured the border, and we fended off the threat from communist China. As your president, I will get that job done.
Right. Pause. The fact that she outright said, who should be voted off the island? Which one of you has to go?
Okay, so the weirdest thing is that in this entire time, like, presidential candidates have been the ones being childish, and the moderators, is moderators the right word?
Yeah.
They've been the ones who have been, like, really, mature and respectful, and then they just randomly had a weird, like, moment where they were like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if we turned it into a prank show?
Yeah, like, we run like a semi, like, occasionally semi-serious, mostly comedic podcast. That's some shit that we would do. Like,
yeah, like that just felt, so you felt that too, right? That it was just, like, awkward and weird?
Yeah, like, DeSantis had a good point when he was like, okay, like, just get back to the questions. Like, we're here talking about the future of the country. We shouldn't, like, why are we making this, like, total drama island? Like,
dude, that's the show I was thinking of. Dude, no, like, because from my point of view, this whole thing is supposed to be about bringing the country together and what person can bring our country together. And then they specifically just told them, hey, why don't you make all 7 of you hate each other? Because it would be funny.
Like, will Chris Christie lose the extra 10 pounds? Will Dougie learn what the name of the country is? Will Vivek Ramaswamy get over the whole, like, China thing? Find out next time on Total Drama Island. Like,
oh
and Tim
God.
Scott's in the background. What about me? Please, just a bit more time.
I have opinions too. Poor guy.
2:33:09.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
I believe I did see you write something. Governor Christie, I believe, excuse me, Governor Christie, I believe I did see you write something on the card. Who was it?
Oh my God.
I'll certainly tell you.
Go.
Okay. Yeah. Look, I think I've been the only one on this stage who's been clear about this. I vote Donald Trump off the island right now. And the reason I vote him off the island,
any of the people on the stage,
you know what? Every person on this stage has shown the respect for Republican voters to come here to express their views honestly, candidly, and directly, and to take your questions honestly. I have respect for every man and woman on this stage because they've done it. Vivek, put your hand down for a second, would you? I still got time, dude. So chill out. Here, look. This guy has not only divided our party, he's divided families all over this country. He's divided friends all over this country. I've spoken to people, and I know everyone else has, who have sat at Thanksgiving dinner or at a birthday party and can't have a conversation anymore if they disagree with Donald Trump. He needs to be voted off the island, and he needs to be taken out of this process.
Can we give Vivek 15 seconds?
All right, pause. Okay, that was a huge nothing from Chris Christie because that wasn't the question that was asked, but like...
that wasn't the question, it was awkward. Moving on.
Like, not because there was one part that made me fucking laugh on the inside. I respect everybody here. Vivek, put your fucking hand down!
Dude, you're totally right. It was nice to hear a presidential candidate say the word dude like a normal person. But yeah, that was great.
It's just, I have respect for everyone. Vivek, put your fucking hand down right now.
I'm tired of your shit. I've hated you since birth.
We were watching fucking Snap Cube at like at Justin's house that one time. It reminded me of like Eggman. The fucking Eggman fucking scene. Like, Jesus Christ, that was fucking great.
Bro, you're not even wrong. Can't wait to see Chris cosplay Eggman on the podcast next week.
Alright. 2:34:24, you there?
Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Look, I have a different view on this. I think Trump was an excellent president. But the America First agenda does not belong to one man. It does not belong to Donald Trump. It doesn't belong to me. It belongs to you, the people of this country. And the question is, who's going to unite this country and take the America First agenda to the next level? When we rallied behind the cry to make America great again, we did not just hunger for a single man. We hungered for the unapologetic pursuit of excellence. So yes, I will respect Donald Trump and his legacy because it's the right thing to do. But we will unite this country to take the America First agenda to the next level, and that will take a different generation to do it.
Pause. Is it just me, or did Chris Christie get to go a lot longer than try to let Vivek go right there? Like,
yes.
Like, that was
also saying that you respect the legacy of Donald Trump is not a way to to get your respect. Just saying.
Yeah. I think that's more speaking to like Republican voters because he's obviously running against Donald Trump, so he thinks that he can do a better job than him. And like, I think it would go very, very poorly for him if he started like. If he randomly decided to like shoot Trump right there. Like Chris Christie, his voter base is entirely based on, I want Donald Trump out of here. I want Donald Trump out of here. So whenever he does shit like, I vote Donald Trump off the fucking island, it makes sense. But if Vivek just randomly said like, and Donald Trump should be doing this, like, it would probably not bode very well for him. Like, I think Vivek of the candidates actually has like the highest like bell curve, or not bell curve, like the highest potential of any of the candidates on the stage because he's pretty much like Trump adjacent. So in the instance that he beats Trump, that's like 75% of the Republican Party that would be for him. Whereas a lot of the other candidates aren't really too Trump adjacent as much as Vivek's is. Like maybe DeSantis, but I can't see like a Nikki Haley or a Chris Christie getting enough support within the Republican Party to actually threaten to get the primary away from Trump. You know,
I definitely agree.
Yeah, 235, 235-12. All
right, go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Pete, that does it for the second Republican primary debate live from the Ronald Reagan
Oh, that's it.
Presidential
That's it.
Library.
Thank you to all the candidates. We'd love
All right.
All right. That's it. Holy shit.
You enjoy your time tonight?
I was not. Well, I said yesterday.
Yeah, I
So
thought
I've
this
been
was
here
gonna be. I thought this was gonna go to like 11 o'clock. We're currently at 1 a.m.
I am glad that I got through with. I hope it gets us some views tomorrow. It's definitely a very topical thing, considering the amount of people that were watching that broadcast. We sure should get some views on YouTube tomorrow.
All right, I will stop the recording here. Catch the Anti-Think Tank podcast at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time every Friday. We have little shenanigans throughout the week or throughout random time slots, and we'll be covering likely the third Republican national debate whenever it comes out, so be sure to catch that. Ian, you're going to be the next person to host the podcast when it gets to your turn. Do you have any topics that you want to tease right now, or are you just kind of like still thinking them up?
I believe it'll be October by the time I record mine, so it's gonna be kind of spooky.
All right, that'll be it for us tonight. Have a good one, everybody.